All right. Sorry about that. I had to tend to something very quickly here. How are you all doing? Welcome to the pub. Just had to do a little running around, getting some things together. How you doing, Last Dance? RW, who's in the chat? We got Last Dance, my wife, hello. Cup of tea, welcome. Having some Bacardi and vaping AK-47 weed. Right on, dude. AK-47, legendary strain. Cheers to that, my friend. Great strain. One of the best. A little bit finicky, I hear, but yeah, we have a light dusting going on here. It's freezing. That's the big story here. It's ice friggin' cold. It's small craft warning. Yeah, right. Like there's people going out in a boat in the middle of friggin' January. 17 degrees. So yeah, whatever. It's nice, toasty in here. T-shirt weather in the basement. Yeah. So, anyways, it's been a great week. Hope you guys have been doing well. Everyone else. I had a arduous week of work, but I did last week too, and pretty much how it goes every week. Yeah. Decent game on, right? No skin in the game for you, though, Last Dance, right? Neither are your teams. Maybe I'm wrong. Could be wrong. But I think I'm gonna latch on to the Buffalo Bills Ravens. Okay, Ravens are on right now. Cool. I do have YouTube TV. This shit would get shut down very quickly if I screen shared the game, which I could do. Just say to hell with it all. I mean, it would be HD. I could do it full screen. I have it on the laptop, but yeah, it wouldn't. I could probably. I'm such a small fry. I don't know if I talk a lot. It might. I think it picks up on audio, but yeah, I'm not going to be pulling that one. John Grammaticus, good to see you, man. Welcome. And Based Welshman, cool. Glad to see you guys. Right, the NFL. I could get sued, right? Broadcast rights. They used to do that with bars, like bars that broadcasted things like, how many bars broadcast UFC fights and they don't spend the extra money for the broadcast fee to show it in the bar. Yeah, what they everything I'm worth. Yeah. Be like 1/10 of nothing of a rookie minimum. They'd get minimum salary, it ain't gonna be much, but yeah, I never did the Napster thing. I never ripped it from. I never ripped any crap from the internet when it came to music. To tell you the truth. Yeah, I never really got into that. Basically, it was all free to stream, right? All along. You just couldn't copy it. Johnny Grammatic is saying 3. Deep, John. Sorry, I'm a little winded here. I kind of came rushing in, trying to figure some things out, some logistics, and illegal downloads. Cool. Dembot, strong in the force. How you doing? I wonder if I know you. I know I've seen you here before. Oh, key slip. That's funny, John. I thought you were just making a little. And hi, Dembot. Good to see you again. I do remember you. Last week was fun. We did a little bit of conspiracy stuff. I know that drives some people crazy, and some people love it. So. If you liked it, I'm happy, and if you hated it, I can't do anything. I can't go back in time. Where's my pipe? I got the backup pipe. Oh, pipe's right in front of me. LimeWire, I remember that one. Did a trip to Walmart today, which is a big giant store we have in the United States. I'm sure you Brits have an equivalent. I don't know if you actually have Walmart over there. But yeah, it's easy to drop $4.50 in the old Walmart when you're just going down for whatever. But Big W. Isn't that what they call you, RW? I'm okay. Important is First Amendment to Americans. There you go, brother. First Amendment, hell yeah. It's very important to me, yeah. Damn right. ASDA. I think I've heard that before. It's good. You know, we got all kinds of shit. I got a weight bench and a big giant jug of protein powder. That was 100, and then the rest of the small shit ended up being the remaining 350. So it goes quick, man. It goes quick. But the funny thing is, you go in telling yourself, I know all, like, if you're gonna buy like crackers or goldfish, you know, the little kid snack goldfish things, or pretty much anything they have at Walmart that they have at the supermarket, you're spending way less at Walmart. But you end up leaving with spending hundreds of dollars, but you hope that that transfers over to spending less at the supermarket tomorrow. We'll be back out again tomorrow. Crazy. Brunlia. Good to see you. Hard to tell what that thumbnail is. It's an unusual shape. Appears to have a horizon behind it. Someone with a bigger screen than me might be able to see. Almost looks like a mushroom or a tornado. It's hard to say one way or the other. What if Biden... mushroom cloud? A tree? That helps. What if Biden gave First Amendment away? How mad would Americans be? Yeah, that would be take up arms mad. That would be as mad as Americans should get about that sort of thing. That would be a deal breaker. RW, Sean, Woolworths is Safeway in the USA. Woolworths. Yeah, we used to have those. They had a lunch counter inside. McGrandy saying, F the powder. Not sure what powder you mean. Maybe you mean F the cane, brah. Not sure. Biden barely has First Amendment now. It's free to speak, right? Yeah, good, well said. Although Trump had a bit of a snafu the other day. Confusing... who did he confuse? He confused Nikki Haley and the old lady in the Senate there, from San Francisco, Pelosi. Thank you, RW. You saw that too. That was a bit odd. It's not up to Biden. We should talk about the gaffe. I have a clip about that gaffe. Pelosi with Haley, yeah. DeBank. D-Bank. I hear you. Don't really know what you mean. I'll just say I hear you. Take that, dance. Asda. Is that the place that doesn't have bags? Or is that out? What's the one in Florida that doesn't have bags? You like walk out with a grocery cart full of loose foods rolling around in there. What the hell is it? I'm sure McGrandy it'll come to him. I think it begins with an A. No bags. And everything, I think they put the stuff, like, they cut the box open that it comes in and they stick the box on the shelf, and that's it. There's no stocking per se besides that. Yeah, I've heard people say that about Nikki. Well, wouldn't she be like Republican light, kind of? She's not a Democrat, but she appears to be the Democrats' first choice in a Republican. Walmart is used to sell kids. Interesting. Oh, I found if my grandy comes on here, I found a webcam that might be near him down there in the south, and if I can get him to go on there and wave at us sometime, it would have to be during the day. That would be awesome. My bro was down in Key West last year, and he found a webcam, and I went on it, and he was dancing around on this, in the streets, and I don't know. It's goofy, but it's fun, right? What else are you going to do? Might as well make the best of what technology has to offer. My light's off. Better, but the bulb is too bright. That's it. Aldi's. Not Asda. Close, though. Close in name. But I need the cover for my lamp there. There she is. Oh, yeah. Perfect. Gotta love LED bulbs. You can drape a white cloth right over the top of them and no worries. No fire. Alcohol-induced strokes look interesting. Okay. I don't know what the first thing is you're saying there, cup of tea, but you're saying it's greater than Aldi. Maybe that's a store you guys have, and I think you do have Aldi. I like to explore the British section of the supermarket, which is about 6 feet long, 2 meters, maybe 9 feet. And there's always a couple of different types of spotted dick, which is something I've never had. And it comes in a can, but I think it's bread that has raisins in it. And dicks. No, I'm kidding. It's got raisins and, I don't know, cinnamon, whatever the fuck you guys have in your dick. German shops, okay. Piggly Wiggly. That's a pretty good one. What's the other one? Buc-ee's, I've heard. They have those down south. What's the one with the giant subs that everyone says is awesome? There's all... You guys have... Extra Dick, yeah. Costco. Not a big Costco guy. No, it's a smaller place, like a big gas station. With, like, subs. Big down south. Huge. Wawa! That is such a dumb name, but it's great. You gotta love it. Good one. You nailed it, RW. Never had a Wawa, but my dad swears by him. Fabulous. We ain't got shit up here. 7-Eleven, Tedeschi's, Quickie Mart. Wait. Quickie Mart was on The Simpsons. We don't have that. Yeah. There's nothing. Store 24? Does that still exist? Buc-ee's. Yeah, John, but it's Bucees, I think. And it should be Bussies, I think, if you were to pronounce it like that. But it's a gas station, but they have a whole section of other types of stuff. Look who it is. 2 weeks, I think 2 weeks in a row. Or close to 2 weeks in a row. Biscuit Vapes, welcome back, my friend. Good to see you. Hope you're well. Don't know how the fishing is over there in the winter, but it's garbage here. Actually, I saw some guys out on the ice on a pond today, which it's a little sketchy in Massachusetts, but in northern New England, like Vermont, for example, we used to drive our vehicles out onto the lakes, the reservoirs, and there would be 2 feet of ice. And the rule was that whenever you drove a vehicle onto the ice, kept the window down next to you. And if the vehicle breaks through the ice, you have 2 options. One is you try to jump out quickly. The problem with that one is if the vehicle goes down with you halfway out and hits the ice, you could meet a undesired fate. You could get cut in half. The other option is to wait for it to go under the ice, swim out and up and over. But when you have 2 feet of ice on a lake, you're not worried about the vehicles breaking through per se. This is a place where they would set up shanties on the ice, and if you have a sunroof, heck yeah. Yeah, definitely. Either way, you want to have the windows down, bottom line, because sometimes you can't get them down once you go under the water. Nothing works. So you want to, even though it's freezing cold, you keep them windows down. That's your lifeline, your way out. You use an ice auger to bust through, which is a giant drill on the bottom of a 2-handled sort of thing. If it's big ice, it's skinny, you can do it yourself. Sometimes you need an extra guy. Not big on ice fishing though. The fish are half asleep. You get them up, they're half dead, they can barely swim. They're freezing, obviously. Their blood is barely pumping through them. You're jerking them up through the ice. Either you keep them and eat them, but sending them back down, they're fucking half alive, they're barely moving. It's not like you're pulling a lively rainbow out of the stream. You take a look at it with wet hands, of course, let it go and it swims, quickly away. It's a whole different ball game. Well, she set up his Chinese diesel heater on paraffin, on wax, with the exhaust pointed out the window. It's meat fishing, exactly. You throw the fish on the ice, and it becomes a fish icicle almost immediately, because their temperature is probably in the 40s. They're very cold. Oh, cool. New strain of COVID. Dear Lord. Well, that's not good. I'm sure there's going to be all kinds of things popping up. But we're 10 days from February, right? 11, depending on how you count it. So we're almost through the winter. I think we should definitely eat seals. I hate seals. I don't mind dolphins, because we don't have them up here. But yeah, when you're in Florida, dolphins are a pain in the ass. But they're awful pretty, and they're awful cute. Pretty to look at when they're swimming along and sunset behind them and whatnot. But seals, yeah, hate seal meat. Hate seals. It's not bad meat, it's very dark meat, and it has a ton of iron in it, RW. For some reason it's loaded with iron. So I know there's stories of the old days when some of the explorers were doing the Arctic, and they ran into some of the Inuits. The Inuits taught them they could eat seal, but they had to be careful. The Inuits could eat it all winter long. Pounds of it, because their body apparently was conditioned or used to it. But you can get some sort of a blood poisoning if you're just some white guy who's never had seal before. and you go up and eat a ton of seal day after day. So for them, it was fine, but for the average person, you definitely have to be careful. A lot of fat. I mean, blubber is fat. Again, that's what natives lived on up there. No problem with that. Probably not the best thing to eat. I've had plenty of deer. We call it venison for the most part, and it could be RW for sure. They say the way mercury travels through the ecosystem, the smaller fish, I know, Last Dance, I know, man. The smaller fish have less, and as they go up the food chain, the mercury goes from fish to fish. If a small fish or a filter feeding fish is probably not going to have much mercury, but that's the type of fish that another fish, like say a bluefin tuna, eats only other fish. Like a lot of the fish that bluefin tuna eat other fish, for example, mackerel and bluefish. So those mackerel and bluefish eat other fish. Those other fish have mercury. That mercury compounds in the secondary prey fish, which is the mackerel, the bluefish. Then it even goes up higher because the tuna is eating that. So yeah, you got to imagine that a seal being maybe not an apex predator, in most situations it is. I mean, unless you have killer whales around. But the seal is eating tons of fish, so there's got to be a ton of mercury in a seal. Let me run through here. Last Dance not liking the seal meat talk. Same thing here in the UK, venison. I've heard crocodile. I've had alligator, very good. Little bit like chicken. Shark meat. Most sharks urinate through their skin, so their meat has a very high concentration of urea and ammonia. It's disgusting because of that. So the one you want to eat that actually pisses like a normal fucking fish is the mako. That's why mako sharks are often seen on menus. Mako steaks, and makos are very clean meat. They don't pee through their skin, so that's the one you want to go for. Crayfish are very good. I'd always wanted to go to a place where they'll cook you a big old pot of crayfish and just dump them on the table and, let you go to town. I've never been in that sort of a restaurant. That does look fun to me. Oh, cool. Pheasant, quail, pheasant, quiet. I think you meant to say pheasant, quail, pheasant, quail. Gotcha, damn bot. That's the one, RW. Cajun pot. Good stuff, man. Alright, that half hour went along quickly. I could do some acoustic, or I could do some electric, or we could just get right to the talking. Any votes one way or the other? Just music. I will change my mic settings. Guitar, you don't care. Where are the guests or guitar? Don't know what that means. My hands are so dry, man. All right, we can go with electric. Change the sounds. Acoustic, okay. Acoustic it is. Now you got the vote. That works. It's the settings here. I tell you, I wish there was a audio button on the screen, not under settings. Like a quick key or something. Oh, it's off now. Do you hear the fans? Hear that B is a little low? There it is, that's right. That high E sounds money. I always play that in A, and I think it's better in A. That's the Who, Pinball Wizard. I think they play it in a different key for me. That was the key they play it in. I think it sounds better in A, which is... Pick this one out in the do I have something in the private chat? Is somebody trying to tell me something? Okay, let's see if you can pick this one out. Back to this. All right, play the lead here. Anybody? Oh, is that the song from Top Gear? That is the Allman Brothers Band. And that song is called Jessica, and it's a great song. Alright, let's get the headphones going. RW is going to split for a bit, but I'm going to grab Last Dance and get this thing going. There you go. How you
Hey,
doing?
good evening, sir.
How are you?
Good. I'm I'm cheating a little. I'm sitting in my TV watching chair, and this way is the football game on mute.
Cool. Did how are they doing?
The Ravens won,
Oh, they
so
won.
yeah, they were just finishing their win as you were coming on. So it's good day for my area
It was against the Texans.
against the Texans. Yeah,
Texans are out. Cool.
Texans are out.
So that you're riding them. You think they're going to go all the way?
They could. They're
Who's your feeling of the main teams there that we're going to be looking at?
I think it's Buffalo will be the hardest team to beat from the AFC, and then I think San Francisco is definitely the team to beat from the NFC. So I think things go well. It'll be Baltimore against San Francisco in the Super Bowl.
So who do you got tomorrow night? Bills
Yeah,
over Mahomes?
yep, absolutely.
Man, Mahomes can really turn that shit on though in the big game. Obviously,
And I agree. I mean, you can never count him out, and it should be a fun game. But Bills have been looking sharp, and Kansas City has not been looking particularly sharp.
they haven't. Do you attribute any of that at all to anything to do with Taylor Swift?
I knew you were going to say that. Uh, Honestly, I like to because, you know, it just bothers me that they constantly, whenever there's a play involving Travis Kelsey, the camera goes up to the booth to see how how Taylor Swift reacts. It just, man, I hate that.
Yeah,
Um, but it's hard to believe that she has any impact on the game. The most she would have is impact on Kelsey, and he seems to be doing fine. So I don't think she has any impact one way or the other.
hmm I yeah. I mean, clearly it's a humongous team of men. Kelsey's an important part. I don't know how his stats have been since they've been dating. Somebody's got to have put something together on that, but um, yeah,
A little, I think they're a little down, but the whole team is kind of not as their offense hasn't been quite as potent as was last
mhm.
year, for example, especially in the last half of this season.
Now, do you find anything at fault with her besides maybe you don't like her music, but anything more
It's
than
not that
that?
I dislike her music; it's just that it has no interest to me.
Right. It's kind of fluffy pop, just
Exactly.
mindless. Like I don't have anything against it either, and I do like some pop. Like if you take a band like Blink 182, they're a bit poppy, pop punk you could call them, but
Yeah,
they're also very talented, and the
yeah.
drummer is out of this world. You know
I find their music much more interesting than Taylor Swift. I'll give Taylor Swift credit; she writes her own music,
exactly.
and
Yeah.
so that means she works hard
hmm
and works hard for her success.
Right.
I don't understand what the big deal is. I don't understand why she's that successful, but she can say that she did it on her own, based on her own creativity and her own work. So it's just not my cup of tea. That's all there is
hmm
to it.
I would say, even though I don't like him as a person, he's dead now, long dead, but and he had serious issues. But I found Michael Jackson, some of his shit, I would bump my head to, be like, wow, this is pretty cool. Yeah, I didn't love it. It wasn't music I would search out, but
Yeah, I agree. And he also wrote his own music, which most people wouldn't have guessed.
exactly.
Hi guys, I
How
didn't know
you
I was
doing?
on screen.
That's all
In
right.
some sense, he's kind of like the male version of Taylor Swift.
Exactly. That's what I was kind of leaning towards. Sort of controlled the world
It's
for a
like
while.
it's like sugar, empty calories,
hmm
and or at least it's empty to me, right?
Right.
Maybe I just don't get it.
hmm Yeah, I
What
don't
is?
know.
Sorry, I missed it. I missed the concept.
Taylor Swift music per se, not
Oh,
her as a person, just her music. Her as a person, she's pretty benign. I don't really think there's anything negative. She's fine. She's not overly sexualized or doing drugs and getting shit-faced on stage and all that. I mean,
She's
there's
just,
a lot worse.
She's just averagely sexualized.
Yeah. I mean, comparatively speaking, she's barely, if you look at the rest of the industry.
Well, she's less sexualized than Britney Spears, for example.
I think her popularity
significantly,
appealing,
especially back in the day. Like,
age ranges.
Britney
Yeah,
was...
exactly.
Sarita says that she thinks her appeal comes from her ability to appeal to all age ranges.
Yeah, because she started out really, really innocent.
Well,
She started out really, really innocent and appealing to tweens. And now that she's growing up, she's doing more adult songs, but she's still got the younger people as well as the middle age, I guess.
are we going to be allowed to see Sarita while she's talking?
I can't. I'm comfortable.
Okay.
Or at least this close, boys.
Yeah.
Are we
good enough.
talking about Taylor Swift or about Britney?
Taylor Swift.
Oh yeah, okay.
Because Britney Spears was my generation. I'm already an adult. So I don't know how that works anymore.
Yeah. For me, I was a kid, Michael Jackson. I think it was the 1984 Billboard Music Awards.
Yeah, I think
When
The
he-
Jackson
John.
5 and Michael Jackson were
That's
a
the way
better
I feel, John.
Britney Spears, man.
Say that again?
The Jackson 5 and Michael Jackson were a way better experience than Britney Spears.
Oh, sure. The Jackson 5 pumped out some serious harmony and funk,
They were great. They were great at making music, man. That's for sure.
Well, when you have somebody standing behind you who's ready to beat your ass, you probably you're gonna pull that shit off.
The cattle prod.
The darkness that's attached to that is really sad, and what ended up to them all, and it's really sad. So yeah, but their ability to do well was there.
McGrandy chiming in. She's nice, sweet, and beautiful. I don't find her to be.
I mean, she's not a ghoul.
No.
I think she was prettier before she became so systemized. I don't know. I feel like she could run for president and get it at this point. There's something strange about how much popularity she has.
It's possible, I suppose. Like,
If
There
she
were
went
rum-
against Biden and Trump, I think she'd get the vote. I think it would happen.
Oh God.
yeah, I mean, The Rock. I heard rumors that The Rock was gonna get in on it.
Is he done with his Disney contract?
I don't know.
Maybe it's
Um,
still a Disney contract to be president. I'm not sure how it works yet.
Does he have a Disney contract?
He must, man. He's in tons of their films lately.
Okay. I know he was Maui, and he was awesome as Maui in Moana. Great
What
character.
can I
and-
say besides "You're welcome"? We use that as a family slogan.
Yeah, exactly. Great song. Yeah, and I mean the giant. I don't want to go into Moana. Get me going. I love that shit. It's awesome. Base Welshman already here, ready to go. I think it's him. That is you, right? I mean, it's got to be him, right?
Yeah, it's got.
Yeah, it's him. I just heard him.
Welcome back, Walshy.
What's up, dude? How you doing?
Hey, Welshie.
You've been pretty quiet this week, man.
Yeah, but you knew when you were talking then about pop stars, you want a pop star to be pissed on drugs and going out of bars. That's what you want from like,
Your sound quality is very bad.
Armpit.
No, how is it now?
That's better.
It's a little better.
A little bit.
Yeah, I've got a new mic.
You're saying that our pop stars should be wigged out on drugs?
Yeah,
Oh,
I mean, when Oasis come along, '94, that's they were about getting high, getting wasted, and having a good time.
Yeah, your sound is tough, man. I've got pretty good headphones, and it's muffled.
I've slept on them, I have, and I destroyed them.
Who did you say came out in '94?
Oasis.
Oasis, yeah.
Oh yeah.
And it was just, it was flat out. I remember going to Earl's Court. It was a trip for me, like. With a load of us. It was, you went there in your face, have it on, rolling out of hotels, casinos, getting into trouble. That's what you want from a rock star or pop star.
Yeah. I only know their radio stuff. I was never a big fan because of I don't know. They didn't do it for me. I didn't find them to be that stimulating. Wonderwall, Champagne and Cigarettes, right? That was an album, I think. I don't know.
The two songs that came out then that they pushed, they're still to this day pushed almost as popularly. It's interesting. The rest of their album, I don't even remember. Maybe it all sounded the same.
Mm-hmm.
What
were you going to say? Oh, that sounds so much better, Welshman.
Yeah, my mic wasn't plugged in at the time. I thought it was plugged in, but it was on loudspeaker.
Yeah,
and I've realised what I've done.
That did it, dude. Perfect. Sounds just like you normally do.
You had a pretty solid intro. Oh, go ahead, dude.
I was just going to say, Last Dance, you're kind of a music guy, guitar guy. Oasis, yes, no?
Yeah, I did enjoy their music. Yeah, I liked it. It was maybe a little pop, but still, I thought it was, pretty darn good at times.
Artistic.
Yep, definitely.
What about Blur Song 2?
Which one was that?
I Get My Head Shaved
I
by
hate that song.
Bochev. I don't even know what the lyrics actually are, but it's like, I love it. It's like, that makes no sense, and it's such a short song that I will listen to it on a playlist.
Yeah, that's the
Is
song.
that the one that goes, I got my head shaved.
Yeah, well,
Ding, 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 ding.
Well, the most memorable part is the part that goes, woohoo!
Woohoo!
Right, exactly, that one.
Yeah, I like that. That's a lot of fun. I like that song.
That's funny.
I heard it too many damn times, didn't you, Steve?
No, I just never liked it.
Oh, from the beginning, okay.
And just for a bit of context for the American viewers, in the UK, it was pretty well known that Blur were middle class kids, and that Oasis were just like salt of the earth, right on the breadline all the way through their life. Got brought up by a single mother, and so there was always that sort of middle class, working class thing. So Oasis was sort of, just because there are multiple things.
They didn't start wealthy, so they had to earn it. In other words, so they're respected more.
Yeah,
right. I don't know.
Like a band called Kaiser Chiefs, another British sort of Britpop sort of band of that sort of rough period.
Yeah,
where when they predict a riot, they predict it like a middle class child. If you know what I mean, it's just like the whole thing about them.
I don't think I ever knew Oasis was British.
You've got to be kidding.
No, dude.
That's hilarious.
I never paid attention to them enough besides their two songs. I never looked into their band or anything.
Let me grab a couple of beers. I want to hear more of this.
What is their most popular song? It's not Cannonball, it's the other one.
It's Wonderwall.
Today, you need to Wonderwall, right.
Which I heard Paul Anka sing that the other day when I was at work.
Who's Paul Anka? Is he from the band?
He's like old school.
Okay.
Did I miss anything?
Not much.
Just you saying you didn't know that Oasis was British?
Yeah, I mean, I never looked into them, never saw their Cribs episode or anything. If they had one.
They were at times compared to the Beatles.
Paul,
I can see that vibe from what you were talking about.
Paul and John, right?
Yep.
It was what, Neil Gallagher and his brother?
Noel and
Neil and Noel.
Is it Noel? I don't know if it's Neil and Noel.
I think it was Noel set it up. think, and then sort of Liam started getting involved. I think that's how it went, or was it the other way around? Because Noel was a crew member of another indie band at the time. Like he was like Suede or something like that. So
They supposedly had legendary fights and couldn't get along.
they have. I don't think they've talked for maybe 5-10 years.
Yeah,
Right.
Face to face.
You know, that sounds exactly like the Black Crows with the Robinson brothers. And they finally were able to iron it out, but they fought like hell, man.
Yeah,
and I
they
think
mostly needed to iron it out because of cash. No disrespect, I don't know these people, but I don't know how big they were. But the craziness about the Liam and Noel thing is that because there's no money involved, it's like they're very stubborn, both of them. So they both just say fuck you all the time.
Huh. Crazy.
People say they'll offer like stupid money, and they're like, oh, I'm not interested.
I bet they made
It's
a
because
lot.
they've got a lot of money. If they didn't have a lot of money, they would rethink it. For sure.
Right. You've never heard of the Black Crows, Welshman?
The Black Rose.
Black Crows, like crow, like
Yeah.
very, very good band in my opinion.
I beat you that time, RW.
Nice. I think it was a harmony.
I got to see them live at the Orpheum Theater
We're,
in Boston.
we're the White Crows.
Right, there you go.
Hey man, you don't know. I could be
You're
1%.
right. You're right. So could I.
Yeah,
I want to
definitely.
I wanted to share a technology that I saw on TV with my dad earlier. And you were talking about ice and being on the ice. And instead of having chains on the tire, they developed this system that's under the truck that has a little wheel on it, like a stick with a disc on it that has chains attached to it that dangle. And it'll spin it and then put it under the tire. And then it'll keep going under the tire and spinning, and it keeps grabbing it and moving the truck on the ice. It's brilliant. It was
You
really
mean
cool.
it's horizontal, spinning like flat horizontally under the tire?
It's actually at an angle, spinning the chain down, but it's long enough chain to go under the tire each time.
That's bizarre.
And then when they're done with it, they bring it up under the truck, and it's not on the wheel itself. So me and my dad were just like, "Wow,
That's
you know,
pretty cool.
awesome."
Well, what amazes me with like vehicles I see, like clips on the internet or whatever, you know, in ice and snow, is that people completely lose their shit when they start skidding, and their default option is to keep their foot flat on the brake.
Yep.
Yeah.
Which is like the 100% worst thing to do. And you're thinking, you've mostly been driving for 20, 30 years and you haven't worked that out. You haven't worked that out. Okay, I'm
they've
skidding,
changed vehicles to no longer lock up. So in other words, they make it so even if drivers freak out like that, the vehicle still slows down correctly.
Right.
Well,
Hey,
how do I still see these clips? They look like new cars. So what's going on there?
I'd
know
have
what
to
I
see
mean?
the clip to have any comment on it.
they might also really insert ABS can only help so much. I don't think it's like a
Right.
fix it every time. If somebody's gunning it and then slamming on the brakes and they're on ice, ABS ain't gonna do much.
Well,
Especially on a hill.
It still
Yeah,
has to skid before it unlocks.
I mean, I watch a channel called Matt's Off-Road Recovery, and he says a lot of vehicles, he deals a lot in sand and mud, and he says a lot of vehicles just can't cope with what's going on in front of them. Their computers are like struggling to work out because of like the soft sand or whatever. So I don't know if that could be the same with the ice. I'm not too sure.
I'm sure that there's going to be technologies very shortly on vehicles that computers are calculating all that type of stuff. Because I mean, we're on the verge of it. I'm surprised it's not already. I don't know. I mean, maybe like I don't know. I just see technology taking off really, really fast now. Will it work? I don't know, but it'll be on the car.
I've seen some clips today of a juggernaut stationary. He managed to get his vehicle stationary, and it stopped. And then 5 seconds later, it slid down the embankment like sideways. The wheels weren't even going forward. The whole vehicle, including the trailer, actually then like sort of hit the side of the bridge. But it was actually stationary before he started doing a sideways shuffle.
Oh yeah.
Fucked up.
Yep.
That's brilliant that Juggernaut means stationary, because I've always loved X-Men and I never knew that that's what that meant, but it makes sense because of that comical character of Juggernaut. You guys know him, right?
No.
He has that metal helmet on, and as long as if he's moving, you can't stop him, but if you keep him perfectly still, he's useless.
He can't move.
Well, he's not strong anymore. Like as soon as he's moving his inertia at all, he's unstoppable.
What great writing for a superhero.
Yeah. Good
Put in
time.
like profound weakness, but yet unbelievable strength when he's
Right.
moving. That's great. I love it.
Yeah, but when you get your like 40-footer stationary, and then it starts going sideways, you know it's game over. It's just pack up your bags, man. Get the fuck out of there. What can you do at that point?
When
Yeah,
we were
they're-
talking about the ice earlier and going under the ice, man, I couldn't even imagine. With like, you're talking about sliding sideways and crushing into a wall or something, right? But just imagine you're under the water.
Breaking through. Yeah.
It wasn't violent. It was like 5 mile an hour, but the wheels were not moving. They were not moving forward. They were just sliding sideways. The whole fucking rig.
Sure. Yeah.
And like I
We-
said, there was the other ones on the motorway too that didn't manage it because I was watching like CCTV, and they were like jackknifing and stuff. But this cunt managed to get it stopped and still ended up doing damage to his vehicle, I think.
Was this in the UK?
No, it looked like America. It was on that
Okay.
side of the road. Yeah, it had everything about America on it, really.
Yeah, got you. Yeah, I wouldn't think you guys would get much ice on the road over there.
We just get like
Yeah, I'm not
black
sure
ice
that's
sometimes.
accurate,
Black
but-
ice is the one.
You get black ice. Yeah, I hear you. Like Doctor Who. Wow, Doctor Who and Superman.
Look at his Superman comment. I'm not sure that's accurate. I'm not sure that's. I'm
I'm
not.
sure it's not accurate.
If his first comic edition came out like this year, then I'm not surprised. But
What does it say?
it's origin story, no way.
What does it say?
It says Superman was gay and black originally.
Yeah, what was up with that? Superman could fly, Spider-Man had the webs, but Batman's standing there at a gas pump every couple of hours. He's got to refuel the. Or was that thing nuclear? I don't even
No,
know.
it was definitely burning fuel.
Okay.
But I'm sure it had enough range to go to Gotham City and back to the Batcave before he had to hook it in.
I got you.
I don't know. I'm covered for him. He's wealthy.
I'm not sure what That's Life means by Super Bane. Could be
Badass.
some
Mother Earther.
badass Mother Earth. Yeah, I don't know. Johnny says, did they pass that law in Congress or the House requiring a remote kill switch in all new cars? I hadn't heard of that.
I didn't know that was actually a bill that was being passed. I thought that was.
Can you say that again, please?
Yeah.
Can you read the screen, Welshman? If I post it like this, can you read it like
Oh
that?
yeah, I can see that now. Did they pass a law?
I thought that was a Chinese conspiracy.
Well,
I mean, I'm not saying it's conspiracy, but that's the level it's at. It's not actually a bill.
it's about
No,
It's
there
about two-
is a bill that it doesn't exactly require that, but it's sort of it requires that a federal agency, I forget which one, maybe it's the National Highway Transportation Safety Administration, it directs them to develop technology and regulations to prevent people who are impaired from driving. But ultimately, the only way to do that is
that's
to
how it
have something like
starts.
the only way to do that is to have something like a kill switch. What does it mean to prevent someone who's impaired? It means that it detects it's impaired and then it kills the switch. So,
But the back door is what people are worried about. That's the issue.
right, exactly. So
That's how it starts.
first
Yeah,
of all,
I
do
don't
you trust-
understand. How does it work?
It's not. It doesn't exist yet.
I'm guessing they would use facial recognition or because they already have the breathalyzer.
Okay, so we know how this can be abused, can't we? Political
Yeah,
opponents.
there's no. I don't think anyone.
Like
doubts
if you
that.
think, oh, that's not going to happen, we just got to look in Canada and they've already frozen bank accounts. They'll be saying at one point, actually, no, we won't be allowing you to drive anywhere. We're going to ban
It's
you
as
from
simple.
driving
It's
your
as
car.
simple
We're
as
gonna
saying,
stop
Welshie,
it,
that if it
essentially.
exists, they'll use it. If it exists, it's usable.
Well, it doesn't need to be remote. I mean, the car itself has to locally detect if you're impaired, and then.
Dude, I bet you it's going to OnStar the closest police
But
officer.
right, exactly. It's potentially everything on the car is remotely controllable if there's a if there's a transmitter.
If you look at it,
a data link. So
it's about 2010 is about when from 2010 technically your vehicle can be stopped centrally, apart from you.
All right, think about this though. Most people that use vehicles now, their smartphone is Bluetooth attached to their vehicle during operation.
That's right.
There's your
connected.
There's your remote control basically. I'm sure that people would be able to, even if it's government, have access through that route.
They call it CarPlay.
Yeah, but you can't turn the car on and off with that capability yet.
Well,
now there are cars. Now however, there are some cars that you can start the engine with an app.
With a fob. Oh, with an app. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't think you can do any Tesla charging unless you go through an app, right? So once again,
nice, Steve-O.
Yeah, well, I think it's the same with most electrical cars. You've got to go via an app, so you can't just pay via a credit card. You now got to do it via an app first, which your credit card is like jammed into. So once again, so easy. They could stop and control. They could limit, and loads of stuff, and there'd be nothing you could do about it.
Yeah, I know.
I'm not worried about it yet, but I think that within 5 years, that's going to be a standard situation. I don't think that technology
says no.
Huh?
Somebody needs to keep a car that doesn't have network connectivity.
Right.
Just so we're not totally dependent. One hacker can, destroy the country.
Yeah, and also I've heard it said one EMF device attack could disable tons and tons, not tons, thousands of vehicles.
Yeah, but the most effective way to have an EMP,
right,
is to detonate a nuclear weapon.
Yeah, right.
EMF was the band that had the song "Unbelievable."
So unbelievable.
Exactly. And EMF, anybody? EMF,
I know the song, but not
the acronym. What it is?
Electromagnetic frequency.
It is ecstasy, motherfucker. EMF. Because they were,
Is that the one that goes? It's unbelievable.
That's the. But now I've heard some crazy theories that supposedly some of the NASA installations or buildings appear to be keeping some very old cars around that don't have any computers in them.
Oh boy, that'll get people going.
Right. All of these pictures may have been taken from possibly a movie set, and people are reusing them, but who knows?
Dude, go ahead. Sorry.
Why
NASA's
NASA?
got hundreds of cars, really like 1960s, 70s cars in their car parks. Hundreds.
You've seen them too. I'm sure you have.
Yeah.
Muscle cars just got cooler.
Why? So NASA? You say it's NASA?
Banksy, yeah.
Yeah, and NASA is like they've got hundreds and hundreds of like 1960s, 70s period cars just parked up. Whether they're used, I don't know, but it was hundreds of them there.
They're probably worth some money now for just as classics.
That is true.
Yeah.
But the fact is that you can't get a car with gas, brakes, and transmission, anymore. It's got so much shit involved. There's no more carburetors, obviously. It's all fuel injected.
Yeah, I helped Dad with the spark plugs and coils, and he was teaching me that stuff. I'm like, damn, this is different than I knew.
Did you break any spark plugs getting them out?
No, everything's cherry, dude. Every thread gets its, copper or nickel on it before it goes back in. Usually it's just the plastics as you're trying to get into everything that you can break. All the little clips and everything.
You got Banksy.
Banksy's here. Yep. Yeah, I know. That's life. He's a NASA.
Yeah, Banksy, if you
That's
want
odd.
to come on, mate, you have to go in the description.
Banksy always welcome.
Because
Banksy's been on before.
Steve doesn't
Yeah,
put it
always.
in the main chat. He puts it in the description.
Always welcome. Always welcome.
Did you? Oh yeah. Did you pin it this time?
Oh, you want to?
No.
I'm pinning to win.
Pin it to win it.
Here I go, pinning away. I do have a few clips built up here, so we might get into that a little bit later.
What, starting with the gaff or what?
Sure. Down with anything.
If yeah, cool. I just wanted to share a quote I heard today by Ralph Waldo Emerson.
Yes.
God will not have his work made manifest by cowards. I thought that was really awesome. And I mean, if you're an atheist, you can still, rework that structure to, if you're a coward, you're not going to accomplish great things in life. So, anyway. And that was on an episode of Hot Ones.
What is it? I was concentrating on the pinning. What does it mean?
The original quote?
Yeah.
God will not have his work made manifest by cowards. So in other words, if you're too afraid, if you're not brave enough to try and do something, you're not going to be doing great works. That's how I take it.
Now, doesn't that contradict the meek shall inherit the earth?
You can be. Does meek mean coward?
Well, you tell me. I'm asking you as the.
Let me define meek.
The
I don't know meek's definition.
Maybe it means humble rather.
Showing
than
patience and humility. Yeah. So that's not the same as coward. That's a respect thing.
Yep.
So to make manifest is also a expression I'm not that familiar with. That means to make evident. So you're making God's work evident by showing or displaying. Would this be like in a sense of preaching or showing?
I mean, I can see it being used if someone's preaching the word, but I'm looking up manifest. Clearly apparent to the sight or understanding, obvious.
Okay. Yeah, it's an interesting quote.
It's similar to another quote that I like from Teddy Roosevelt.
But then again, if you change the word manifest, because it's saying it's manifest and clearly apparent to the sight or understanding, and then it's saying obvious.
But to make manifest is the expression that's used, not just the word manifest.
Right.
And I'm excited for some
To
Teddy
make it
Roosevelt
come into
quotes here.
So here's the Roosevelt quote, and I often use this when people criticize Hayden for Live Leak. Live Leak, it's a snuff site. So
You're like yes, and
exactly. So he actually did something, whereas we're just sitting around shooting the shit. So Roosevelt says, "It is not the critic who counts, not the man who points out how the strong man stumbles, or where the doer of deeds could have done better. The credit belongs to the man who is actually in the arena, whose face is marred by dust and sweat and blood, who strives valiantly, who errs and comes up short again and again, because there is no effort without error or shortcoming. But who knows the great enthusiasms, the great devotions, who spends himself in a worthy cause, who at the best knows in the end the triumph of high achievement, and who at the worst, if he fails, at least he fails while daring greatly, so that his place shall never be with those cold and timid souls who knew neither victory nor defeat."
That's a small novel, not a quote.
It makes sense, though.
That was in 1910. That's how far we've come from the presidents 110 years ago to the current crop of presidents.
But what you're saying, what you just said in his quote, though, when we're about to talk about the gaffe that Trump did today, It relates.
No, I'm just saying we had
I,
better.
I don't know what Gaffey did today, Trump, but like, no disrespect, Biden's on a daily, isn't he? It's just
Only if you're paying attention, Welsh.
well, yeah. I mean, honest to God, it's crazy. There's so much information. I watch a YouTube channel. He does like 2 videos a day generally.
Mhm.
Biden just looking lost, generally bemused,
Yeah,
sometimes angry, but he doesn't say more than a sentence ever.
he was at some sort of a business or a factory last week, and a couple of reporters started shouting questions at him. And he actually started answering them. They asked him, "Do you think the Houthis are a terrorist organization?" He said, "Yes." And he started actually kind of making a little bit of sense. Then he says some bizarre shit like. Then he says some bizarre shit like, "Oh, we can't get into this here. Let's not do this. We'll do this a little bit later." And then he turns around and there's this young girl sitting there, and he leans down to her, and she's like,
How old are you?
she leans back, kind of like scared of him, and he says some creepy looking shit to her. Then he like kind of hobbles.
How old she was?
I don't know what he said, but for like 25 seconds he looked okay, and then he turns around and does this creepy shit again, and yeah,
Can someone fact check me? I'm sure he mentioned something about her age.
I don't know. I didn't hear anything about that. And
I'm
I don't
not
even.
willing to look, Banksy. Or sorry, Welshie. I'm not willing to look.
Okay.
I saw the picture quite a lot over the last week. That was enough for me.
I know. You know those cringe, like creepy, especially the creepy part of those videos they do of him. I can't actually watch them because there's so many like little 5-second clips that are stuck in my brain of teenage prepubescent girls, even babies sometimes, are in these really awkward situations with him, and I find it hard to actually view more than like a couple of seconds of him. Makes me feel a bit weird.
Yeah, I mean, it's because we've seen it before. Generally speaking, if a president kisses a baby or gets a little whiff of that baby smell, that that
Whiff.
like whiff. It's okay.
Biden and his sniffing.
That's right. When Biden does it, it's creepy. When a normal person does it, it's like fairly. Yeah, you're not up there sniffing away trying to like inhale the baby, for Christ's sake.
You're trying to get that baby dander like cocaine.
One of the creepy ones I've seen, you hear him sniff. You hear him sniff this baby, and he goes up to it like that, and all of a sudden you just hear, like, oh my God.
Like a bloodhound.
Oh, fucking hell.
That's hilarious.
What did Trump do today to fuck up? What did he say?
He confused. I don't know if it was today or it's recent. He
I think it might have been
Nancy
yesterday.
Pelosi
It was
with
New
Nikki
Hampshire.
Haley.
Yes, exactly.
Do we have a William here?
I can. So Welshie, he was doing a speech in New Hampshire,
Okay.
and he was talking about January 6th and basically over the concept of Pelosi is the one that was in charge of security, but instead of using Pelosi's name, he said Nikki Haley multiple times in that part of the speech, and they're going after him for dementia because of that mistake. And just for me personally to be convinced of that, he's going to have to start doing a lot more often.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's not a good look, but when you talk about form, it does happen. I've said it on these live chats before. I've got a form of saying South Africa when I mean South America. Don't know why. I just say it, and it is a blip, but I've said it a few times.
Sure.
Other things obviously happens, but when it happens every day.
Yeah, I mean, we had a president a few guys ago that had a name that had 2 terrorists in his name, Hussein and close enough, Osama, Obama. And a lot of people made slips with that It's
I
easy.
did. I did.
I did on here, and
Yeah.
it was kind of funny,
Yeah.
Because we're getting high, we're talking, shit happens.
So how old is Trump? Isn't he like 78?
I think so. Yeah, he's about 2 years younger
I'll
than
look up.
See, he's pretty
Biden.
damn old too. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Either one of
Okay.
these guys.
77.
All right. Don Browning is just clarifying who William is. I didn't know if she was trying to dock somebody, so I deleted that message. But I'm pretty sure he's cool with that. So all good, Don. Sorry I deleted that message before. You're all good. All clear. And welcome, Don. I'm glad to have you here. Thanks for being here. Yeah, exactly. Shall we watch the clip?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, why not?
All right.
Think
I
you
was
should.
kind of. Why? You're not into it?
It's only so much I could take, but go
Oh.
ahead.
Of Trump, you mean?
Yeah, I could just mute it after I get too much of it. So don't worry
I
about
got you.
I can
Come
dub
on,
it for you if you want.
Your choice is Biden or Trump.
All right. Well,
Not my choice.
I'm just going to let Aphid know we're sharing a clip.
What about Big Mike coming in with Gav? You got the women with Big Mike.
Have you actually seen any articles about that, or is this just a personal thought?
Well, Gavin Newsom's like a bit of. I mean, really, that's their. Which will be
Their
their
backup?
trusted.
Their
where
white male
trusted would
backup?
Go.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's the backup.
I mean, I'd be very surprised. I think if Biden actually goes through into November, because they're going to wait. They're going to wait it out. They're going to play the long game and take it to say April or June, and then say, "Oh, he's had a medical episode. He can't carry on." And
I think they're going to push him until he drops dead, dude.
well,
Because he's
why
already
would they do
gone.
that?
His mind's
Why
gone.
would they just?
but the primaries, they won't be able to do primaries then, so then they could choose Big Mike. Or
Well, he has to get sworn in as president in order for anything after that. If he makes it to getting sworn in, anything that happens after is fine. If he
Well,
goes,
yeah, but I don't think. I don't
Welshman
think
is saying he's not going to make it to the election.
But no. But this is their plan. Their plan is to drop him after the primaries, so then they can put in their own figure piece. They can put in their person.
So wait until he's won enough primaries, and then they'll
until
they don't
the
have
primaries
to.
are
So they don't
over.
have to have competition in the primaries.
Yeah,
I see.
and then they can pull him, and then bring in the person they want to bring in, so they don't have to go through the primaries.
Well, I do know this. They certainly have a plan A, a plan B, and a plan C. And we only know one of those plans for sure.
Who is they?
What,
The Democrat Party?
The Democrat
what do you
Party.
think about my
the
suggestion?
DNC. I mean, I wasn't thinking that. I thought they would just go with Biden because they think he can make it to the election. And he's not going to successfully finish his presidency.
Path of least resistance.
And he'll just resign or be, I think the 25th Amendment process will end up with Kamala as president. And then Newsom will be vice president. She will appoint, you don't have to elect him then, she will appoint Newsom as vice president.
They won't. Well, that's it. I mean, that's if he goes all the way to November. But there's no way that anyone's going to vote for Kamala Harris.
Well, that's the thing, is Kamala is not electable. So, but Biden is not going to make it. So what do? You have this plan, I think, to
put Biden in to make it, and then throw her in after.
Inject him with, enough adrenochrome to keep him compos mentis through the election, and then the day after the election, they don't care what happens to him.
What do you think about Tulsi Gabbard being VP to? I know it's a bit of a throw out to Trump.
Well,
I don't like the idea of just picking a female because they're a female. Like,
Yeah,
if they're actually the best person for that job, that's fine. But otherwise, I hate this cookie cut shit.
let's go with this conversation. I wanted to cover this.
Okay.
The Trump VP pick started with Tulsi Gabbard, RW.
I don't. Any of the females that are being listed, like I said, I think it's politics and it's not merit based. So I don't. I'm against it 100%.
Okay, RW is a no on all women. Got it.
All those three of the choices you're going to list.
Yeah,
We know what you
Yeah,
meant.
yeah, but in reality, a female VP on either side is a very good vote sort of winner as a general. You know, may not be the best person for the job. It's a bit DEI or whatever it is, isn't it? But
A little bit,
you know,
yeah.
A little bit.
yeah, I mean, but you really, you know, to get that women's vote or try and harness it away from your competitor, you want decent,
Yeah.
you know.
There's wife there in the side. Thank you for spelling that right. I would have fucking bastardized that name.
Who is it?
Elise Stefanik. She was the one who brought up. She was the main component in bringing the questions to the chancellors of the three major universities that caused such a firestorm recently: Harvard and yada yada yada, Penn State. So Elise Stefanik was Penn was the senator that was questioning. She's from New York. A lot of people think she's going to be the next one.
Yeah.
I don't know enough about her.
Is she the one that brought up the anti-Semitism issues in those universities?
Yes, the
Yeah.
one.
I totally.
Okay about white racism, but as soon as it comes into anti-Semitism, well, we're all on that.
Well, I wasn't on it. I thought she was terrible.
So she's Republican.
Yes.
I think she's a Republican. Yeah.
I guess that makes sense because
From New York, right?
what she's doing, huh? Oh,
I think she's a New York, Long Island.
The one thing I like about Tulsi Gabbard is she goes against the grain. When she speaks, I quite like what she says, and she's pretty fit as well, isn't she? I mean,
her eyes are up there. Well, she.
Yeah.
what do you mean her eyes are up there? What's wrong with her eyes?
That's his. He's
Oh,
saying
right,
that you're
right,
noticing
yeah,
she's
yeah.
fit.
Well, yeah, well, you know.
Which one?
You
The
know.
broad from Hawaii? Is that what he's saying?
All
Yeah,
three of them,
yeah.
I think, have beauty.
Who's the third one?
Well, Big Mike.
I don't know her name. I can look up real quick.
What about Nimarata Radawaha?
The
Oh,
who?
yeah.
What?
I
Keep
mean,
loving
she's-
this.
It's just like getting George Bush back, only a female version. She's good looking.
Nice. I think sexy when I think George Bush personally.
Yeah, me too.
I found out from this. This is supposed to be
It's the
true.
way he winks.
It's when George W. Bush got into presidency. The government before pulled all the W's off the computers, so they couldn't put his fucking full name on the
Right. Clintons.
Nimrata Randhawa is Nikki Haley's birth name.
Right.
So yeah, I was just kind of playing a joke there. So
Yes,
what do you think her as Trump's VP? I don't think so.
I would hope not, but I know he's thinking about it.
I think he's going to go with, I don't know, Tulsi probably.
I think the Tulsi would work well for the female vote for sure. She's gonna hopefully highlight women's issues, and you know she's gonna hopefully garnish that. Every time I hear her speak, she comes across good.
I mean,
She's
people
I
think
agree.
that Trump's going to do something based on principles or ideology. He's just going to look at the numbers and pick whatever he thinks is going to give him the best chance of winning. And that could be Nikki Haley, for God help us.
God.
All right, sorry. The third person is Christy Noam.
Don't know her at all.
Yeah, exactly. So there's a guy
No
that
or no? No.
on X that does a lot of conservative posts and stuff, and he was asking his group about Carrie Lake, Tulsi Gabbard, and Christy Noam. I thought he was taking that from somewhere else because that's a major three that's going around right now.
Yeah, she's kind of a
Well,
Pretty
Tulsi's been kicked out of the
right. I think
Democrats
she's
now,
North
isn't she?
Dakota governor.
Say again. You guys were both talking at the same time.
Yeah, sorry.
No, go ahead. Based.
Has Tulsi been kicked out of the Democrat Party?
No, but she has no support in it.
Right. Yeah, she's basically outed. She hasn't got any sort of whips behind her or anything.
Now the question is, did she? I seem to remember something. Did she leave the Democratic Party on her own?
I think she was either pushed or she left. But I'm not.
I don't think she became a Republican.
Holy shit!
No,
This
she's
Christy Gnome
independent.
is jacked, dude.
Yeah.
Holy.
I sent a link in private chat for the 3 women in the X post so they can get an idea who I'm talking about. I didn't know who she was, but she's definitely photogenic.
Well, not only that, she's shredded. Let me see if I.
Well, it'd make a change from that Kamala Harris, wouldn't it?
I mean, look at the arms on this woman. She's in great shape. Good for her.
It looks like she just got done running a marathon before she threw that on, you know?
It looks like it. She just did like 1,000 curls.
Right.
Looks a bit like Carrie Lake.
With long hair, you think so?
Well, I've zoomed it in now, so.
I love how the
she's got dark hair.
that tweet has the faces cut off. So all you see
if you click on them,
I know.
Yeah, okay.
Just-
Yeah, no, exactly. It's all about what counts, buddy.
That's right.
Oh, now there's rumors of plastic surgery. Oh,
So when you talk about plastics, what about Big Mike? What's the odds Big Mike will come in?
Michelle, almost 0.
I don't think they're going to play that card. I think that's a major internet stink. I don't think it's going to happen. I honestly, I'd like to hear what you guys think about Ben Carson taking vice president, because I saw something. I don't know if it was a legit possibility, but it said that he was thinking of Ben Carson as his VP. And I think that if he does that, he will really get a lot of support from all the people in the Black community and the Hispanic community that Ben Carson is already helping.
don't forget the Italian community. Oh, he's got to be talking with his hands half the time, making all these bizarre hand movements.
I didn't expect that extra bonus community, but I'll take it.
Well, that was his thing. He was always doing strange things with his hands. You know, like, what was he
Hopefully
doing?
he doesn't do that while he's doing brain surgery, because that would really be bad for the person.
Yeah. I mean, and I guess Trump thought, because I don't know why, but why did he become like the leader of inner city whatever as a brain surgeon?
Because he had so much love and support for that community with his money already as a doctor. He grew up rough in his life and dealt with a lot of shit and always gave back to that community in the end.
Good. Then I like it. I didn't know.
I remember. Sorry.
Go ahead, dude.
Oh, sorry, man. I remember Ben Carson being called out for being like a racist once, whatever, and they said he said like, do you know who you're talking to? Because obviously they hadn't. It was like on a radio thing.
Huh.
Yeah, no, far from it. I met him in real life. He's a cool guy.
Oh,
yeah, I think the option Ben Carson or Salusi would be.
He actually came and did where he speaks about gifted hands, and he talks about his life story and, you know, all the stuff that he wanted to do. And yeah, anyway, I'm not going to shill for him much longer, but my point is, I think that it would be a good turnaround and an actual huge benefit for the United States based on what he's already doing, and we don't have to worry about him not even doing his job at all.
You mean as VP?
Right, as a VP.
Well, what about Vivek? If you put the what we've heard about what maybe what each other wants, I think Vivek would be excellent. But it doesn't seem like it's going to be, does it? You know, that doesn't seem like.
Why?
I mean, here's what I'd say. I like him in terms of being the one who takes over should Trump die in office.
So is he your choice?
He would be my choice, but I don't really know him. He says things I like almost all the time, but he doesn't have that track record.
You said this. You said this a few times now. Last dance. He's your man, isn't he?
Yeah, I think so. He seems to be a smart guy, but
Yeah.
in terms of demographics and voting blocks, I don't know that he brings much to the table.
7%.
I like that he wasn't afraid to use his own name.
What
His
do you
given
mean?
name.
Oh, what? Yeah, what? There, huh? Who? I wouldn't even thought to change my name. I guess because his name is
Nikki
Indian
Haley.
sound.
Nikki Haley's name isn't Nikki Haley.
It's
Really?
It's. I said that earlier. It's Namarata Randahawa.
Nimrata, yeah, exactly.
That's her birth
Dude,
name.
if you already sell out your name,
Right. And you know,
So,
Trump called her by that recently,
No.
and everyone was like, "Oh, here he goes, racist again." But in a way, you could
dead
just be.
naming.
It's not though.
She changed her husband's name as well, didn't she?
Oh, did she?
Don't-
I don't
You
know.
must wear the pants.
Dead
She changed
naming
her
is something
husband's
else.
name to
RW.
William or something instead of Bill.
Dead naming, you said, right? RW.
Yeah, isn't that dead naming?
Dead naming is, I think, when you take a person who's changed their identity, generally transitioned.
Oh man. Okay, I didn't know it was like only allowed for that.
Dead naming is if you think that other person by that name is dead.
Okay,
No.
I thought it was the trans thing.
No,
that's
no,
the
no,
same
no.
thing.
Well,
That's the equivalent. The
it might
trans
mean
person
both.
thinks that the person, the Marie is dead, and now it's Max.
I
So
see.
you can't
No,
use
but what
Marie
if
because there is no Marie.
if someone was originally Marie and then call themselves
Max
Max,
Murray.
you call them Marie,
Right.
people will call you out for dead naming.
Correct.
Yes.
Okay, I didn't realize that the community got to have dibs on that one.
Yeah, because with Nikki Haley, I don't think she's abandoning her original name, or
No.
I don't really know. I guess she did it as to Americanize it, or I don't really know. I
That's
think
like when an Indian calls you for customer service, and they tell you their name is Bob, and you're
Right.
like, bro, just be honest with me. I can't trust
Exactly.
you, Bob.
exactly.
Anyway, that blows my mind. I didn't hear that earlier. That I didn't like her before. Now I don't like her more.
Yeah, she's
No, she-
sort of all over the place. She's definitely a bit of a dingbat, a bird brain, you know.
She's good at math, though.
But she answers things, and but then she's backpedaling it. It seems now every 2 or 3 days she's walking back a comment or clarifying a comment or
Making
you know,
everyone happy.
it's seemingly
She made a statement to say
So-
that she was second in the Iowa vote off, where she was third.
she was third.
And I'm like, she goes, now it's clearly a 2-horse race. And you're like, what the fucking planet are you on?
So here's the scoop on her name. She was born Nimrata Nikki Randhawa. So Nikki's like her middle name, and
Sure.
and she married a guy named Haley. So, and
It's
She
actually
goes by-
Hawaiian, though.
huh?
Is it actually Hawaiian?
No,
Can you
she's
drop-
Indian.
Oh, Indian. Okay. Okay.
You might be confusing Telsey and Nikki, but
It must be.
What are you? Do you have dementia or something?
Yeah, it's called THC.
oh, good
So,
man.
so
Good
what?
man.
What's funny about all that there is that unless you actually explained, like her name or birth name and all that, you wouldn't even know she was a foreigner. If you get my drift, because she doesn't look black or Indian, does she?
She looks a little.
no.
I don't know.
But you've got to go. She could be
Very
Spanish
light-
looking though.
Very
couldn't she?
light olive skin, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So my point is, unless you actually went through the rigmarole of it all, you would never even know. You know what I mean? That she's Indian or half Indian.
I
just-
think. Yeah, I don't hold any of the name stuff against her. I don't think I like her policy when it comes to war and funding
No.
wars.
No, I don't
Got,
like it.
she's got all the good contacts.
Yeah, that's the
you know,
problem.
I don't mind if sending our guys to war when it's something that it really is in direct defense of our country.
Trump better not pick her. Honestly, it's a big
No
no
way.
for me.
I don't see
no
it.
way. There's no way.
Yeah,
I'm
So we
telling
got-
you,
big no
if
for
someone shows him a poll that says with her he'll win and without her he
He'd
won't,
pick her in a second.
pick her in a second.
Really?
Fuck. Oh, fuck
me.
yeah.
Well, why would he trust polls?
Well, if it was
Well,
some magic
because
poll that actually told him.
Wait there, chaps. Let's put into context. He destroyed the polls. He destroyed all the pollsters, all the experts, didn't he? He destroyed them in 2016. So let's not go on the polls then.
Oh, you're right about that.
Even if he did have a magic pole nice, if wouldn't he, if someone told him to do something, still be the kind of character that just didn't do it because he didn't want to?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's more like it.
Yeah,
You'd roll the dice and go with Ben Carson or Tulsi.
so the question is, how did he end up picking Pence? How did that process end up? Because I never thought.
Fuck knows.
Good
I
question.
never thought they were. You know, they were not an obvious match.
I wonder if
Mad.
it had to do with religion, because Trump had the evangelicals and Pence had the Catholics. Other than that, I don't know why.
Well, he's a yes man as well. I know he didn't.
Except
He
for
just
when he
followed
told him
suit.
to
didn't he?
recount the votes. He wasn't a
Yeah,
yes man.
yeah.
He was a no man then.
Yeah.
A good man.
December time. Yeah.
He toppled.
I think it was going past anything at that stage, isn't it? And he knew where his bread was buttered.
What do you
Yeah.
mean by?
Go ahead. Yeah.
What do you? Can you put in more context, Welshie?
Well, he'd be on a charge now, like everyone else around Trump at the time. You know, Giovanni, not Giovanni, what's his name? Lawyer from New York.
Damn, the one that just got in trouble and lost all his money.
Yeah, he got done.
Giuliani?
Yeah,
Giuliani.
yeah. I said Giovanni. Yeah, Gio. I can't.
Oh,
Giovanni
right.
has
Charles
more
in the
money
house.
at the moment.
Yeah. So anyway, yeah, you know, so to cover his own ass, Pence done the obvious thing in the end, didn't he? And that was to make sure he wasn't going to get caught up in all that.
If it wasn't because of his thought and heart conviction, and he did it for his job and his well-being, okay.
He had.
It doesn't seem like he believed it.
I don't know what well-being he'd served him by.
He's self-protection, though, for him. It'll be self-protection, so you go for the easiest route.
Oh, he
So
just
I
did it because
don't
it was the
believe-
right thing. That's why he did it.
Yeah.
Who was the blonde that Trump had as an advisor who was kind of controversial? Kellyanne Conway. Sorry.
Yeah.
I've been trying to find this quote from a news show.
Where's the other one? Where's the other one? The one with the dark hair that was the.
Sarah Sanders?
Yeah, where's she to?
I don't know. I think she's back in Arkansas.
I mean, yeah. I thought she was pretty good at her job.
Has
She
anyone
lied
paid attention?
well.
Have you paid attention to the red-haired lady that was just before Jean-Claude Van Damme?
Jean-Claude Van Damme.
What?
I mean, Jean-Pierre.
Yeah.
Oh,
What's her
fucking the
No.
dyke.
Was her name? No.
Be more respectful.
Hey.
Jean.
It's Topple.
She's awful though. She really is. Even the red top before her. At least she could lie well. She lied well.
Yeah.
And she strung it out well.
Jen Psaki was.
Jen Penske. Yeah, well, that's it. That's it.
At least she was.
Oh,
better,
KJP,
right?
KJP, Karine
Yeah.
Jean-Pierre.
Yeah, Karine Jean. Yeah.
She's terrible. She's so bad.
It was Mark Zuckerberg in a red wig. That's what tripped me out.
Oh, looks like Sarah Sanders has a job.
Probably not in this group though.
Thank you,
Sarah.
Smoke Wife.
Sarah Huckabee. She was Trump's she was after Sean Spicer, right? Or before? After.
Sarah, is her name Huckabee or is that her maiden name?
Maiden name.
Okay.
I think it's just the coolest name, so.
Yeah.
That's,
What do you do when you swallow a bee?
Huckabee.
Huckabee.
that's the actual daughter of the guy that was running for president, right?
Mikey.
Yes.
Mikey Huckabee.
Mike Huckabee. Hucked a bee.
The huckster, we used to call him back in the old neighborhood.
He has. Do you guys ever watch or see his show that he has on Newsmax on Sundays?
Negative.
It's like a laid-back talk show more than a news show. It's interesting.
You know what's one of the worst news shows? And I know you guys probably aren't fans of CNN, but there is a really good show, and it's called Smirconish, hosted by Michael Smirconish, every Saturday at 9 o'clock. And it's good. And then after it, they gave that absolute drip. What was his name?
Jimmy Fallon?
No, he used to be on Fox, the guy with the glasses. After he hosted the debate, he got absolutely torn apart.
Glenn Beck?
No, glasses.
O'Reilly? I don't know.
Oh, he was Wallace. Was it Wallace? Is it Mike?
Oh, Chris Wallace.
Chris Wallace, yes. He's got a show now on CNN. He's horrendous.
I thought he was gone. He was on CNN Plus and then it went kaput.
Oh, he's got a show at 10 o'clock.
Okay.
And he's got a round table of idiots. And it follows, like, I don't know. I think you're a fan of Smirconish, right? Aren't you, Last Dance?
Not particularly.
I mean, he's for CNN, he's pretty even-keeled, I think. For CNN, relatively speaking.
Okay. Yeah.
I mean, he reads tweets, he does stories, he features people from the both sides without blatantly showing a ton of bias, in my opinion.
It'd be cool. Have you ever seen a news show that like was reading the YouTube comments or anything, and ever bringing any of those? Because I don't know if they'd be able to find any they could put on the TV, but because like when we're doing this and bringing people in from the chat into the group and talking about it, I think that'd be so cool if the live news was actually like live, looking through people's thoughts and bringing something up.
Well, RW, what you'll find, what I find, I go on YouTube and I go on to comments on news channels, and maybe 7 times out of 10, comments will not be allowed.
Oh yeah, dude, they're people are angry at what the news is doing. Yes.
Yeah, and it really annoys me then. So what I do then, I go onto that same channel because say it's about immigration. So let's see how the public feel on it. Watch the ads, go straight onto the comments, have a scan down. What comments aren't allowed? And I'll go to another video on that same channel, or it just goes to their main menu. I'll just smack one above it that is about tree cutting. The comments are allowed. I'm like, oh yeah, you fucking wankers. So now you just want to control the opinion. So I scan down again just as something else talking about fucking, I don't know, just like inflation. Yeah, comments are allowed. You're taking the piss.
Well, if you go to this comment for people talking about the other
US channels as well.
Oh, very common. Very common. Yeah, on whatever news feed I have on my laptop here on my homepage, half the stories you can't comment on, like you're saying, and probably half you can. Yeah. And anything that's like,
how dare they police it? How dare they police you so you can't comment on more controversial subjects?
It's gone in 2 days anyway, though. So even it's like an opinion hole. You just put your opinion in this hole, and then it gets buried the next day. So who cares?
Now here's one I saw just recently. It was man illegal deported 4 times. Kills person drunk driving.
Is that in America?
Right? And you can't comment on this piece of shit. Like, what are we gonna do? We're gonna hurt his feelings? I mean, what the fuck, you know? Like, you're right.
Yeah,
I mean, bullshit.
And what annoys me
Postmortem depression.
It's the way they treat the normies, the way they treat us to say we won't allow you to comment on this very, very big big hot potato which needed to be dealt with. We're not going to let you comment on this one because you should come back in 4 times for fuck's sake. But we don't want you to comment on that. No, but we can get you commenting on other videos. Yeah, that's the bit as well. It pisses me off like more.
Oh, I know what they would say. They would say because they anticipate racist or hateful comments.
Not good enough.
The real reason is that they anticipate comments that will, be bad news for their agenda,
Narrative.
their narrative.
And their
Right.
SEO.
And even possibly literally their advertising. If they have shit on the edges, they don't want,
Yeah,
I mean, just to sync on that, like Steve's story. Then being deported 4 times, and obviously came back in illegally 4 times, and then murdered someone or caused their death, whichever way. Now, what the fuck is going on?
you're right. I've got some clips here about now there's this bizarre conflict between the Texas, is it the state National Guard and the federal government that
Yeah,
Sounds right. Eagle Pass.
Eagle Pass, yeah.
that
What
was
you-
all a lie. It's apparently
Well, first of all,
what?
we're not talking about the drowning part. I'm just talking
drowning part,
about.
that's what I'm talking
I'm just talking about
that's a
the
lie, that
actual.
is.
There's a park that the Texas people are holding the feds from getting in, and that is true.
Well, so
Now,
what? Okay,
whether or
but
not
maybe
that's
that is
legal,
true. Perfectly.
I don't know if it's legal or not.
I don't think it's legal, Dance. I think that's what they're suing them for because they're stopping the feds from running the border, which is their job.
I mean, from what I know about American law, obviously federal law overtakes state law, and
Federal
so,
law does that's true.
yeah.
But at the
so,
same
I'm
time,
just basically
I
saying
think
what I
that
thought.
from my worldview, I believe Texas is doing the right thing by trying to protect the country.
Why won't Texas allow the federal agents to
Because they'll open it up and let the people through.
so they'll open it up? Okay.
Right.
There-
And
yeah.
Texas is keeping it closed and
I got
saying,
you.
"We don't
I got
want
you."
The
I back
only
it 100%.
it's only a 46 acres. This park, which in the grand scheme of things is not very large.
No, that's
I don't
nothing.
know if it's. I don't know if it's
Maybe it was a
46.
bottleneck.
Is it 46 acres of riverfront, like acres in a line, or is it, more like square acres? Because that would make a huge difference. An acre is more or less, is it around 10,000 by, no, it's around 400 by 400
Feet.
square feet in each direction, a square.
So
4,046 square meters.
There you go.
okay.
But-
So RW, what you're saying is you're saying the state is protecting that land and basically prevented the federals coming into that land because they believe they're going to basically let the barn door open a bit.
It's not
May
what they
I-
believe, it's what they know. But yes,
May I
okay.
provide an analogy?
an allergy accepted.
God, I don't know what did I say. Allergy and
I think-
Are you
analogy.
having dementia issues?
I don't know. There was an R in there, a distinct R added in.
An analogy.
Yes,
This
okay.
is similar to the sanctuary cities that won't allow federal agents to go in and arrest illegals. Like maybe that's not the same. Maybe they will.
I don't
Allow
think that's
them-
the same.
Maybe they will allow them to go, and they just won't assist them.
I don't think that's the same because here you have a state that's denying a federal government its right legally to come in and do its job because they don't believe they're doing their job and they want to actually protect the country by keeping the border intact.
What do you think happens in a sanctuary city? What do you think the sanctuary part means?
Well, in a sanctuary city, once people are through the border, they're allowed to stay there and not be deported if they're living in that city. But I think it's different because that sanctuary city isn't barring federal agents from coming in and doing their job. I think that if a federal agent wanted to, I don't know,
No, I think
maybe
you're right. I think they just don't they don't cooperate with federal agents, but that's not the same thing as actually preventing them from doing anything.
Yeah, not supporting them is different than stopping them all out.
Yeah. I withdraw
I know people.
an allergy.
Good job.
I know people have said that it's not a good thing to dump migrants, economic migrants, refugees, to sanctuary cities. But from what I've seen, it's been very successful in rocking the boat in the Democrat side, especially in New York,
I think
to
I
showing the
think you're
reality.
absolutely right there. It has been very successful in changing the discussion and
Yeah,
flipping the discussion around.
and it's all well and saying, "Oh, they're going to get sued for it." I think you've got to just roll the dice on that. And
How would that work? How would that court case work? It would have to be the Supreme Court, correct?
To do what?
You're talking. I may have heard you wrong. I thought you were talking about when. So the federal government is going to sue. They've threatened it, and they're going to sue Texas. How does that court case? How does that court case work?
So I don't know that does it start at the Supreme Court or does it start at a federal district court?
That would be biased.
What do you mean it would be biased?
If a federal court was the court that ran the court case,
they're also threatening to sue the bus companies. Which is always quite
Federal
interesting.
courts aren't like pro-federal government. They're just
but they are
there
federal.
they're there to enforce federal laws.
I don't know. To me, that doesn't seem like it'd be unbiased.
Well, the Supreme Court is also a federal court.
I guess to me, it just stands out as above the federal court, a federal government. It's like a part of it, but it's above it. I guess I'm just seeing it differently.
No, I guess I'm not. I certainly I'm not a lawyer, so I don't know for sure. But I suspect it would just be. Maybe it would. Well, the hell, I don't really know. I just don't know where the suit would start.
What about a cluster truck?
Now,
I know-
are you guys talking about the difference between federal and state authority?
Well, specifically, he
At what
wants to
point-
know when the federal government sues Texas, where does that lawsuit get
Performed.
filed, and where is it first heard?
Well, let me ask you this. In that same department, is the National Guard the National Guard, or is it the State Army of Texas? Because I hear it referred to sometimes as the Army of Texas
Right.
or the Guard of Texas. Is it the National Guard? It's in the name,
It's it's both.
That's a good question.
It's both.
It is.
We're
It's
That's a
a
good question. I don't know how that
cooperative
works out.
arrangement between the federal government and the state government.
Okay.
If Texas didn't want to cooperate with the National Guard, there would be no National Guard in Texas. If the federal government didn't want to have Texas involved in the National Guard, even if Texas wanted it, there would be no National Guard in Texas. So it's a mutually agreed upon thing.
So the Marine Corps has a sergeant major of the Corps. Does the National Guard have a singular national leader, or does each state have its own sort of chain of command within the state?
I don't know what the full chain of command is. Is there like a national? Is there a national Guard leader?
Right, that's
I have
what
no
I'm
idea.
saying.
No, I've not heard of that. So I think it is just done. There are 50 National Guards or more, 51 at least, actually, probably more than that.
So how does that work when they deploy the Guard overseas?
It works by
Rolling dice? Tossing
Federal-
dominoes?
federal.
No, I mean, like,
state
how do
agreement.
But how do you pick which states?
I don't know. Good
How,
question.
like, is it the closest? Oh, if it's in Asia, we go California. If it's in Europe, we'll go off the East Coast or whatever.
Kansas never goes anywhere.
Right? They go when Canada comes in. Kansas is fucked. I'll tell you that much. Ethan, what's up, brother? Thank you for coming back.
Hey,
Ethan
Atlas.
That's also known as Ethan. Good to see you, man.
Yeah.
Okay, and he's given us a little wisdom here. Units are
Okay.
formed based upon need. Different states have different units. Okie dokie. Yeah, I that's something I don't know anything about, but clearly Texas has the need for border defense, so that's probably what these guys are good at, you know?
Hopefully.
I mean, I feel terrible that people drowned. I don't want it to come to that. I don't want them to be there in the first place. The fact that they think they're just going to waltz on in here is the fucking problem. If they find out that, hey, don't go there, you're not getting in, then maybe that. I mean, we already have a huge amount of people trying that are here, but we've got to stop the incentive, or else it's going to.
Yeah, I think so. And
So Steve, I watched a YouTube video. Well, a couple of them called from Bold and Bankrupt. He's like a traveller. They went through the Darien Gap, which is the jungle, where basically if you come in from Central America, you've got to go through this place, and it was fucking brutal, right?
Yeah.
Lots of them just dying on the side of the pathway, raped, murdered,
Right.
dying.
And also, simply, even fucking barefoot, I saw. Barefoot.
They all lie, yeah, they all lie. And they say, oh, it's like one more day. In the end, it's like 5 days of slog. It takes some people like 2 weeks plus to go through that thing. It takes other people 5 days. And no one is really prepared to, because they've just been told to, like, it's only going to be like 24 hours, 48 hours, and in reality it's 5 days. So they take water for 48 hours because you don't want to carry much water because water's weight. So it's like a shit show all around, and a lot of people are getting taken out.
Yeah, people have like tennis shoes, and the women are wearing dresses, and they're like lucky to have a pair of shoes with tread on them, for Christ's sake, you know?
What do you think about?
If anybody goes through the Darien Gap, I mean, it's like
What do you guys-
undiscovered territory. You know, there's like primitive tribes in there.
It's discovered.
This is a little bit of a digression, but
The native people are robbing them. That's what they're most afraid. Not so much the gangsters, because they pay to, you know, they get a wristband, and the wristband gives them like sort of not a green light, but it makes them sort of protected as such. But what they fear more than anything are the native people.
Sure.
In the
One of
jungle.
those poison dart frog fucking darts in your ass, and you're done for, you know? if
3
they get
darts
mad
is
at
too
you.
much.
Yeah. And what do they call them? Coyotes, right? You pay a guy, and he gets you the whole length of the country.
They get a festival
Mexico.
wristband, and it's quite weird because the wristbands they get, they just seem to be all different wristbands, but there must be some sort of organization going on there. But
What about the blame that's being cast upon different people? When it comes to the story that was written for the mothers and children that died at Eagle Pass in the water, despite how fake or whatever bullshit it was, think of the concept of you have a mother and her 2 kids that are incentivized or something to come to the United States because they'll get through the border and they'll have a better life. All along that way, they're being abused and treated like garbage and terrible conditions, most likely. And then they get there and then they drown in the river. And then the problem and fault lies on the Texas guy that said, no, you're not allowed in. It's like there's a lot to that story and that big picture, and then when they take, you know, they focus on this one final point, which sucks. You get through all that bullshit, and then you drown right on the other side of the border.
they're being given like phone cards. They're being given money. They've been given everything all the way through. All the way through.
Here's what you do. We'll keep that going, Welshman. Get him in here healthy. Get him in here safe. No drowning. Give them $200 each and a phone card. Right back fucking out the door, and they can go back down south to wherever the fuck they came from. But bringing them in, bussing them all around the country without anything, and leaving them in places in the winter is pretty fucking bad too. Just why even take them in the first place? There's no way for them to progress into society before. Hell, they fucking put them in a high school. I believe it was in New York. They had
they
kids
did.
do remote learning to put these people in the school.
Now
And that works.
that story
We all
was
know
because
remote
the
learning
weather was
does
so
not
bad
work.
that they were at risk. Now, are they still in the building? I don't know, but I don't believe that was meant to be the case.
I don't know. I don't know.
To kick basically the population of a school out of the school and then do remote learning for them, when all the evidence out there, apart from anything else, remote learning does not work for the mass pupils in school. It just doesn't work.
Oh, hell no.
COVID showed that, and and to work, what? But I mean, they could have maybe chosen a sports center or a sports hall, but a school to take over a school.
Yeah,
It
well,
would have been a Hooters.
dude, I happen to have heard some teachers interviewed about this, that they're not like giving their identities out or anything like that, but kids are way behind from that whole gap of missing all that schoolwork. There's issues now because of this generation, and you could apply other things to it. Too much, screen time, all that horse shit. Not enough focus on the good old, schoolwork. It's crazy, but
Think about the end game for the child that doesn't have a good education, and they're getting into a job market that's flooded with all these workers.
yeah,
Is that education going to give them the leg up they need to get the job over all the other people in that flooded workforce? I'm curious.
yeah, you're right. And if you come out and you're good at IT, you can get in for 150K within 6 months of starting a job. If you've got an MBA and you're good, same thing. Companies are desperate for decent people. Marketing right now is super hot. I know people who have been in it for 5 years and they're making $250,000. Problem with that industry is when shit slows down, the ones they hired first are the ones that are getting out on their ass, so
Yeah, but you should be able to roll for a while with $1 million in the bank. Like, oh no, anyway.
yeah. If you no, this is what they're not getting. They're not banking it, dude. They're living huge, right? Like
Oh,
some
yeah.
of these
Well,
people.
there's that.
$3,000, $3,500 a month for apartments. One person's floating that, right? And that all goes to the landlord, where they could be putting that into a mortgage, at least getting the equity
And
themselves.
becoming the
but-
landlord that's making ridiculous money.
Exactly. You ready there down below? The fire down below. He's looking behind him. I can't tell what the hell he's looking at back there. Is that a person or
I'm sure he's talking to Mrs. Lip.
all clear? All right, I'm putting him on. There he at. What up?
Hey,
No, I
buddy.
was trying to get my sound right because it's the main screen is on back there, so I got to use that to adjust my sound.
All right, cool.
So that's
Looking
what I was
good. Looking good. How you doing, man?
Good. What's up with you guys? How you guys doing?
All right.
Good.
Nice of you to finally get here.
Yeah. I thought
So
you'd be here
last
early
week
because
was-
we were live on Discord.
I was ready to go, and then my mom called. So it was,
You got
The
your
deal is-
priorities.
the deal is if I spend less time than I do with you guys, then they take priority. That's only fair, right?
Yes.
Oh, that's
Absolutely
good. I
fair.
mean, it's your mom, so you get the hall pass for old mom. No
Yeah,
problem
I
there.
think that I'd sign the hall pass. That's fair.
Yeah. AI, yeah. I mean, Topple makes a good point. You got to put your time in as an apprentice, but plumbers are making bank in the Northeast. Electricians, yeah. I mean,
Didn't Topple promise to visit us this weekend?
I hope so.
I'm pretty sure he promised that.
He's in the chat, so he's kind of here. But we want
What's
to
up,
see.
Top?
We want to see his beautiful face.
Yeah, he
They
had
got
a
a-
bunch of suggestions for chat, so I'm waiting to talk about those things.
They got a all Allison Chains weekend on your local radio station or what, bro? Come on.
They They probably do.
See, I miss him not coming on Goon's show because I like Alice in Chains, and he's the only one that ever requests.
Is that the only thing he requests?
No, he requests different stuff, but he does like Alice in Chains.
He requests famously Natalie Imbruglia, Torn. And he was begging Goon, don't play it, I was only fucking kidding. Goon was like, no way, I'm fucking playing it, bro. And he fucking played it. And it was fucking hilarious. Do you guys remember that one? She was
Yeah.
Tasty Little Biscuit back in her day. And that was an earworm. It was hard
Earworm.
to... Yeah, that song. You couldn't get it out of your head once you heard it a few times.
Those earworms, I think it was from Star Trek, man. They stuff of nightmares.
No, Beastmaster, the original, remember? The
I can't remember
Beastmaster.
where I thought it was just like it creeped me out real bad.
The Beastmaster, they catch the guy, they hold him down on his side, and they use the tweezers to put the fucking worm in his ear.
Oh,
And then he becomes that crazed maniac who just wants to kill people. Great
that
movie.
sounds right. That sounds like what it was.
Yeah. Does anyone remember Beastmaster here? You guys all have blank looks on your faces.
I remember.
No,
the
I
cartoon.
stopped. I mean, that's back to what, the early '80s, I think.
Yeah, he had the two ferrets that were his pets. They were fucking
Yeah.
cool.
Yeah, totally. Yes. Yes.
And the white tiger
Yeah.
and the chick running around in the leather bikini who was his sidekick. I mean,
Sadly,
I
I
I don't
remember
think
the
I've seen
ferret
that
more.
since I saw it at the theater. Because my dad
Wow.
always took us to see every.
I'll be
A-Tor was another classic '80s one. It was really bad.
now
all
that
the
Aphids here. I'll
Conans.
take a little break. Be
All
right
right.
back.
get
Alright.
some booze.
Maybe.
Is he?
All right.
What is he saying that I turn him off and he's
That was
taking a
saying-
break?
think it was
He's already had
Beastmaster
too much of
turning
me.
I mean,
I think he
I
had it
got
at
one.
Beastmaster.
I think he's going to take a leak and grab some gin, if I was to guess. And I've got a. Hey, since you're here, buddy, where's my pen? I want to get your vote on Trump's VP. So far, we have Tulsi Gabbard, no votes. Elise Stefanik, no votes. Nimrata Randawaha, no votes. Nikki Haley, no votes. Christy
You
Noem,
get to be on there twice. That's terrible.
Christy Noem, no votes. Ben Carson, RW, and Vivek Ramaswamy, based Welshman in Last Dance. Who are you going with? Or do you have another
Will,
one?
you give that vote?
I have another one actually.
Oh,
I
yeah?
think it's a more reasonable. I don't think any of those are going to be it.
Okay,
I don't know
okay.
if this is. I don't know if this is going to be it. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying I don't think any of those are going to be it.
Crystal ball time
All right,
I
let's
think
have it.
Stephen Miller is that and that is the guy's name.
from the
The Space
orchestra?
Cowboy?
From the orchestra?
Isn't his name Stephen Miller? His guy, that bald guy. He was a real influential in his first administration.
Oh, dude, that doesn't sound right. Stephen Miller?
I think it is Steve, isn't it? Or do I got that wrong?
That's like the Steve Miller, not Steve. That's Steve Miller band. I'm thinking. Oh, political advisor Stephen Miller.
Yeah, I got it.
Here, I'll drop it in the back. I don't know this
Put it
guy,
in
dude.
the-
I don't remember paying attention to him.
How could you not know that guy?
I have good head of
You
the
don't
sand.
remember him from the first administration?
No,
Seriously?
seriously.
He was so influential.
There he is. Good looking fella. Yikes.
I like his hairstyle.
Straight straight out of
this
Middle
guy-
Earth.
This guy you're looking at right here was in charge of 80% of his immigrant policies right there.
Mm. He looks like a combination of an orc and golem. No, he's just
To me, he
where's-
seems Jewish. I'm trying to see if he's Jewish.
I don't know.
funny, he doesn't look Jewish to me. No, I'm kidding.
I'm curious
That
what
was
Last
Jewish
Dance
or
would say
Jewish?
about my guess there.
I was quoting Spaceballs. You got me. No kidding, huh? Steve Miller.
Look
Don't-
for that name. Look for that name. If
All right.
not, he's gonna have a even, unless he just likes being in the, behind the curtain. But he was very influential, and I think that he'll be even more influential this time around. He's one of the only ones that didn't jump ship on him,
Yo, guys, check this out.
Everybody else did.
Miller was born on August 23, 1985, same year as me, a different month. But he was the second of 3 children in the Jewish family. So he is Jewish.
Millhouse.
Doesn't matter. Just the Jewish people definitely stand out in their own way.
What's his middle name, John Chromaticus? Igoff. Is it Igoff? Igaff. That's even worse. He has gaff in his name. That can't be it.
It looks like your better half is familiar of who he is.
He's so creepy. Stephen Igaff Miller.
They after you left, he was asking me who my opinion on who the VP is going to be for Trump, because I guess you guys all voted.
Oh, that Stephen Miller, that creepy guy, looks like. He looks like.
Guess.
Do you remember that movie? It was a cult movie from the 80s, maybe even earlier, called Phantasm.
Oh, it's one of my favorite movies, and I knew you were going to say that for some reason. He looks like
like that.
What's his name?
Like the Undertaker.
The
the old guy with the
tall man.
Yeah, tall man.
That's what his name is.
To me, he looks more like the blue imp from Hercules.
Yeah.
But anyway, I think he's the more. I don't think any of those choices you rifled off. The Swami dude, he ain't gonna be.
Someone needs to contact him.
Oh man, we got to edit that out.
And it's got our founding father behind him. Son of a. I don't even know the guy.
Stephen Miller.
That's Beethoven.
RW didn't even know who he was last dance. Can you believe
I didn't really either. I had heard the name, but
I mean, so influential in the last in Trump's administration.
Yeah. Okay.
I prefer the Steve Miller from the Steve Miller Band.
Right? Of course. I have to.
Could you see that last dance? Could you see him being the VP?
No, I can't.
Could you see him being more important in the Trump administration than he was last time around?
Yeah, but VP would not be. I mean, nobody knows who the hell he is.
Well, who's he going to pick? He's not picking the Swami.
I don't think he will, but we'll see.
Little Steve Miller.
Yep. Some people call me Space Cowboy.
The funny thing is, he has a song called Space Cowboy, which is a different song. That song, of course, is called The Joker. That threw me off as a kid. I was like, I finally got the album with Space Cowboy on it, and I put it on, and I was like, this isn't the fucking song! Thank God it was the same album, but I had to go through every song, and I was like, oh, The Joker! No kidding. That's what it's called. Crazy. Yeah.
There's some songs that really remind me of my old pool playing days. By the way, Smokesteve, now that you're not playing your music, you can turn your noise canceling back on so you can save our ears.
For the love of God!
From bleeding. I can't believe that's the way we used to roll through the whole show.
The funny thing is, earlier Last Dance was like, I can't hear the fans. And then I thought, oh, wow, the fans have gotten quieter. But
well, I knew if I couldn't hear the fans, I wouldn't hear the music. So.
Okay. So now
I just assumed. There we go.
I like this setting better.
Absolutely incredible, the difference it makes.
Who says technology can't make our lives better?
Yeah, really. It's AI. It is AI.
I mean,
it's not perfect.
We can even hear you much clearer.
Yeah.
Not to mention everybody else.
It's incredible.
It used to be kind of like if you ever been in a convertible on the highway for an hour.
Right.
I don't know what it's like with those fans going for a stream.
I used to try to keep the door completely shut, and then I had to open it a crack to get the smoke out, and that would create a little like vortex, I think, which was even worse because it's a strong ass fan. What does he mean here? 2 songs from AIC or
Alice
Alice
in
in
Chains.
Chains.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Ocasio Cortez.
That one ain't gonna be Trump's choice. Go ahead.
He might mean 2 different songs, but he's requested them like many times.
Every day,
Yeah.
every
Same-
Friday.
The same 2 songs.
Mhm.
Second,
I mean,
yeah.
I was never an Alice in Chains fan. The
No.
Soundgarden or Alice in Chains, like
I didn't
too
like
similar.
Soundgarden.
Too similar. The guy's
Oh.
Soundgarden, the guy's voice. I mean, people say how good of a singer he is. His voice is just so whiny.
Chris Cornell,
Yeah,
he's fucking incredible.
I
Dude.
like Soundgarden.
To me, it sounded the
voice.
same. All their music sounded the same.
exactly.
Oh,
That's my
man.
problem.
The song "Fell on Black Days" is a fucking anthem.
I know that song. I'm not saying they don't have good songs, but they all sound the same.
But-
I mean, have you ever heard his cover of the Prince song sung by the Baldy there that died, the Irish chick, Sinead O'Connor?
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Cranberries.
Nothing Compares to You.
Yeah, I know that song. Yeah.
Chris Cornell
everybody-
does an
everybody
acoustic version of it, and it is beautiful, man. It is fucking good. And I called her Baldy because that was what when Phil Hartman did an impression of Frank Sinatra, and on stage they had someone doing an impression of Sinead O'Connor, and he was like, "Hey, Baldy, whatever," you know, like that was when SNL was actually funny. You know, good shit. God rest Phil Hartman. Yeah, I can't.
Hartman. His wife offed him.
Fucking cocaine binge maniac nightmare grabbed a 357 and shot him in the chest. Sad. Crazy the 80s. Remind me to. I found a Billy Idol interview last night when he was on Letterman in '84.
Better than Billie Eilish.
Oh my god, it's so funny, dude. He is licking his lips and sniffing all funny, and you know, there's some old interviews with fucking David Bowie. There was a late night interview show, famous guy. I can't remember his name right now. Deep voice, great interviewer. And same thing, licking his lips, all making funny facial expressions. Like, are they literally like standing there waiting for their name to be called, doing bumps in the back? Like, how much cocaine could they possibly be doing back then? But it sure looks like it.
There's a question. Measurement of cocaine consumption.
Yeah,
Have you seen that James Brown interview he does? It's like
Yeah,
just
I have.
coked out of his mind. It's like 5 a.m. It's like some morning show, and he's just like, his eyes couldn't be bigger. He's so excited.
yeah. I've got a great picture of the Eagles in the back of maybe a 9-seat airplane. One of them, they're all working beers. One of them's rolling a joint. I think Glenn Fry's literally got a spoon up to his nose. Don's in the back reading a book, like probably fucking, you know, Walden Pond or something. Who knows? And it's just, they're just flying from one place to another, and they're getting high. They're doing coke. They're getting drunk. Like, that's all they have to do apparently, and then go play music. You know, I mean, Jesus Christ. You know, what a life.
A life.
Yeah, crazy.
As long as they
life.
can still perform when they get there.
Well,
Yeah.
how many of them are still alive? Don Henley is. I don't know.
Donnie is, and one of the greatest additions to any rock band ever, Joe Walsh, is still kicking.
Joe Walsh, that's right. He's still,
Joe Walsh.
When they brought
Man,
him in, that's when the Eagles were getting real sleepy. You know, fucking, they were like, we got to wake this thing up. They brought in Joe Walsh, and boom, you had Life in the Fast Lane, you had Hotel California, you had all that great stuff. You know, it was such a good addition to that band.
Yep.
The Life's Been Good to Me is in my very like top 5 exclusive best songs ever.
It's a great song.
It is a great song.
It's
Every time we got a new sound system, I would put that in there and get as close to the speakers as I possibly could and turn it up as loud as I could.
It's got that goofy breakdown in the middle with like all of a sudden it's just that keyboard.
Right.
It's like out of nowhere the song kind of goes to sleep, but then he brings in that lead that when he's just bending the notes, and it's so sweet, man. And
I love that keyboard. That's the kind of stuff I love.
it's cool. It's just
the synthesizer.
it's out of left field, is what I mean. I don't mean that it's bad.
I just love the psychedelic vibes that kind of stuff.
It brings the song down to a very mellow moment, and then it brings you back into it with a sick guitar solo.
Man,
and then
that's so good. That guitar is so good.
Oh, he's bending
That was the
notes.
first time I saw Random Goon Show. I was like, I know what I'm picking, and I went straight to that, copied it and pasted it, and he's like, "Oh, that's UB," and I had no idea what he was saying. You know, it was like he was speaking a foreign language. I was like, I have no idea. So then I did every song. The first 3 songs I did were some of my favorite. The Animals. I can totally draw another one of my favorite songs of all time.
Pixies song, I think, right?
No, this was because he could do the Pixies because they weren't all. Everything I picked at first was Ubisoft protected, but it's an Animals song. Oh my god, I can't believe I can't think of the
Animals. Was it
They several people did the song, but
not House of the Rising Sun?
Yes, House of the Rising Sun.
There you go. There it is. Him.
Welcome.
Topple.
Hello.
Apple.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Sweet.
Loud and clear.
Good
What's
to see
up?
you, man.
How's everybody?
Good, dude.
good.
How are you?
It's good to
I'm
see
good.
your face once every 6 months.
I've been busy.
Good, busy. Busy is good. You're a father. You have a life. That's fine.
My daughter took up swimming. I'm like, all right, cool. I didn't realize it was like every day a week.
Yeah.
I thought this would be simple.
Is she
I'm like-
competing for Olympics?
It feels like it. There's a swim meet every weekend, mostly Saturdays. That's why I'm not here.
I always thought that was the coolest thing for a young kid to get into, teen, whatever, because, like, later in life, she's always going to be a great swimmer. Even if she's not the fucking captain of the swim team, she's always going to be a good swimmer. Like, you don't have to worry about that kid in the water, you know, like, or as they become an adult. It's like my sister was on this. It's great workout. Yeah, totally, man.
Not
It's
Topple,
awesome.
I hate calling you out because you know it's not my style. But what time is there? Almost 10 o'clock?
It's almost 10.
They have a lot of swim meets at 10 o'clock on a Saturday night.
No, it's like an 8-hour day. I'm being dead serious. It starts in the morning, and then their group will go, and their group will go twice, and then around like 5 o'clock there's a break, lunch, dinner, whatever you want to call it, and then they go another 2 times. They can go, and it depends on, like, we've been 4 hours out. We've been
Damn.
close to Pittsburgh from where we are.
Oh, that sucks, dude. And
Like,
then you got to smell that.
lacrosse was so much easier than this. So
Less chlorine smell, too, with lacrosse.
Hopefully.
but she's happy.
That's cool. That's all that matters.
That is all that matters.
But no,
That's-
also just my hours changed at work too. I took a bigger responsibility, and now I just have no life. It's swim and work. So
Did that come with a pay increase or not?
oh yeah, that's the
Good
only
man.
reason.
I was going to say it doesn't always work out that way. So good.
Oh, I wish I could go back.
Are
to
you
what I
making
used to
more
do.
per hour? Because you're probably working more
I'm
hours.
salary now, so
Oh,
kind of
okay.
screwed myself with
The
that
answer's
too.
no.
Yep.
Right. Yeah. Sucks. Right.
But you
Are you on
benefits
call on the
now.
weekend?
I'm on call 24/7.
Oh, well, you
For
gotta.
physical
that
show
count?
up?
When do you drink the peanut butter whiskey then?
I haven't
Ugh.
drank in. I don't even know the last time I drank. I haven't drinking
Jeez.
anything since probably one of these pubs were the last time I drank.
Well, good for you, man. I'm glad to hear that.
It's not a choice of sobriety. I'm not trying to get sober or anything. It's just I'm too busy.
Hey, whatever you want. It's all good. The drinks will always be there. Sometimes life takes precedent. All right, shall we do the Trump clip? I think now that the lead Trump voter is here.
I think Top will be all right with that.
Trump
All right.
2024.
That's your vote right now?
I've been so busy. I don't even know what's going on. I really don't know.
All right, let me put this to you.
So what's your
Assholes,
VP
right?
vote?
Well, if you don't know what's going on, you probably don't have a likely pick for who's going to be vice president. I could give you some like options for multiple
Huckabee.
choice.
Huckabee.
Mikey?
No,
The man or the woman? Oh.
Sarah.
That's more interesting than all the other choices. That they
That's the
had.
whole point.
Yours
It
was
don't
pretty
fucking
interesting.
matter.
Nathan.
Sarah Huckabee. Okay, everybody's. Yeah, this is probably what everyone's doing. There's so many choices out there. Topple. I'll put that as GT.
I never thought of that one. That's interesting. I like it.
It's good.
What if he has Biden as his VP?
This is not back then.
A
where-
unity
that-
ticket.
Talk about confusing the old guy.
Yeah. Right.
Oh, okay.
Biden
He'd be
could
like,
do it
I
right
can't
back
lose.
then.
I don't think.
They'd go falling up the stairs. That wouldn't be good.
Mhm. All right. I'm going to share this. It's short. This is a
Do
short
it.
share. Here we go.
I can't see shit. Oh, there we go.
By the way, they never report the crowd on January 6th. You know, Nikki Haley, did you know they destroyed all of the information, all of the evidence, everything, deleted and
We
destroyed
can't hear
all of it. All of it,
Barely.
because of lots of things. By the way, they never report.
Hold on 1 second then. I'm going to crank it. Earphone warning.
Okay.
It's,
Not that one.
oh, what the
forward.
fuck
You're
did I
going-
just
You're
do?
going forward.
Oh,
You
God. Oh, God.
See grizzlies and elephants. Damn it.
You got to click the universal sound.
All right, hold on. I'm all screwed up here. We're
Not
at a
the
hot.
universal fast forward icon.
Thank you,
You
thank
can't
you.
lose, Smokesteve. Because
All
either
right.
way, it's either funny or relevant.
All right, we're cranked on both sides. I think, yeah, we're good. Okay, let's try it again.
I don't see this working out, guys.
Yeah, you don't have it on. You're not sharing it to us. Smoke.
Oh, for God's sake.
I love it.
Man, why won't it work?
I stopped sharing?
Yes.
Yeah, it's just we got the full screen here.
It's just a bunch of.
It's all us.
It's just 6 ugly guys.
I'd like to see Steve work one of those Elmo projectors.
There
All
we
right.
go. Right, you're almost there.
All right, we ready?
I'm ready.
Yeah.
By the way, they never report the crowd. On
I don't think you
January
turned it
6th.
up
You
at
know,
all.
Nikki Haley.
I did. We're cranked. I'm at 100, and this is peaked at the bottom.
Oh
Okay.
well, then it is what it is.
I can hear it. Are you guys all real low on it?
We can hear it. It's just not very loud. So
Okay.
we'll
I have
just
to
play.
turn my volume down for you guys, but now I'll
Just
turn
go
it up
for it.
Nikki Haley, you know did you know they destroyed all of the information, all of the evidence, everything, deleted and destroyed all of it, because of lots of things. Like Nikki Haley is in charge of security. We offered her 10,000 people, soldiers, National Guard, so whatever they want. They turned it down. They don't want to talk about that.
Is he talking about Pelosi?
Yeah,
Yes, that's
well,
the
he
gap.
doesn't know that.
that's the gaff.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's not a good look. He said her name like 16 fucking times. Like,
Nikki Haley. Nikki Haley.
he
Nikki
kept
Haley.
saying it.
Somebody
I think the
reboot
people
Trump.
people in the audience are like, "Is he okay? Why does he keep saying Nikki Haley?" That was weird, man.
What
Well,
was the context?
glitching.
Was
He
he
does
going?
repeat himself a lot in the way he speaks, so that being what he was repeating wasn't a good look either.
Was he talking about Nikki Haley the whole time before and after that, or was he talking about Pelosi?
Good question. Because if he was talking about Pelosi in context before that, then it's worse. If he was talking about Haley before that, then it's a
Well, I was
More-
thinking it was
more understandable.
better. Like he just was thinking he was saying Pelosi and he was saying Nikki Haley. But if he was like pointing out different how she's wrong here and how she's wrong here, then that looks horrible because he
I just
really
think
thinks that she did that.
it's really on the nose though when the blue media is pumping out how much she has dementia now,
What?
He as in Donald,
as in
right?
Donald Trump. You're like,
Oh.
come on, please don't do this.
Oh,
Please don't do this.
what did he just do there, though?
No, he definitely made a mistake. But we have an acting president right now that's absolutely demented.
Yes, I know, and this is a shame that these are the two main idiots that.
That's
are
the point. That's the point.
That's the scary part.
It
Agreed.
really is a Dumb and Dumber choice, really.
It's
Well, in that case, there's one that's
that
better than
movie
the
was
other.
supposed to be a comedy.
Yeah, have you guys heard the recent thing coming up about how they're trying to quell an addition of a third party? They don't want it, a legitimate third party.
I think each side doesn't want a third party because they think it's going to hurt their chances.
Right.
Correct.
Right now, yeah.
Right, but the people probably do. I would
RFK's
say.
Well, I think this is the best time in history. I don't think it's got a snowball's chance in hell,
No.
unless it was somebody that was more from one of the two parties that just split off and was like, "Look, we can't sit back and let this happen. This is ridiculous."
Is Kennedy
RFK's
still
in,
a
right?
talking point?
And I still don't think they would have a chance. Yeah, I know, but he's not really. I mean, I'm talking about somebody that already has a high standing in that party, not somebody that's a outlier that claims to have
They're all
similarities.
outliers.
I think he has no chance either, but
Yeah,
I
he's
think-
got no chance.
I think
He
there are
could steal
people-
votes though, because it's gonna be razor sharp close, you know.
You think?
And I
Like
don't think
Iowa?
anybody can. I don't think anybody can have a prediction on. If they tell you this is how it's going to be, then that's when you stop listening to them because
You're
nobody
talking
knows.
about
This is-
you're talking about presidential election.
Yeah, I don't think anybody has any clue, really. It's like people that think they know what's going to happen with the stock market, you know, in a year forward.
So by this theory, are you assuming Trump is going to be the candidate? It'll be Trump Biden with this.
It's 100% going to be Trump Biden.
Now, is there
Well,
any
I mean, I'm not
possibility
100%.
that Trump?
I shouldn't say 100%.
99 is good.
I was gonna say this the last answer earlier because we kind of started talking and then I got making dinner and stuff and sidetracked. But
Steaks,
I am
lobster.
interested. I am interested in seeing what happens. Not that I think that she really has a chance, but if DeSantis drops out, and then I think because what is happening here? It's not like I don't even think it's a majority of the Republican Party is like all into Trump being our next president. I think that
definitely.
it's enough percentage that outweighs because it's either Trump or it's 10 other people that they're dividing everything up.
I'm going to disagree.
To see if
I'm going to disagree too.
I think it's
In
a
what way?
majority. I think it's maybe 60-40. I'm not saying it's a
it's
overwhelming
close.
majority,
Right,
but
I'm
I do
I'm
think
not going to argue
Look at
over
Iowa.
that. Yeah.
I think more Republicans are not necessarily hardcore MAGA, but are happy with Trump as a candidate.
Look at Iowa.
If there's no other option.
No, yeah, that's what I mean. Like,
That's what I'm saying.
like pretty much all Republicans are going to take him.
What I'm saying is I'm interested to see what happens when it comes down to two in that party. If it's
Two,
it might be
right.
too late. It might be too late. But once, because I think DeSantis will probably, he might not ever bow out. It just might not be in his nature, and you can't fault him for that.
Right.
But if he does, like, let's say he bows out soon, I'm interested to see how much traction she gains at that point.
Right.
I don't think it's going to be an overwhelming. That's why I don't think that she has a chance.
Is
But I'm
DeSantis
interested to see if she
second
gets
place?
if she gets pretty close, like 60-40, I think is close.
Isn't DeSantis in second right now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Basically,
By a small
Well,
percentage.
He
Yeah,
spends
by
he
very
spends and it's based off of Iowa or Ohio.
Yeah,
and
that's
he,
just Iowa right now. So
Iowa, and he spent so much time and money there that
Idaho.
I know one of those states nobody cares about.
What do you think about New Hampshire?
flyover country, as it's called by us East
Exactly.
Coast elites.
Right.
Yeah,
Do you
you
guys have any
watch.
thoughts on New Hampshire coming up?
They got some good maple syrup up there. I'll tell you that much.
Well,
Okay.
What was that second word?
Syrup.
You said syrup. Did he not say syrup?
Yeah, that's how we say it.
Syrup.
High
Damn, what
fructose
country are you
syrup.
from? It's syrup.
Syrup.
Damn, you're only a
Syrup.
couple states away. It's syrup.
It's syrup. It's syrup. I
Syrup
would
who?
smoke Steve.
Is this a Maryland?
Syrup?
It's not syrup. What are you crazy?
Here, syrup.
No.
I will die on that hill.
No. Syrup.
No.
Our Maryland tongue is not fitting in here.
Well, I mean, let's go a little like more urban. Scissorp.
Syrup.
Scissor.
Scissorp.
Yeah, syrup.
Actually, the more you don't pronounce that correctly, the more correctly you're pronouncing it. That's a hard one.
I think scissorp or scissorp is what? It's codeine with crushed up fucking what's the candy?
I want that purple
I don't
stuff.
know.
Smarties.
I thought it was grape drink.
Yeah, I thought it was
Purple
grape drink.
drink.
Well, they mix that in there.
I thought
Yeah.
it was
I know what
Robitussin.
Smokesteve's talking about. He's talking about it's ghetto, like this ghetto sauce they make, and it like slows you down to like. It's like
It's codeine and
stuff.
Robitussin.
Ghetto sauce. That's a first.
yeah, it is.
Somebody-
It is.
Didn't I just discuss this with RW like a week ago?
Yeah, not long ago we talked about the scissor.
Oh, did you?
Purple drank is what I remembered. The stuff that Jamarcus Russell used. Remember the Oakland Raiders #1 draft pick that never did anything?
Oh.
Oh,
Was
okay.
he benched because he was on the scissor?
Well, it turns out when they finally did like what went wrong that he was actually a codeine addict before he even got into the NFL.
But as a codeine addict, wouldn't that be the perfect person to have on the line? Because even if they got crunched, they wouldn't go down.
You'd think so, right? They're pre-medicated, right?
They'd be slow.
Just don't give him the ball. He's just there to just get in the way.
It's not like
So-
Coke.
Like after every football game, aren't those guys legally prescribed codeine for the pain?
Mm,
Well, they could be because it's
depends.
oddly it's not illegal
On a prescription, right?
on a prescription, right?
So you could get the prescription and then be scissorping up all day long and be all motherfucking set, brah.
Man, you should be an NFL executive, Smokesteve. You got all the answers.
It was like Michael, whatever his name was there. No, he talks faster.
Irving.
Yeah, he was saying like when he gave a speech to the new rookies and stuff. Remember? Did you ever hear that when he was like, "You got to have a fall guy. You got to have somebody take the blame who ain't on the team, who ain't ain't in the locker room, one of your buddies or whatever." It was like that was on record, him telling the rookies that. What do you think about this here? Nikki Haley hanging in there. Trump might get sick or be imprisoned.
He's not going to be in prison by then.
Even if he is in prison, my response was that I still think he'd win from prison because putting him in prison would give
He would get
him
votes.
a
I
mega
don't think he
boost.
would win. I don't think he would win, but I think he would get votes still. But
Nikki Haley is hanging in there because she has lots of money from defense contractors, and the only reason you really ever drop out of a race is because you lose your money,
Your free ride.
right? And she's not losing her money, so it
she
might
has
be that
money
the
to
defense
defend.
contractors want to
So
keep
how-
her
So
in
what's
there.
your feelings on Ukraine and Israel then?
Oh, she's pro-war. all
Oh,
the way.
okay. Oh, great.
Huge.
Yeah, thank you.
My kind of gal.
What,
Yeah, she's-
Exactly.
what do
Yeah,
you think of her
It's
comment,
actually
though?
Aphid Lip who's funding her.
Yeah, she's like straight out of the George W. school,
Yeah,
George Bush, Halliburton. She's right in line to
Georgetown University.
ship that money over to Ukraine, get it to them now, that sort of thing.
Yep.
What do you think of her comment about being a two-person race when she was third from the Iowa caucus? How did that make sense to you guys? Did you hear that one?
I mean,
I think it is a third person. I think it is a
I
two-person
think
race.
she's seeing that she's going up and DeSantis is going down, and so it's
Even though she was third in that polling.
even though she was third.
I mean, I think you're putting too much. You're putting too much into that. I think overall she's ahead of DeSantis. I could be wrong.
She was
but I
only
think
like
she is.
2 points behind DeSantis.
It's just interesting to coming out like in context. It
it's-
didn't seem right.
It sounds stupid because it's not a two-person race. If you're number
Yeah.
3, you're not really.
All right, let's stick to all the things that she said that people are labeling as stupid. There's one. How about her saying America is not or never was a racist country?
Ugh.
She said that.
She
Depends
said
on how
that.
far back you read in history, I guess.
Never? Like never ever?
She said, "I refuse to." I mean, we can clip this. This one I should be able to find. I'm not been striking out at this, but what do you think about that? Saying that?
Come on, it's ridiculous.
If we're comparing other countries, are we more racist than others?
Well,
I don't
it's
think
the
so,
never was that I think is ridiculous. We
Yeah.
had slavery. What could be more racist than that?
If we're comparing stupid things that these candidates we have to choose from have said though.
Okay, why do we have to compare stupid things? Isn't there a better basis to compare?
No.
candidates? Something a little more
Unfortunately not.
uplifting.
Not this time, buddy.
All right,
What
now
about-
we're going to
what
rate the
about
candidates based
good
on
things?
gaffes.
What about good
Yeah.
things that they've said? I'll have to research that one. I didn't pay attention to them.
The good things. And
rare.
Make America great.
Yeah, I don't
I
think.
like that concept, I guess.
that's a great slogan.
Yeah.
Yeah, see,
I like it more than build back better.
We didn't build shit back. So
How about just build stuff better?
Well, Biden's in his first stage of building back better, or build back better. He's getting all the workers in from the border now, and then this next, they can all start building.
But
I mean,
Steve says that their build qualities aren't that great.
It depends. That's bullshit. That's bullshit.
Who?
Some solid carpenters coming this way.
Who's? What did I say? Build quality? What now?
You're fucking liars. What you said? No.
So he said that the Build Back Better program, Biden's bringing in his labor force from the border right now, and when they
From
start
the
building-
border?
yeah.
Yeah.
And I was saying that I'm questioning their building skills based on your experiences you've been sharing.
I don't know. Yeah, there's problems. There's problems.
Well, there's problems with American base workers too. So
It's all about having the guys watching over everything that on the big projects are catching the fuck ups. And if you don't have good people catching the fuck ups, that shit is going to be all fucking lame by the time they put it together. Because you know how it goes. One thing is based on another. It all goes in a row. If the first framing guys fucked it up, then the finish guys, and all the way through to the HVAC guys, everyone's going to have problems. So, yeah, it's like, I don't know. No comment. I can't comment. It's just crazy. It's fucking crazy, dude. All right, here we go. It's hard to find a good clip of Nikki saying that, to tell you the truth, but because, yeah, all right, we'll try this one.
But- so racism was never alive in the great USA.
I got it. I found one. This is
Somewhere
good.
there's an Indian with a tear dripping down his cheek.
He was Italian.
What kind of an Indian?
He was
Wait.
Italian.
David Lips posted his whole history on in the Discord.
I think it's great.
What? What? Who does?
You guys
what?
like trash is your problem. You think trash is cool? We should all pollute.
Pro trash.
Just for a smoke wife, I'm not going to add it up, but basically 100,000 average seems good. 100,000 is close enough
Compared
to
to what? Compared to Iowa, maybe.
No, I'm just saying for the choose.
Compared to a borough in New York City, it ain't shit.
Oh,
Yeah, she's a good-looking woman.
she wasn't born.
She's 52. She looks excellent for 52.
Wow.
Is she 52?
All right, I'm gonna peak the master volume on the output.
Gives me hope.
Okay, that did something. Okay, let's try
Mrs.
that.
Lip, you have permission to hit him.
All right.
You're gonna see a dog toy hit the side of his head here in a second.
America is
something
not
heavier.
a racist country. Okay, I could get with that.
Okay, here we go.
In much of the Democratic Party, it's now fashionable to say that America is racist. That is a lie. America is not a racist country. This is personal for me. I am the proud daughter of Indian immigrants. They came to America and
why I
settled
changed my
in
name.
a small southern town. My father wore a turban.
Did not.
My
change her
mother
name.
wore a sari. I was a brown girl in a black
What?
and white world. We
Huh?
faced
She's not
discrimination
brown?
and hardship.
Are you guys still on her?
Never gave in
Yeah.
to grievance
Yeah.
and
Okay.
hate. My mom built a successful
What do you mean? Are we
business.
on her?
My dad taught.
Well, are you
30
watching me
years
search the internet right now?
Fucking
No,
mentally,
no,
or-
no, the porn's fine.
We're on her. We're swapping, taking
and
turns on
first
her.
female governor.
Okay.
Gross.
America is a story that's a work in progress.
You
Now
say
is
that,
the
but
time
you're
to
full.
build on that progress and make America
You're the
even
first one on
freer,
her.
fairer.
No
and
way,
better
man.
for
Sounds like
everyone.
you got the
That's why it's
the
so
golden
tragic
ticket.
to see so much of the Democrat.
All right, now she's just.
That was some good salad there at the end. What we're talking about?
RW, RW, I'm 61. She's like gorgeous.
No, dude, she's pretty, but I'm not jumping on it. No thanks.
What?
She got
Yeah, I wouldn't
money.
expect you to. She does now. She didn't. A little while
So
ago, she
you're-
didn't.
In what she said there, I don't disagree with what she said.
Betty White was on Last Dance's radar a couple years ago. What do you-
Ah,
I mean, she wasn't at the top, but she was still on the list.
She's a pretty brown girl. She was brown at one time, she said.
Yeah.
That's a lot of foundation happening then.
Who's the Indian Democrat? Well, what's her name?
Elizabeth Warren.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that the Republicans version now?
That's what I was thinking.
I don't know.
Oh, the one. Well, I thought she was Native American. The
Oh,
the
yeah,
other
she was
one.
Native American, but who's the other Indian?
Yeah, Indians are Indians, aren't they?
I agree that
We're not
it's
racist
America-
country.
I agree we're not a racist country. not
I
now.
agree what she said there. I don't believe we're a racist country.
Only when we're
well,
trolling,
in-
bro.
I think Smokesteve's spreading fake news.
well, she said it, right?
No,
You
not
said
ever.
not
You said
ever.
ever.
I saw her say that. I'm going to try this one now.
The institution
Oh,
of
man.
slavery were written into the U.S. Constitution. The White House was built
Start that
so
again.
America has, quote, never been a racist country, unquote. Protections for the institution of slavery were written into the U.S. Constitution. The White House was built with slave labor.
When you look at, the Declaration of Independence, it was that, men are created
What are you
equal with unalienable rights, right? That was what we all knew.
Inalienable.
But what I look at it as is
Oops.
I was a brown girl that grew up in a small rural
Let's
town.
push that again, Top.
We had plenty of racism that we had to deal with. But my parents never said we lived in a racist country. And I'm so thankful they didn't. Because for every brown and black child out there, if you tell them they live or were born in a racist country, you're immediately telling them they don't have a chance.
Just to push back a bit, because I was a history major in New Hampshire. You're talking about the ideals of America. But
is this Jake Tapper?
America was founded
Yeah, Tapper.
institutionally
What a
on
fuckhead.
many racist precepts, including slavery.
But when you look at said all men are created equal, I think the intent was to do the right thing. Now, did they have to go fix it along the way? Yes, but I don't think the
Woman and
intent was
plantation
ever
at a
that
time.
we were going to be a racist country.
All right, let me just play the beginning few seconds again so we can.
Yeah, I
my
think he did say he quoted her by
my
saying-
quote is
You said that America has, quote, never been a racist country, unquote.
she said that. He quoted and unquoted.
some
All
part
right.
she must have said that.
Oh,
Oopsies.
Last Dance, the second guesser.
I mean,
of
Jake
all
Tapper
second
said it,
guessers.
so you must be right.
Smokesteve does a victory lap.
And boy, what's your vitriol towards Jake Tapper for? Golly, he's just a regular old Joe like you and I.
He's just another. he's not a regular old Joe like you and I.
I know. What don't you like?
He's just
Yeah, I've never paid
another
attention to him.
partisan newsmaker who's trying to push an agenda. You know, I don't object to him putting hard questions to these candidates, including Nikki Haley about this question. But then, you know, could start testifying. Oh, I was a history major. Blah 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 blah. I'm not
she's
impressed.
like, yeah, well, I'm brown.
I'm not. Right. All right. Who's the victim here, Jake?
Yeah, bitch.
Brown girl.
So,
Yeah, that was the more takeaway. I mean, I think she did say that she was brown, didn't she?
Brown
multiple
girl.
times in
I was a
multiple
brown girl.
conversations.
Very odd.
It was is the
I was a brown girl.
operative word.
Yeah, I didn't pay attention to that.
You know, I'd
There
like
you
to see
go.
a picture. Of
As you see, I transitioned away from that situation, so it's all good now.
Not only does she not look, you know, brown, her facial features aren't. They look like kind of a mixed race, like European and Indian.
I don't know.
I wonder what if her dad is really sure.
He wore a turban, but she didn't say he was brown.
You know, maybe who she thinks is her dad isn't her dad.
Ooh, spicy.
No, like another Obama thing.
Yeah, I know.
Another crafted candidate.
The curry man always rings twice. Anyways, let's move on to the next thing.
Hey,
Pick your poison, Anderson Cooper or Jake Tapper.
is Anderson
Jake
Cooper
Tapper.
still a thing?
Oh yeah.
Oh, shit.
What am I? Which one I like better? Or which one I hate more?
Like better.
Ugh.
I would have to go with Jake Tapper.
Really? Wow.
Asking me to pick between two people I don't like.
Tapper is from Philadelphia, so I gotta take him.
I have to look up his picture. I know his name.
I like Anderson Cooper.
What?
He's
Yeah.
special.
Crazy, huh? Yeah.
Wow,
Yeah,
what was
I'll
there to
take
like?
Jake
Good for you,
Tapper.
Smokesteve.
Yeah, I know.
respect that.
Crazy person.
That's a fucking liar.
How so? Where?
Last chance, what do you-
name some
what-
lies? Give me some lies.
Oh, I don't want to get AFED upset when I talk about media
you won't get upset.
and all that, and their influences.
He's just gonna
on
call
what
you
they
out. That's
say.
all. Don't be scared.
The whole thing with the Trump thing, calling him he's racist, saying he's anti-gay people when he didn't even exhibit any of that.
I
And
don't
then
remember
he
that.
married
He
a
was
woman,
also
though.
part. I don't know if it was. I know it's CNN. I don't know if he was part of the people that were going after the kids wearing mega hats when they were getting attacked by the black guy on the where the hell it is. The Catholic school thing. Remember that?
You're talking about
Covington.
Nicholas Sandman and the Covington.
Yeah. I don't know if it was exactly him that was saying that though. I think it was, but I don't.
Well, that was a misjudgment by a lot of journalists and a lot of people. And that kid got paid, dude. Paid.
Yeah.
And he should
Kind of
have.
like how Carson did with Epps. Now Epps can't live his life, like that kind of shit.
Carson?
Or
Carlson.
Tucker.
Carlson. I was like, wait a second. What did I miss?
Tucker. Sorry. Same thing.
Yeah,
with
like
Tucker
are you
did
equal?
that.
Are you equally upset when those guys do the same thing? You know.
Oh yeah.
Absolutely.
I already told you. Any new Fox and all that. I don't. I think it's all bad. It's all brainwashing, and it causes problems to people.
Well, that's true, but that's what we want that though. I mean, not
I
we.
don't want that.
No, we don't want
ever
it,
want to
but
be
there's
a
enough
victim
of the
that.
population that does want it. That's why it's there.
So
Like a Coliseum type
No,
mindset.
yeah.
Partisan news sells much. It's
does.
profitable. It's a shame.
Absolutely.
And that's why those two don't have a job anymore. Well, they're not on mainstream. They're doing their own little thing. I didn't know what Anderson Cooper was doing though.
Anderson still hosts Anderson 360 on CNN. It's prime time.
Yeah, I think
Oh,
that's
is it?
still on. Yeah.
Oh, I'm
thinking-
thinking of the other one. Don,
No, you're thinking
or
of Don Lemon.
I'm thinking
Oh,
of
that
Don
guy.
Lemon.
That
Don't-
guy was.
Sorry.
Don
He's on
Lemon
X.
sucks.
He's
You know
on
what?
The
X
worst
now,
was
too.
the worst was that Van Jones guy. I
Van
think he might have
Jones
been
sucked.
the worst out of all of them.
Yeah, Van Jones is horrible.
He would basically just say like, if you're white, you have Like you don't know, you just have no input and you don't know.
Yeah,
You're
shut
stupid.
up. You're
So maybe I was wrong with Anderson Cooper. It might have been Don Lemon.
Anderson
Don
Cooper's
Lemon's
Ellen
Anderson Cooper's
DeGeneres. Anderson Cooper and Ellen DeGeneres are the same person.
Oh,
well, Anderson Cooper's the white gay guy with white hair. Don Lemon's the black
like
guy,
Ellen.
gay guy who.
all right. Well, I might get them.
Anderson Cooper's
I don't see
more
color.
feminine
I'm
than
not
Ellen
racist.
DeGeneres.
Yeah, you might be.
I don't know much about Anderson Cooper. My bad. I just knew
Ellen's
maybe it
got
was
the
Don
bigger
Lemon.
dick for sure.
He's a Vanderbilt, isn't he?
Yes, he's the son of Gloria Vanderbilt.
So he's got to. Well, I think he said at one point that she didn't like. She left a lot of her money to charity or whatever, but he's still got to be just butt stinking loaded. Just
Here's another thing I would say.
Unbelievably loaded.
Here's another thing I will say about that question: Anderson Cooper or Jake Tapper. Tapper has gone against the Democrats and questioned them harder than anybody else.
That's true. I have seen.
I do like that.
I have seen that.
Yeah, I think objectivity is within his. It's something within his grasp, but I don't think he'll ever get to it.
He's raised his voice when talking to Democrats and pushed them a lot harder than I've seen any Fox person push any Republican.
Absolutely.
You're the only one who watches Fox. I don't know how you can do it.
I don't. I haven't since Biden won. I haven't watched. I do still listen to occasionally. Not occasionally. I probably listen to mostly NPR. As far as
like
my news
in
my radio. But as far as TV goes, I haven't. In my I think the overall blood pressure. That's why another thing I don't want Trump back in office, because just for the future heart disease problems that this country will face, I think are reflected by him being in office.
I don't know. I loved your anti-Trump tweets to his tweets. They were just.
Is he back on Twitter?
Little 10-word gems. No, he is. His account is active, but he doesn't post anything to it.
He's still on Truth
Social
media. Talk about echo chamber.
Since we're talking about this, was one thing we have this free subscribe. I think I might even mention it on here. Something I bought over Christmas online gave me a free 3-month subscription to Sirius satellite, which sucks. Just absolutely sucks.
Only thing you get is Howard Stern on it.
Yeah, and it was free. Like, I didn't have to give him my credit card. I didn't have to give him nothing. I just signed up, so I don't have to worry about in 3 months I got to turn it off or I'm going to get charged or whatever. So I was like, well, that's a no-brainer, And I have listened to Howard Stern because it's really the only thing worth. There's a Beatles channel that's good, but I just don't know if I want to listen to it 24/7.
You can get that with Spotify too.
Mm-hmm.
I love.
Anyway. He was like all upset the day after is it Iowa or Ohio? Because I always get those two states confused.
Iowa.
Was it the caucus?
Iowa.
Iowa. It was Iowa. Okay. Anyway, like the next day, he was like beside himself in grief.
Stern,
Howard
yeah.
Stern, yeah. And anyway, he played some clips of these people that were Trump supporters, obviously, and I don't know what the question was, but the answers they were given were to basically, if you're okay with some of our rights being taken away if Trump was in office, like
the dictator question.
Yes, and these answers that some of these people were giving were just. I'm sure that if there was that, I don't know if it's a Crowder dude or I feel like there was another guy that he would tell people questions of the party, somebody that was in there, like he would say a quote from Obama and say that Trump said it or something. Got to get the people outraged, and videotape their response. So I'm not saying it doesn't happen on both sides, but like the dictator and sometimes we need a principal to spank us and.
Yeah, I've heard that. I think I heard
some of these rights that some of these Trump supporters are willing to just throw out the window, to have a dictator, like as long as the dictator's name is Trump, basically, is just completely disturbing.
I mean,
Very alarming.
that's
Because
the kind of-
my whole problem with Trump has not been with Trump himself. I've known Trump for my whole life. I've watched his shows and I dug him, up until he became president. It's just the reaction and the sociological aspect he does to other people in this country for some strange reason. I don't understand it, but the how they get turned and just it's very alarming to me that somebody could have that much power.
To answer some of those questions, they're not truly my answers, or people that are around that look up to him as a god, which is gross. Those 4
What about
years,
God made Trump?
what?
Yeah.
The video.
I
God
never
made
They
Trump.
were talking about Topple.
Yeah,
Well,
that's weird.
The big thing is those 4 years, there was no money was right in their pockets. There was no issues. There was no one telling them what to do. The only thing you had to listen to is the news bash on him and make fake up stories about Russia and all that shit. But then apparently, like, COVID hit. Biden took office afterwards, and obviously he had a uphill battle anyway to go after. But these last 3 years have been 10 times worse than they were those 4 years. Now, is that all Trump's accomplishments? Not really, not all of them, but
Well,
that's
bad
why-
news. Bad news for Trump. The economy is now very strong.
Mhm.
Unemployment has been low for the whole time, and now inflation is going down, and everything is looking. The stock market is sky
Coming
high.
around.
Everything is looking strong. So
It
that's
plateaued
all good
and
news
on
for
the rise.
Biden.
Yes.
I made 7.9% on an investment this year with just letting Vanguard run the thing. That's pretty goddamn good.
Yeah.
And
better than the cost of living.
Oh hell yeah! Better than a damn savings account. What do you make there? It's like 0.00025 or some ridiculous thing, So yeah, if they can keep that up in the 7 to 8% gains every year for investors, that's great.
Yeah, but we're talking about the blue collar workers that live paycheck to paycheck.
Yeah, I'm blue collar, bro.
No. But
Unemployment is very low.
I believe that we're in a better position than most of the people that I talk to.
I hear you.
I'm not trying to be, but I'm just saying. So I hear that. That's the biggest thing. And I've been zoned out on politics for the last couple months anyway.
Yeah, well, if they would just this is the thing. People don't have the cushion of being able to take time to learn a trade, to be an apprentice. But you're right. Like, you can start making more money being an apprentice than you would fucking ringing up people at Walmart.
Yeah.
Even though Walmart has a flat starting rate of $15 an hour, which is pretty cool for all employees.
I saw a report that a store manager can make up to $128,000.
That's good cash
For Walmart. That's crazy. So.
Yeah,
I would think the job experience for an apprentice would be better if you have a decent boss, if you have a decent master laborer or journeyman. What do you call them?
Well,
yeah, journeyman works.
Also depends on where you're at, if you're a union-based state or not, too.
Yeah, guys in Florida in the trades get killed. A lot of them
Because of the union?
No.
Because they're not in a union.
They're not trained 100%, and they're just basically coming over the border or just jumping into a job that haven't been got the right training. They're cheap labor.
Okay.
Exactly right. It is what it is, though.
I ain't gonna yell at host. Everybody needs to make their money somehow. So.
Right.
We need people making cheap labor.
It's usually me.
What do you mean?
I
need people
when I
in
help
every
my
field.
neighbors and stuff. I get paid like $8. I do it to be nice because the money makes me cry.
Ouch.
Yeah, it's like 78-year-old man that never upgraded his wages from Vietnam era. He's like, no one's gonna help me. I need help. I'm like, all right, dude. I understand. I understand why too.
Nah, but
Did you guys think anything about the Japanese landing on the moon? Did you guys
What?
pay attention to that at all?
I didn't even hear about that.
they landed on the moon.
Yeah, the moon sniper. Their whole goal was to. They're saying that the other people that have landed on the moon are missing their land zone by kilometers, and their whole purpose of this mission was to drop it within 100 meters of a set point. And I don't know how they did, but they lost communications. It didn't land. It landed. They don't have the data yet, but they're saying that they landed and their batteries dying on this device, and it might take a month of time for the solar panels to get into the right situation with sunlight to recharge the batteries to send information. So I mean, there's a lot of missing information.
So they got to hold their breath for a month.
Yeah, or just have meaningless articles come out for about a month before any data comes back from this thing. But they're saying basically, I was just curious if you thought, I don't know, I'm very skeptical about space operations, so I was just curious if you guys had any thoughts on that one.
Tell them to dust off the flags we put up there 60 years ago while they're at it.
with their little devices. I'll have to show you guys this little toy device that they released up there.
Well, one thing I didn't think showed a lot of credence to space travel, moon landings, was the bizarre animation composite sketch of, was it India?
Oh, that was bad.
What the fuck was that thing, dude?
That was bad. That was like made in MS Paint.
Somebody was like, well, there wasn't cameras there, so they had to sort of do some fabrication of it. I'm like, well, they could have done a little better, you know?
Right, or just not done anything.
And then labeled it as such, you know. But yeah, that was yikes. Yikes-o. What do you think about the Trump God thing?
I never watched that movie.
It's not a movie. It's only
a movie?
Oh, it ain't no movie.
Video.
It's kind of lame. Should we debut our first TikTok here?
You're the boss. Whatever you do, I'm 100% for.
Like, you got your own TikTok?
No, it's from wife. And I have to make sure, like, it's all good. Because I think, yeah, no, it's fine. It's just a TikTok video.
Average age 19.
TikTok, is that the average age?
I don't know, something incredibly low. 19, 20.
I don't know. McGrande likes TikTok though, so
Of course.
Yeah, he does.
The balcony buzzard.
Yeah.
I'm upset. I was hoping I would see him here today.
He was here.
He said
start
something.
right, that's right.
Here you go.
All he
Check
could
this
say was
out.
debank over and over again.
The bank.
I don't know what it
Debonk?
means. I have no idea what it means.
All right, I'm going to try this. And I'd
Was
like
he drunk?
I'd like your opinions on this guy.
Trump is God. Or God is Trump.
So, that looks okay, right?
Oh yeah, here we go. This looks like a
Yep.
good old boy.
Yeah, exactly. It's already.
All right.
Good old boy.
This guy is in the oil industry his whole life.
No.
Yeah. So he's an oil industry expert.
Oh.
Called Anwar. Ronald Reagan tried to get it approved. Everybody took Bush maybe a little bit. You know, he didn't work as hard. But we have Anwar in Alaska, the biggest anywhere in the world, including probably Saudi Arabia. I got it approved. I was so proud of it.
Yep, so proud of it. He signed the papers 2 years after he got it approved on his last day in office. That land was $20. That land was $20 an acre, and they could not get a single Alaskan oil company to bid on it. That land was $20 an acre, and they could not get a single oil company to bid on it. $20.
Okay.
Acreage
$20.
in West Texas is $10,000 to $60,000 an acre. $60,000 an acre is for the good stuff, the stuff that would be like Saudi Arabia.
You want to tell them what Anwar is?
Anwar has as much oil as Saudi Arabia, so much so the land's worth $20. So he's telling these poor souls in this crowd that will obviously believe any stupid ass thing he says that we can just drill in Anwar and it'll pay off the national debt. If we just drill in Anwar, it'll pay off the national debt because there's as much oil in Anwar as there is in Saudi Arabia, which is geologically impossible, by the way. Geologically impossible. But
he said theologically.
let's just play a little game.
I thought he said theologically.
And let's just say there is as much oil in Anwar as there is in Saudi Arabia. And let's say we were just going to drill the shit out of it and pay off the national debt. We could totally pay off the national debt. If we don't borrow another dollar and we use all the revenue from Anwar, assuming those wells produce as much oil as the wells in Saudi Arabia, and 100% of that money went towards the national debt, we could pay that bitch off in 416 years. You damn right, buddy.
So you're saying there's a chance.
16 big ones. What is that? What is that? How many?
Someone's a glass half full guy.
Great grandchild would be living in a debt-free country. This place won't even exist in 416 years. Yeah. Do you ever think of that? You know why he gets away with that shit? Do you know why he gets away with that shit?
Why?
Because people in my industry won't call him out. People in my industry won't call him out. Energy experts that are journalists, they won't call that out because they want to appear to be unbiased. So they won't call that out.
So why are you
Telling
calling
the
it
truth
Yeah.
is not showing bias. As long as you tell the truth about everyone. Yes.
All right.
Hey,
Not bad, right? I mean,
I'm not an expert in it.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know
All the
what he's
native
saying.
people in Alaska right now are like,
yeah, I don't know I don't know if he's telling the truth either. But if he is, and it's 60 grand an acre in Texas for good oil land and $20 an acre up there, yeah, it does sound a bit hyperbolic to say $20 an acre and repeat it like 3 times in a row. Yeah, I don't,
You repeat everything he said like that.
Yeah, there was definitely some doubling of
So why wouldn't
everything.
mass media call him out for it, but this guy from TikTok that we don't know shit about is calling him out?
Yeah, it's a good question.
Flag on his head, though.
Anything with Trump, any small little, the media is going to be on it.
Exactly.
Where were the fact checkers during this time period?
They're busy. Yeah, they're busy.
And the fat chicks, where were they?
I got some on our Discord.
What did he say?
Oh God!
That
on a Discord?
Just remember, boys, it's theologically impossible and geologically impossible.
I thought he said theologically too.
Theological.
I was like, theologically?
Yeah, God, the Bible or theologians say it's not possible, and the general geology of the area as well. I mean,
You cannot get more impossible than theologically and geologically. It's just covering all the bases there.
It covers a lot of bases very poorly. Topple, you wanted to talk about Sports Illustrated. I'm curious why, because someone else in the chat pinged that also.
Did I
about
say
people
Sports
losing their
Illustrated?
jobs?
I didn't think
Didn't
I
you?
brought. Did I bring that up?
I'm pretty
Well,
sure.
we'll just say you did.
Okay, you go woke, you go broke. Is that the truth? I haven't. made
Yeah, no,
forward-
yeah. You said COVID, vax, sexy midgets, Sports Illustrated. Why is it so fucking cold?
Oh, I
Gluten-free
was-
foods and Trump 2024.
I was looking at trending on X. That's probably why I brought those up.
So what is trending
Where's
on
my
X
personal
about Sports
search?
Illustrated?
So, you want me to say what happened? Sports Illustrated laid off almost if all their staff, if not all their staff.
All their female models.
No, all of them. Everybody, males, females, trans, space aliens. Everybody's been laid off.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Everybody. What do you mean? Like, what do you mean?
Mass laid off.
It's not clear that they have ceased operations, but they may be in the process of ceasing operations.
Oh, like they're done and dusted.
Done and dusted, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
What? Because we don't want to see women in bikinis anymore? I'm confused.
Wait a second. Their last issue, their last swimsuit issue had obese and trans models.
Oopsies.
Oh, that's not why they're going under.
Martha Stewart.
That's not why they're going. So all the
Martha
conservatives
Stewart
are
was
saying,
on there too, wasn't she?
Oh God.
I don't know if she was on a swimsuit.
I would hit that.
Yeah, she's like the
Snoop Dogg's
cover
already
model
in
or
first in line, topple.
Well, anyway, people are saying go woke, go
good-looking
broke, but
still.
they were the woke part had nothing to do with them going broke.
It's just a coincidence.
Yeah. It's just
Going out with a bang,
I
fellas.
remember being a kid looking at Sports Illustrated all the time for the models and then the sports. I got older.
V for victory.
Purple versus green. Look at that. Isn't that crazy?
When was the last time anyone read a Sports Illustrated? Or
I
looked at
only
it
looked at
just for
pictures.
the
I've
pictures?
only looked at pictures.
I only read them in the doctor's office.
Yeah.
But look how old I am. It's every week.
There she is on the cover.
Such a piece
Martha
of
Stewart.
Yeah.
80
You know.
plus. Mhm.
I think she's pretty hot.
I got a joke for you.
Join me, Martha.
I got a joke. What's the difference between dentists and sadists?
I know this one. Painkillers.
Newer magazines.
Oh.
That means there is no difference, essentially, because I told that to a dentist, and he laughed his ass off, and then I said to him, I'm telling you that after you finished, because otherwise, and he laughed. That's from Seinfeld. That's the anti-dentite episode. You're a rabid anti-dentite!
You're an anti-dentite.
Right.
Worst TV show of all time.
Oh, dude, it's so brilliant.
I just look for Superman.
I'd rather watch Friends than that. But you know what? Frasier was 10 times worse than Seinfeld, so I'll say that.
I never watched the Frasier episode. So
Frasier was awesome.
What?
Frasier was an interesting show. I like the dad and the dog.
Seinfeld was awesome.
I liked them both, and Cheers was brilliant.
I like Cheers.
I like Cheers with what's the dead one now?
That's a good way to start a
Not-
question.
Not with Sally.
Kirstie Alley.
Kirstie Alley. I liked it with Kirstie Alley. Not with the other one at the beginning.
Yeah,
the first
blonde.
2 seasons or 3 seasons? I forget what it was.
I liked them both. Allie Christie.
Well, we will give you 1% on that guess.
she was in Money Pit with Tom Hanks.
That was a hilarious.
I wanted to say Sally Field, but it's not Sally Field. So
Sally Struthers?
No,
It's
close.
not Sally Struthers.
Damn.
Kate something? God, I can't remember.
I mean,
We all
we're
have
all
internet here.
we're literally all in front of computers. I can prove
Someone, come on, RW.
Shelley Long.
Shelley Long.
There
There
you
we go.
What was the name of the court show that had the bailiff that was a really
Night
cool
Court.
Night Court.
Night Court?
Yeah.
That was the same era as Cheers, right?
Did they have a new
That's a good
night
show.
court?
They
Yeah.
do with the
John
with
Larroquette.
yeah, he's like in his late 70s.
Yeah, he's like the only one still alive.
And he's playing the same character, I think, like this lecherous defense attorney or whatever. you
Yeah.
know, like
RW, you're the same age as me. How you remember that shit?
That's a good question.
Richard Mall.
Richard Mall, yeah.
I don't know. I
He
don't know
just
the
died
answer. Probably
recently.
because when I skipped school and I was sick, I would go to work, and in my grandparents, in their kitchen, because they owned the place, they'd had this old black and white TV. And I remember my options were 3 channels. It was Days of Our Lives or some soap opera, or like the Cheers and those eras of shows, or something that I don't even remember, Spanish something, I don't know. So they definitely
Telemundo.
Huh?
Telemundo.
Night Court.
Facts of Life. You guys remember that show?
No.
You take the good, you take the back, you take them both, and there you have.
Oh, yeah.
I remember the theme song.
Tootie.
We had Tootie. Yeah, I was just gonna say, yeah, Tootie, Blair.
Yeah.
Joe.
Yeah, a bunch of them went
Mrs.
absolutely
Garrett.
fuck crazy after the show and did drugs, alcohol, debauchery. Talk about like
Wait. Don't throw that in there like it's the same thing. I'm all for debauchery.
okay, cool. But yeah, it was
with
a good
Betty
show.
White and Martha Stewart.
Exactly.
Betty White was in it?
No. He's talking about my fantasy.
Okay.
His fantasy threesome.
Well, yeah, but yeah.
You get a good meal afterwards, so that's good.
Yeah. Well, Martha Stewart, I mean, back in the day.
But still.
The day was last week.
Okay. All right.
I'm just looking at the hairspray and the pictures of the Facts of Life here. It reminds me of my grandmother that's passed away. The amount of hairspray that she'd pump out of a can to keep her hair like beehive type stuff.
Yep, the old ozone layer had a big hole in it from that show.
Yeah, all those nanas, man. Do you guys want to? Can we watch that clip real quick of that little Japanese probe that they dropped on the moon? Apparently, I just think that thing is awesome. It's the
Is that
last one in the back chat, yeah.
Let's see here.
Just felt it.
You just got poked.
It's a pretty small toy, Dan. You should be okay.
It's
I've had worse.
It's got a face.
Oh.
You don't have to watch the whole thing, just like as it moves and opens up and stuff. It's like if they actually did drop that on the moon, that's pretty cool.
Hello, kitty face.
I mean, it's weird. You guys are about to see it as soon as I can make the screen bigger. And yeah, here we go. There she is.
No.
That is creepy.
What was that movie with the orb that flew around with the knives sticking out of it?
Phantasm.
That's the one. It's the opposite. Instead of knives sticking out, it's got holes in it. Here we go. Oh!
It blew its head off.
I don't see how that's energy efficient. I just thought it was cool, like a robot snail or something.
It is cool. It is like a robot snail.
Does the moon have sand on it?
The Hollywood set does, I think.
Yeah,
I hope so.
So if it actually can transmit, that'll be cool.
Yeah, I don't see a solar panel.
Right. It's like a limited use.
我々が持っているそのおもちゃの技術というところが、
You see the guy in the background that has all the legit toys?
Toy maker? That's who they hired, was a toy maker?
Yeah.
Tony.
That's
Well, it is engineering of small devices.
Yeah, it's engineering.
I mean, this thing looks like the dumbest thing ever in creation. It's fucking like...
It's wonky.
It's wonky as hell, bro. Looks like it's gonna fall over any second.
I'm curious what the benefit of that offset of the wheels doing that is. Is because it won't tip over?
No idea. What is this? Is that the camera at the top?
That's the 1 megapixel camera.
It won't
1
get stuck in
pixel.
place, that's why it hopped.
What was that, Topple?
It won't get stuck in place. It's kind of like when your car's stuck in a mud ditch. If you have someone bouncing up and down on it, the wheels are jumping. So.
Right.
All right, here we go.
It makes that music too when it goes, probably.
What's that gay ass tail sticking out the back? I mean, it's like a fish.
That's got to be another thing probably for tip.
It's its cheeks.
It's like a horseshoe crab.
The hell? It's fucking. I mean,
Robot got some cheeks on it.
It's
This thing
possible
is-
that would be solar panel type heat absorption or something. I don't know.
this goofy ass thing back here.
It's a
Yeah,
stabilizer.
Heat fin stabilizer. Yeah, it looks like so it doesn't roll backwards.
Yeah.
Yeah, Whale tail. All right, here we
技
go.
術というところが、宇宙の探査に活かせるんじゃないかといったところから、取り組みを始めました。今この探査、月面ロボットが宇宙に行くことで、遠い宇宙のことをよりこう皆さんに身近に感じてもらって、宇宙に興味関心を特に子どもたちに
You know how many of these things are going to sell on the mainlands?
Of course, they like everything cute over there. They're all like, "Oh, look at the thing!"
Hey, it does remind me of a horseshoe crab. It's kind of weird. Creepy.
I mean, those things are. Horseshoe crab would be way cooler and more efficient. Has the hard armor shell over the top. It walks with the legs underneath. You're insulting horseshoe crabs by comparing that bizarro thing to a horseshoe
Big
crab.
ass tail, though, that I was thinking of.
It's a sword that sticks out of the back, not this whale thingy that's fucking flopping from side to side.
I'm sorry, horseshoe crabs of the world.
But I mean, the truth of it is, the thing was this big, so maybe the rocket is like this big. That I mean, or is it all fuel? How big is this thing? It has to go
Battery.
what?
Battery.
It's got to be. I don't know. Is it fuel or is it solar powered?
I mean,
it looks like it has. It doesn't look like it recharges. Like I couldn't see in its design any way in which it had a rechargeable feature.
There was no solar panel on it.
Right. So unless it can walk its ass back to the thing and plug itself in or something like one of those vacuums, I don't know.
I mean, one thing I know is right now, and ever since we had an expedition to the moon, anything that's officially classified as a moon rock is worth almost an unimaginable amount of money. So if you get something there to get some moon rocks back, maybe,
paid for it.
Pay for the
potentially.
Yeah, but it doesn't look like they're getting it back. India couldn't get it back, and Japan, it looks like they're not going to get it back. So
You just got to land people on the moon and pick shit up and bring them back. That's all you got to do.
yeah, it's all we got to do. Let's just do that again.
Shit. That was in the
Wonder,
60s.
wonder why we're not doing it.
Theoretically, if the materials that are all available there are available on Earth, assuming they are, that there isn't some new mineral or thing that we can already have, theoretically you could reproduce it here or find some.
I don't want
reasonable
synthetic moon rock, Steve. I want.
Well, but I guess my point is, how could you prove that it is or isn't a real moon rock? By provenance, I guess, by its paper trail. Yeah. I mean, I get it. I now believe that RW believes that we never landed on the moon. I'm reading through your subtle clues. And right now, your sarcasm is apparent.
Yeah, apparent.
So you're a moonlander conspiracy theorist.
I'm a moon denier.
Moon denier.
Boy, you don't want to mix him up with. God, I forgot his name.
Most people.
Who's got YouTube open? I can hear someone's tab in the background.
Not me.
All right. Anyone else? Oh shit.
Buzz
Biscuit. Biscuit, get on here, dude. You're back. You're back. You just played 2 hours of fucking. What did he just play? RW. You know all the games.
Dota.
Dota. Yeah, there you go.
Realized
Great.
Ace Welshman was here, but he's not.
He's napping.
Probably sleeping.
Is his mic the one that's coming through with the background?
It could be. We could mute it to see.
Yeah.
Is it mine?
Hold on, it's not him. I'll unmute him. He's quiet.
Here, let me see. Is it me?
Yeah, because your mic's super high. Your mic's amped way up, so it's you.
It's you. And Welshman's quiet. Sometimes we can hear him or Snake.
Snoring.
What's his trigger? Snoring.
Yeah.
He's
I like
in bed.
Trigger snoring.
That's cute. He's in bed. Oh, okay. That's all right.
I want to see what he looks like. It's been a long time.
Biscuit vapes?
Skinny.
Yeah, last time he was on, he showed us maggots.
What?
Yeah.
Maggots?
They fish with maggots over there instead of worms.
As bait. They have to
That's
pick them
bait.
up and shit,
And
dude.
he's got like a little rotting container of mincemeat in his fridge.
Yeah, it was
Dedication.
it was filthy with maggots, as they said in the old days.
It was
disgusting.
well bloomed.
It was loaded.
What are you talking about?
Bait. Jesus, now you're fucking peaked. Okay.
Me?
You don't remember him showing the maggots, Aphid? Were you here when Biscuit was
No.
showing maggots? Oh yeah, that's gross.
All right. Well, he's in bed. That's okay.
Gross.
No worries. I'm glad to.
Base
glad to
Welshman's
hear.
refrigerator was full of maggots?
Biscuit.
No,
Biscuit was
Biscuit
showing us
vapes.
his fishing maggots.
Oh, okay.
Did
No
you
worries.
guys cover the Alec Baldwin shit yet?
No.
What is it?
Alec Baldwin, he was indicted.
Alec.
Reindicted.
Or Alec, wherever the fuck his name is. I think you all have the same agreement that you don't believe he should be charged for it.
I don't.
I don't have that agreement. What's the new indictment?
He's
Man,
now
the old
being.
one.
He's indicted again, officially though.
Officially indicted for manslaughter.
Involuntary IVs.
Yeah, but still.
So wait, I'm confused. How are you re-indicted for something when you can't? Why wouldn't it just be happen? Why wouldn't they just have the court case? I don't understand.
Well, he
His
was indicted.
charges-
He was indicted the first time, and they were dropped.
Okay, then why would they re-do it?
A scientific company, some kind of a testing company, came in to do some testing on the weapon, as well as some really good gun tubers who actually proved this a long time ago that what he said was fucking fake. It doesn't work that way.
Yeah, it's fake. It's not. He's not an experienced gun person, so what he was saying was what he actually believed.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have a problem with that.
Can you give me more context? Because I didn't pay much attention to it. Besides, he killed somebody on set with a gun.
Well, he killed and injured somebody on set with a revolver. He kept on saying he didn't pull the trigger back, or he went halfway. But with that type of gun, this revolver, if you go halfway back and release, it will strike. And
I think it was a single. I think it was a single action Colt.
Yeah, but why is there live ammunition in there? First off,
that was a big problem.
That's
that is a big problem. Yeah.
Well,
huge.
Anybody that knows guns, every time you're handed a gun, you check it. You do that. You go through the process.
But here's the thing,
Not a gun
Topple.
guy.
I agree with you, but there's a person that they pay 6 figures on that movie set.
Absolutely.
The controller, the person who
the armor. Armor.
They hand the gun to the actor.
Yes.
And say that's safe. That's how it's supposed to work.
So why is there even a live fire gun on a set? Period. Why is there a pinned weapon?
Yes.
Right.
Not even the rounds, but why is there a pin in the weapon? I don't understand why they have a functioning weapon in the first place.
Exactly.
I think it shoots blanks or something. I don't know.
Well, no.
There's a difference.
Will shoot live.
Okay.
There's a difference between blanks and dummy loads. We can get into that in a minute, but the whole point of it is that Alec Baldwin is not required to have any firearm knowledge or experience.
Well,
the armorer is the one who says to him, here's the gun, it's clear. You're good to use it for the scene. He's supposed to be able to point it at a person in the scene from the word of the armorer. He doesn't have to know how to check that. That's her job.
Well,
so why is he getting indicted then and not her?
I don't know why. I mean, perhaps in some technical sense,
because it was his finger.
It's his finger, exactly.
And on top of it, everyone that knows guns, you're supposed to check. Even if anybody hands you a gun, you check.
No, of course. I'm not saying in that situation. In this situation,
he's not a gun person.
He's not a gun guy.
Yes.
He's an actor, bro.
And it's a revolver, which
they don't know shit.
Cocking halfway, most revolvers, it will be limited and it won't strike. With the gun that he had, if you go halfway and release, it would strike. It's not 100% that it would discharge, but unfortunately, it did discharge this time.
If Alec Baldwin is in a movie about tanks, and he's in the tank, and he's the trigger man who aims the tank, and they tell him, okay, action, and he pulls the trigger, and the tank fires and kills 12 people, it's not his fucking fault. He's a fucking actor, dude.
Or stay with me here. Suppose he's an Air Force missile silo operator, and they tell him that this Minuteman missile doesn't really have a 10 megaton warhead, and he pushes the button, and it does start a global thermonuclear war. And everybody
right.
It's not his fault.
That's right.
Now, there's one other thing about this. It did, from what I hear, sound like this was maybe not actually like action, the movie they were filming.
Yeah, they were like practicing.
It was practicing.
Right. That could add another layer to this. But
still, it shouldn't have been, like when they're filming for the movie, they have the fake gun, but when they're practicing, no
real
rules,
gun.
and they can have real guns on the set.
Here's the only question: he's not going to plead guilty. It's going to take it to trial. If you're on the jury, do you convict?
No,
I don't either.
Unless you got idiots on
a judge would probably go in the favor against him in a civil case, but not in a criminal.
Yeah, civil.
case.
Well,
exactly.
Not because he's an actor and he pulled the
Because
trigger.
he's
I don't
rich.
think even civilly, even that. But he was a producer, so in a civil
That's
trial,
true.
I
That's
think
tough.
that in that case he has connections and he could
Right.
he could lose some money in that regard.
And I understand, since what was the one where The Crow, where Brandon Lee passed away?
Mm-hmm.
There was a lot of rules after that, good rules. So why was there? I didn't know why there was live ammunition, and why wasn't he trained? And this is not the first movie he did with guns either, too. Well, it's just the right training. Like, it doesn't matter. You're in possession of that gun; it's your responsibility. He should have got that training regardless, even if it was just if it was a prop gun. Okay, no, but they're handing him a real gun.
It's surprising to me that they use real weapons.
I can't speak for Alec Baldwin because I don't know him as a person. But me, I don't
speak
have a
for
lot
you.
of I don't have a lot of knowledge of guns. If I was on the set of a movie and I was to pull the trigger, I'm not gonna know what I'm even looking at to try to look and to see if it's a live ammunition. How am I going to know the difference between live ammunition?
That's why I can't fault him on this.
Well,
here's the thing.
Even more than that, you would have never suspected in a million years that there would be live ammunition.
Right. If somebody hands
in the
me and
gun.
they supposedly have knowledge on this thing, I'm gonna, like, when I did shoot a rifle when I went quail hunting, or was it quail? I don't know, pheasant, and I did everything that the person that was handling, basically the armor in this situation told me. I didn't even think to, like, I don't know if you break that thing down and look into the halves of it or whatever.
You didn't field strip it?
No, I had no idea what to do. I just listened. I did everything they told me to do.
But
Told
then
me
there's
when
other
to put the
things-
safety on, when to take the safety off. My life was in their hands.
And why was the gun
That was
pointed
theirs.
at somebody? That's the thing, because they already said in movies they'll use mirrors and all that, so a gun is never really technically pointed at somebody.
I don't know about that. I didn't hear the mirror thing. I thought that's how it worked with cinematography. They pointed it at the camera.
He's saying the aim point is never really at something.
I didn't know that.
Well, no. I don't know that 100%. That's the shit I was hearing when this just happened. So that might be just bullshit stuff. Yeah, because
Well,
it was this.
That's actually a good idea if it isn't true.
It makes sense if it's a live fire weapon, if it has a pin.
If it's a prop that has no.
If it's a prop, who gives a shit?
I mean, it's just an extra safety measure just in case. Like,
don't you point that orange
just
tip
like
at me,
just in
bastard.
case Alec Baldwin is the one with the weapon, for example.
Well, what if they had? What if the round in the gun was what they call a squib round?
It wasn't a
Squib.
squib. It wasn't a
Squib. It has a B at the end. A squib round looks like a regular round, but it has no gunpowder, and it's essentially a fixed piece of metal. It has the bullet on the front, so it looks normal.
I would hope
Now-
that the back of that has a indented charge.
A
It
squib
might.
round is something that's stuck in the chamber.
Well, what happens when you fire with a squib round?
Nothing. But a
Nothing.
squib would be used in a scene where a revolver would be seen, where you
Right.
would be looking potentially into the
Okay,
barrel
so
to
it
make
look-
it look like it
looks
has.
real,
But
it
in that
doesn't
in that
actually fire
instance,
anything.
in that instance, there's no need for a firing pin in that. It
Correct.
doesn't have to be a live weapon. That's
And
what doesn't
then
make
the-
sense to me. It's not ejecting and running. It's not cocking itself with bullets.
Well, this was a revolver. It was an old cowboy gun. And the other one is a blank, of course, which looks completely fake compared to a squib. Squib looking real. Blank is flat on the front because it has no bullet, obviously,
It's
but it
trimmed.
has... Yeah, it has a charge. Blanks can still be dangerous.
Blanks are dangerous still, though.
How is it
Yeah.
that the armorer escaped all blame, all legal obligations?
I don't think they did. I don't think they did.
Are
It
they
was a
like-
woman,
Maybe
and
it's
she
not
was
more
shitty.
publicized.
She sucked.
Who hired
Oh,
her?
well.
Who hired her?
Well, there's
She
a
sucked-
dude
she
that
sucked her
hired
way out,
her.
Steve. Is that what you said?
She sucked because she was the one who should have been on that gun. That was all her.
Now we had this conversation when this incident first happened.
Yes.
And somebody, I feel like it might have been more than one, was so argumentative about he is guilty and he should,
I thought it was
face.
Topple. I remember.
No,
thinking
no,
that.
I was never. No, I've never been on that.
I don't know
train.
who it was. It could be
Why am I
somebody
so
don't
angry
know.
at you then?
False
But there was
memories are
somebody,
bitch, man.
No, I
somebody
never
that
been on
fought
that.
tooth and nail that
I agree. I
he
remember
was
that
Was I
too.
playing devil's advocate that day?
Oh, I know who it was. It was Goon.
Oh, yeah.
It was Random
Was it?
Goon. I'm going to
Yeah.
blame him. He's not here now. So
I mean,
I vote
maybe
for
it
it.
was.
Yes.
Maybe
I'll
it
allow
was.
all in favor of Goon? Aye.
Like I played
See,
devil's
All right,
advocate.
Goon's
not on
convicted
that.
of being the bitch.
I mean, you could have
He
like
incited this riot.
you could have anybody be given a gun. You could have, fucking
Barney.
Christina Aguilera, they could give her a gun in a movie. You're gonna expect her to know what the fuck to do.
And
I don't
who's
even know.
responsible
Oh hell
for
yeah!
it?
She grew up
It's
in the
the
ghetto.
armorer. That's their
Yeah, that's what I
responsibility.
mean. If Taylor Swift's out there and they give her one in a movie, she ain't gonna know what the fuck. And it's like
I
you
don't
can't
know.
expect.
I think she shot guns when she was younger.
That's not the point. It's
crack
that,
She would know what the fuck to do.
no, I can't come up with a person who wouldn't.
So let's say the
Stevie
scenario was
Wonder, okay? If Stevie Wonder gets the fucking
got a
gun,
gun.
okay.
A gun?
he'd feel it out. He'd feel it
Yeah,
out.
it
He's like,
ain't
"These bullets
his
are way too
fault."
heavy."
I just heard a conspiracy theory that he's not really blind.
Oh, if you really love me.
I just called to say I shot your ass. All right, sorry. Let's continue.
Let's
So
not
if
talk about
Alec-
Marvin
if
Gaye's
Alec
father,
Baldwin-
all right?
If Alec Baldwin double tapped the person, would it be a different story?
Recoil. No.
No. Okay.
It's a revolver, so yeah, never mind. It's a revolver. So
I think that thing is single action. I don't even know how those work. I think you
The
have to pull the.
revolvers?
Yeah, single action means you have to pull it back each time.
The
Double
hammer.
action means when you
but
pull
there's
the
a
trigger. it will
halfway.
do it.
There's a halfway point that he thought he hit, but he released, and sometimes it will strike. And
Yeah. I don't really know the exact mechanics of that. I
I
know
think-
with a musket, that's when they say don't
gun
go
tube
off
would
half
do that.
cocked. And when your
I think,
musket's half cocked, it
Brandon-
won't fire.
Brandon Herrero did a video on that, I think. So,
If I get out of the
AK
cold
guy.
pool, I'm half cocked.
oh yeah, and AK guy.
I don't really like him, but I've grown to like him more. But ever since he made that retard comment, I've
Oh, well,
not
then
liked him.
I was going to tell you, go to their podcast, unsubscribe, but you won't like that because they make a lot of those kind of comments.
I just find it unsavory. You know what I mean? But I like all those guys. Demolition Ranch, the AK guy, Donut Operator, and the guy who almost blew his fucking face off with the 50 cal Kentucky
Oh,
Biscuits.
Kentucky.
He's awesome. But
They got a real good podcast to watch, but if that word gets thrown around a lot, so.
sure it does.
And the one guy has an autistic kid, and he makes jokes about it. So,
That doesn't make any sense to me.
well, no, he.
What is he like? You should see my kid.
Not making fun of the kid, but he uses comments like,
Got him in a cage over here.
No,
Right, what the fuck? Jesus. Fucking jerk.
Yo, speaking of being in a cage,
okay.
there's a Indian guy that came into drone server that went full Nazi, and he was saying how the Indian people appreciate Hitler because he got rid of human zoos, and I had no concept of human zoos even being a thing in India. Did you guys know?
Is that the Jew simp guy?
Not sure. I don't remember all of it, but
No,
did you guys know there was human zoos?
Tell me more.
So in
Tell
India,
me more. Tell me more.
in India, they had zoos of people from different parts of the world that were not, let's just say they weren't salary, to be in cages or be in displays.
Slaves.
So I didn't know that.
What do you mean Hitler got rid of the humans?
What didn't make sense to me is if he was okay with Auschwitz, what was the problem with the human zoo? That's what.
Where were the human zoos?
He's responsible somehow for removing that from India.
Hitler wasn't in India.
Let's pull up some human zoo pictures.
Because Britain had to deal with him, they pulled out of India, and India became more free.
That didn't really happen until after World War II.
I don't know. It struck me as very interesting. I guess I'll study it more and get back to you.
World Fair?
Is this a paying job? Can I go be in a human zoo?
It didn't sound like it.
Sounds pretty easy.
So it looks like Dawn knows about it.
They get paid, don't they?
They get food.
Get paid. Just feed me.
Yeah, I think they get free food.
Free food and mating services, right?
That might not be vegan friendly though.
Well, I have demands.
That will make Dan.
They're very small, but
at the windows.
I went to a Chinese buffet today, and it's off season for Chinese buffets, so we made sure to carry in a big jug of hand sanitizer to sanitize our hands every time we got back to the table. But
why?
The food, I think the heater, they didn't have the heaters on the food, and it was so cold. It's like 8 degrees here. I think it was about 8 degrees this afternoon. So it was so cold in there. We almost walked out.
Hey, didn't you have some intestinal difficulties from this about 6 months ago from one of these places?
He's fine now.
I like to roll the dice. You know?
Exactly. What fun is it if you're not?
It was.
Sure
I couldn't pass up the price. It was such a good price.
Jesus Christ.
They can't even afford hot food. It's ice cold. I mean,
yeah. Well,
I don't think the heaters were on in the buffet part. So you had to wait till they brought fresh food because it was hot, and you could run up there when they brought fresh food.
Oh, right.
It was just me and my boy. It was me and my boy. We wanted to get Chinese. There's only a handful of Chinese buffets that are worth going to in the St. Louis area.
Are they called Chinese buffet on the outside though? Because that's a red flag.
Yeah.
Well, this place I think was. I think it was.
That's what I'm saying, dude.
Channel letters that said Chinese buffet on the front of the.
So when they come out with the stainless silver tray, do you guys swarm? You run?
Yeah, we did.
Go.
Mostly for the heat.
We sat as close to the swinging doors as we could, so we could follow them to.
When is it in season?
When there's no flu and COVID and H whatever going around.
There's like COVID H going around now.
Yeah, there's some kind of H thing going around. HVC or CPAP or something.
H5N1? XBB?
I don't know what it is.
RSV?
That's the one. RSV.
Right.
It collects on the tongs. I don't know if you knew that or not, but those rubber coated tongs.
Is that a fact?
It hangs out there. So you don't want that this time.
It's thicker and thicker as it does.
I'm astounded you don't bring your own tongs. Would that be frowned upon?
That is a great idea though. If we would have prepared, but it was kind of like we were out and about and we were like, where are we gonna go? And he really wanted to go out to this place that was out in that area. So I was like, I Googled and see what was in the area. Because he wanted to go to a sit down place, and I didn't. I'm too cheap to tip. At the Chinese buffet, you can get away with like $1 or $2. You know,
What about
all they
Costco,
do is come
man?
get your dirty plate.
Do you order a drink or just ice water? No ice.
No, we did just ice water.
Ice water.
We had sodas from the gas station that we had out in the truck. You know, we would go out there and sip on every.
What
couple
trips me
minutes.
out though is like you have the money, and you do it as a hobby.
Man, you are even more
so interesting.
You are more Jewish than anybody I've ever known.
Well, I mean, this goes back to the Live League days.
I'm telling you, man.
free samples.
Once you convert to just getting waters at a restaurant, you're never gonna go back because you can't. Any kind of a drink, iced tea, a soda, let alone an alcoholic beverage.
I don't drink. I don't drink unfiltered tap.
Expensive.
It's incredibly.
I know. And this water today at this Chinese buffet was not of high quality.
Yeah,
you could taste. You could taste the impurities in that water.
You go out
for sure.
and get something good to drink too.
I mean, I ask them always if they have like San Pellegrino, bottled fizzy Italian water.
Yeah. It's not gonna be free.
No, that's like $4 a bottle, but I don't go out often, dude. So
This is a whole different world.
what do you get? Coke?
Who?
You,
Me?
Topple.
Oh, I'll get something to drink, like Coke or something, or a beer, depending where we go. Like,
Yeah, I never get beer.
We've been
Sometimes
drinking kick
you gotta ask because if they have beer specials, sometimes it's cheaper to get a beer than it is to get a soda.
Dude, this isn't
So
the
I'll
1800s.
get it.
You don't have to drink beer because it's the only thing that's sanitary. I mean,
You do know that the soda
Unless you're in
still
Flint,
comes out of a tap, unless you get a bottle soda.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you're talking about this. The water comes out of the same tap.
Yeah, I know, but there's
Those bubbles
flavorings.
disguise any bad flavors, though.
Exactly. Actually, my go-to at restaurants is unsweetened iced tea. That's my favorite thing to get.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
No sugar, just caffeine and
Sodas. I can't
With a
do
lemon
soda. It
wedge.
tears me up.
caffeine and brown. Whatever the brown is in tea,
Caramel.
it's good. That's fine. In fact, we went to Chick-fil-A today. I had an unsweetened iced tea with my grilled chicken sandwich, which I never get at Chick-fil-A, and it's
good.
The grilled is not as good as the fried. I mean, just gonna
The
say.
grill with the cheese and the bacon is good, though.
Yeah.
It's good. It's good. Like
you had
if
that
that's
one, the
bacon
up one with the bacon. And
yeah,
cheese?
yeah. I had that one today, deluxe.
I think it's
And
pretty good. I think it's pretty
I'd give it about a 7.5. I'd give the regular standard about an 8.7.
How is it with the extra seal blubber?
Good. But do you know what they marinate that chicken in that makes it so flavorful? Anybody?
Seal blubber sounds like.
Yeah, you're right.
Pickle.
Pickle Joyce.
Juice.
Nice.
It's a woman named Joyce who
Found
likes
in the air
pickles.
Oh, Joyce, she's a hottie.
Pickle
She's good.
juice.
It's pickled in Joyce juice. I'm all
Oh,
for it.
Pickle
Jesus.
juice and what's the that milk, the buttermilk or something mixture?
Yeah, buttermilk.
Yeah, buttermilk. Yeah,
I
that's
just learned today. Buttermilk doesn't have any probiotics in it. You have to get kefir or kefir or whatever you call it to have buttermilk that actually has probiotics in it. Because my grandfather, that's like the one thing he'll always eat is buttermilk.
Don't tell him it's kefir. He'll be like, get that
I
thing
don't.
away from
I
me.
don't.
And
I do
Haran.
not.
Mhm.
It tastes way better though, so he's always stoked for it. I'm like, this is the real buttermilk. He's like, sweet.
Good, good. That's a Middle Eastern drink, right?
Yeah, like it's yogurt basically.
Ugh.
You don't like yogurt?
Oh my God.
Hell no. Fuck
Wow.
no.
You must have
Unless
some
it's
bad yogurt.
Unless
Oh, I mean, I like frozen kind that's like disguised as ice cream. That I can do.
it's the
But,
same thing, just frozen.
yeah, that shit you like got the fruit at the bottom. Hell no, it's disgusting.
There's a
Before
lot
I
of
was a
frozen
vegan,
yogurt.
I loved
American
that.
yogurts are usually not even yogurt.
No.
Like it's more like yogurt in a cup.
Yeah.
Especially
you gotta
the
get
stuff,
Greek.
the fruit at the bottom. I used to love that stuff.
Yeah, I don't even know. It ain't for me. I never eat it.
Oh, Greek yogurts and stuff, dude. I'm all for it.
I just love the fact about AFED about you're all about vax and all this stuff, but you'll go to a cheap fucking Chinese buffet and actually eat the food there.
Yeah, but he's vaxxed, so he doesn't have to worry about it.
It's all about the obsessions.
Yeah, you got how much it's going to cost.
That's right.
In one hand,
but
you're gambling how much it's going to cost.
Kind of outweighs whatever you do in the other hand.
I don't
It's not that Aphid is pro-vax; it's that he's very afraid of the disease. That's the real thing.
You're gonna slam down some Chinese buffet.
We had hand cleaner. I mean, it kills like 99.9% of the
like pour it in your mouth. Also,
my wife was.
It wasn't like it just opened.
Well, no, actually, I try to go when it first opens because less people have touched the tongs.
Yes,
that's good. Oh, you mean first in the day, breakfast?
Yeah.
Do you check the local health where the hell they're called inspection
ratings? They probably don't have them.
Maybe because
health and safety inspectors.
Yeah, we get all the reports for all our local. You can look them up. And
they got the A and the B that they hang on the front door.
Yeah, does it look like they printed that, or does it look like they were given that?
Let's not forget. Was it you, Aphid, who said you guys you got the flu shot because it was free, because you didn't have to pay for it, right?
With his Costco
membership. That's not why I got the flu. I'm a big.
Not why, but you were like, yeah, if it was like $35 or $40, maybe not.
I think about it. I might like stay home. Stay home.
Stay home more, not be as confident. I hear you.
Right.
That's how my buddy is. Like the dude I hang out with here on the nights I can't do this on Saturdays. He's like, well, they give it to me for free at work, and I'm like, well, what if you had to pay $25 for it? He was like, no way. Like, so why are you even getting it? Because it's fucking free? I mean, or do you think it does something? He was kind of like, not really sure.
Statistically, when you look at the numbers of the difference it can make, it's
that's right, statistics.
It's doing your part to get the flu shot in the first place.
But you are a healthy guy. You're trim. You're svelte.
Now, I get the flu shot because I'm afraid of the flu, because I've gotten the flu before and gotten very sick.
Right.
That's
another thing, too.
From a flu shot, and that's why I will never take one ever again.
I mean, do you know for sure you got sick from the flu shot?
Yes.
I mean, are you allergic to it? Because that's the only thing that makes sense in that scenario.
I got it when I was 16. It was before I was being incarcerated, and you needed to get a flu shot before you went in. As soon as I got that shot, within 24 hours, I got really, really sick with flu-like. And I got the same way with COVID, and I don't think it was a placebo, one of those like a mind over thing. I got really sick.
You can shed.
What time of year was it?
It was May. It didn't matter if you were
technically you could have got anything because you can get sick any time of the year. That's a problem with a lot of things.
Too, but I'll never ever take
a lot of things with different things like this. People want to relate it, but it's a common thing that you could have gotten anything at the time. And when you take every person in the population, you take millions of people and they get something. Well, of course, there's 1 out of 365 days or whatever it is that you're gonna be sick that day that you got something,
it was just I got the shot the day before. I went in, was completely sick. Also, there was a lot of mental problems going on in my head at that time too. So the situation I was in, but fever, cold chills, all of that. And then since then, I said I'll never get a flu shot.
Right. Well, I mean, even if that is the case, the chance that you in your lifetime are going to transmit the flu to somebody else because you didn't get the flu shot are greater than that one time that you suffered from the flu vaccine.
What I don't understand though is you're vaccinating against a strain that's a year old.
Well,
so you're
that's not true. They guess, and sometimes they guess wrong. What's going to be the dominant strain?
No matter what strain they take and create vaccination for, the process takes a year.
Yeah, that's
So
true.
by the time you get it,
It's only a guess. It's only
It's
a
not
guess.
useless. It may
It's a
be
dead
wrong.
virus. It's a dead
Because
virus.
there's only the strains, they mutate and then they circulate. And the flu vaccine has multiple strains. It's called a multivalent vaccine. But
it's always on the chain.
It's still the case that they don't put every strain in. They still have to guess which strains are going to be most likely, and then sometimes they get it wrong.
I understand the theory behind it, but the application doesn't make sense to me because by the time a virus mutates, it's doing so in a way that it can still infect you. So it's just a technology that doesn't make sense to me. There's all risk and no gain.
No, there's tons of gain. Because there's a good chance that a lot of years they get it right. A lot of years they don't get it right, but a lot of years they do get it right. So if you go and get that flu vaccine every year, then you have a better chance of not spread. And what's it going to hurt if you get a flu vaccine that doesn't do you any good? It's not going to hurt you any.
I'm not rolling dice on
unless you're allergic to the usually it's a like I feel like it's an egg yolk or something that
it's grown in an egg culture.
Right. So if you got that allergen, then yeah, you do have a problem with taking it. But that's even more of a case for people that don't have that allergen to get the flu vaccine because those people can't do anything to protect themselves from the flu. And the flu kills an enormous amount of people every year.
Yeah.
So
it kills it kills the same people that COVID does. Old people.
Yes.
People with it's the same people. But I'm getting to be there.
Right.
You're working on
it. Do you take a shingle shot too?
No, I keep thinking I'm going to get one of those. I probably should get one of those.
I have a coworker that just came down with shingles, and it's been a rough 2 months.
Sounds horrible.
What's interesting to me about shingles, though, is it's a reemergence of varicella virus that causes chickenpox. So you get chickenpox when you're young, and if you don't, then you can get shingles when you're older, yes. But if you've got it when you're young, you have it your whole life. It's a herpes virus.
Yeah. I got chickenpox when I was a kid.
Ew.
I got shingles when I was an adult.
Smokesteve, you didn't get chickenpox yet?
I don't know.
What?
I don't really remember having the pox, bro.
Really?
You always get mono.
Well, not monkeypox. Chickenpox.
No. I mean, we didn't really. I don't know, man.
I know they vaccine kids for it nowadays, but I remember getting chickenpox.
No chickenpox parties?
Itching like
Not
a crackhead.
It wasn't the shingles that was the bad part of it. It was the lack of sleep because of the shingles that really affected me.
I think for most people it's painful.
It's painful.
It is painful. But I mean, it's not like it's unbearable. And I'm speaking for myself. I'm sure some people have it worse, or older people have it worse. But that you can't sleep for a long period of time because you wake up because of the pain of it. But it's not like it's like, oh my God, I can't live with this pain. It's just like a toothache or something. You get a toothache and you can't sleep because you got a toothache. That's what it's like day after day after day after day of it, and before long you've strung together 5 days of 3 hours sleep, and you start having serious mental problems because of your lack of sleep.
I've only had that issue in life from video games.
This is disgusting. I'm not really liking it.
Tuned up.
Stowe cider.
Does that mean it's got like caffeine in it or something?
Is it apple cider?
Apple with like currants and shit.
Just try whiskey. You'll be fine with that.
I don't like it. Sorry.
There's
Sorry,
only
wife.
one cider I like, Village Tart. I don't know if you've had that. It's the cherry cider. That's excellent, but all the other ciders I don't like it.
It says cranberry and orange, not currants, but cranberries are.
Ugh.
You're all about cranberries up there, right?
Oh, I love cranberries.
Ugh.
Not a fan. Not great.
Only 5 more to go, buddy.
There's only been
That's
one
a
cider.
4-pack.
Oh,
Same price as a 6-pack, but there's 4 of them.
They were given to us, whatever.
Oh, free?
Freebies.
Free booze, man.
Is it beer?
Cider.
Or cider.
Oh. You can still use it to, tamp down the fire in your barbecue.
Or kill weed.
Well, no, I think I'll be able to choke this thing down. It's, it's drinkable.
Just put some of that whiskey in it.
I don't have.
You could always empty it out, Smokesteve, and then use it to piss in later.
Why just piss in the driveway?
Yeah, is that your wife's cider?
Not all hers.
Oh.
Especially that one.
I mean, it's some of
She has
it.
3
Mostly.
for herself.
Well, it's in the fridge. I mean, come on.
Oh, that's how you guys play?
It's communal.
Yeah.
She
Yeah,
didn't
of
put
course.
She didn't put her little W on it.
So who thinks sharks are cool because they can piss through their skin? I do.
Oh, that's awesome.
That is awesome.
Piss through their skin?
I don't know, man. I think it's unique, but definitely turns it off for a food option.
Man, that would be a party trick. What's that coming out of your arm?
We gotta
Oh,
stop
sorry.
inviting Dave to the party.
Well,
I just had to whiz.
It's all at once, and they live underwater. So it's not like it's spraying out of your arm at a party.
Listen, man, I understand that.
Why is it always so warm around you, Frank?
He puts the rank in Frank, right?
There you go.
But
I hope there's young men watching because we're teaching them a lot of wisdom right now.
And if they ever turned on, they probably turned it off after 1 second.
interesting though that the mako shark actually pees like a normal animal in a way. It actually, I guess, it pees out of its where
Pee-pee?
I don't even know if it has a penis, but yeah, whatever the fuck it has, it pees out of it. You know.
You have to ask the scientist that swam after him for a couple hours to figure it out.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things they've never really, it's very rare, and they really don't know anything about it, is like great white sharks mating and giving birth. It's almost unseen, unfilmed.
No, but great white shark porn available yet?
Where it happens, when it happens.
What's that rule on the internet? There's porn for everything.
Well, not if it's happening under, 1,000 feet of water.
It's just
Well, they think it.
at that point.
Well, they think it's happening in the center of the Atlantic or Pacific, which is pretty big somewhere out there. But
Right.
They know that they've tagged sharks that have done huge laps between like the Farallon Islands and Hawaii and the Galapagos Islands, and then back up to California. So they're doing this massive triangle thing. And what are they doing around on the way? And these
You know that
travel
somewhere out
zones.
there, Steve, there's a scientific team that's developing a camera to be attached to a shark's penis.
Or just a shark, yeah.
Or a
I
shark.
find that stuff fascinating. The Deep Mile Club.
Going
Not
back to the young boys watching the show and turning it off. If it ever comes up, Smokesteve,
I said young men.
Somebody from my family wants to know your secrets on a good brisket. That's where you got your name from, if you know what I mean.
Yes. Does it really matter over there?
Anymore, it doesn't, but that's a different story.
Okay. But I mean, over here, because it's legal, you have to teach kids young, like, what the hell things are. But, things are different all around the country. What do you do with kids? Do you shelter them?
Well,
do you not tell them anything?
There's no getting around it with your newer your little picture you put for the show.
That was AI. That was AI. I made that from the computer.
You got that leaf in your mouth.
Well, that's AI. That's an AI leaf. It's a fake leaf.
I will say this: you kind of promised a lot with that picture, and we didn't really deliver.
I disagree.
I mean, that leaf was almost as green as Topple's face. I mean, what the fuck is going on? What do you got, a green light down there?
It wasn't just the leaf that kind of made the promise.
Yeah, you're definitely coming across green.
Oh, it's the purple light, probably.
I think what Last Dance is saying is there's a shirts and
Hard to know.
skins team, and you're now on the shirts team.
Yeah.
Well, hey, I was playing. You know, dude, I did that one about 7 weeks ago, and the thing got way more views. So I thought I'd give it another
7 weeks, dude. It's been like 4 months.
Whatever. 7 weeks to 4 months. How the hell do I know the difference? But we've been in the teens for a pretty long time, so it looks like it. But it's always on the back end when other people, mostly women, attractive women, see that awesome picture of me.
Oh, is
with
that
the
what it
hair down and the you know.
That's what I was hoping for.
And then maybe the views will go off. Hey, you know, it's all I got. You know,
It's happening right now.
not
Can we get a
here. It's not the live views. It's after a while the accrued views or whatever the hell you want.
Once I upload it to 4chan, that's when it's gonna hit.
Wow, you're on 4chan?
No.
All right, 8chan,
No.
12chan.
No.
Charlie Chan?
What are? Wow, now you're racist.
Now?
Right, exactly. Thank you.
Dude, I watched Lethal Weapon 1 and 2 with my wife last night, and we were laughing at how they got away with what they say back in the day. Just back in the 80s, what they got away with saying in movies. We were just like watching, like, oh my god, this is culture shock.
What the
Was
beginning?
Lethal Weapon 2 the one with the South African cast?
Yes.
Now that's one of the best scenes in any movie ever is when Danny Glover goes to the South African embassy and says, I want to go to South Africa. And the guy's like, you can't. He's like, well, why? Because you're black. And I was like, yeah, that is brilliant, dude. It's fucking Africa. He's black. But it really was a good commentary, a social commentary on apartheid. I thought that was.
I thought it was well done. I know that they were enjoying dropping N bombs the whole time using the South African dialect.
Hmm.
They were like
N bomb. What's an N bomb?
An N bomb is a word.
Hard
They
R.
were-
Something particular.
He
towards-
means they were embalming a lot of corpses
Oh.
throughout the movie. Embalm.
Like the
Speaking
tall
of-
man from Phantasm.
Speaking of,
And then
was
Die
it
Hard.
this group that was talking about someone doing embalming fluid as a drug?
Yes, that's
No,
called
that was
Wet.
a movie. Well, no, I'm thinking of. I'm thinking.
Yeah,
of,
that's called wet.
That's called Wet.
W-E-T. Yeah.
What the fuck?
Yeah, it's
What?
got a lot of formaldehyde
It's been
in it. I
around
believe.
forever.
Why would you? What would that even do? Is it how? Why? First of all,
It fucks.
why would you
up.
use that as a drug? And second of all, what the hell does it do to your body while you're alive?
I
did
mean,
it
it's
once.
embalming
I
fluid.
almost died.
It keeps you live forever.
Oh my goodness! Tide Pods
preserves
sound
you.
intelligent at that point.
You're right.
Yeah.
It does. At least you're going to be clean.
Oh my goodness!
Now, the term comes from they would soak something in it. I believe they would soak like weed or blunt tobacco in it and then smoke it. That's why they called it wet. You're making something wet with it
Ah,
and then you're smoking it. And I believe when you smoke it, it's no longer supposed to be wet. You're supposed to let it crystallize.
supposed to dry out. Okay.
Bingo. And that's when you get the wham bam. Let the water in,
And
whatever.
from the formaldehyde, like what's in it that's tagging you
I
out?
don't know. I would
That's
call
crazy.
it poor man. I would call it poor man's PCP on something like that. Not PCP.
That
'Cause it
might have been
fucks-
what I smoked when I was young. When I bought a bag of weed and it was all wet, and I was like, "What the fuck is this?"
Could have been, or it just could have been shitty, wet, uncured.
No, it was something. It was something.
Laced. Laced,
Was
as they
laced
used
with
to say.
something. Yeah,
Yep, I got you, buddy.
yeah. That's called a
It'll
learning
make-
experience as a young man.
Yeah, yeah. It'll
keep
make you
finding
bald.
Yeah, that's right. English bottle cap. That makes sense now.
Yeah, that's crazy, man. All right, we got. Shall we keep the clips rolling? Did we have anything else in the department?
Do you got clips? Keep them rolling.
Yeah, the only thing I have that you don't have clips is Mars colonization. I'm just curious if the group thinks that that's going to happen or not.
What?
You know my stance on like landing on the moon. I'm just curious what you guys think about Mars colonization.
Yeah, that's never happened. Well, not happening in our lifetimes.
Not in.
Well, what's the point? It seems like it would logically make more sense to try to clean up our environment before
exactly
cleaning up some totally unlivable environment.
Exactly. I mean,
cleaning up. That's not the goal. It's most likely to go and pollute it.
Well, first of all, one of the reasons to leave this planet is because eventually the sun will no longer be. So in 4.5 billion years or 11 billion years, the sun will disappear. So you'll have to leave the solar system.
I love whoever did the math on that one. Oh, totally billions, like 7, totally like 7 billion. We're good.
Well,
Thanks,
I mean, give or take a few hundred billion. I don't know. It doesn't matter because going to Mars is not going to help. Now, I guess you could think of it as a stepping stone, but
the moon would be a stepping stone at that point.
Yeah. I guess I think we will go to Mars and put colonies on there eventually. Either that or we will kill ourselves off in short order in the next 100 years right here on Earth.
Challenge accepted.
Yeah.
Well, we're closer to World War III, so
Exactly. It's not like we haven't really made progress, in 100 years in terms of peace on Earth. So,
hey, check out this new bomb I made. It kills absolutely everybody on use. Cool. Make 7 of them.
Right.
I'm just looking up some funny shit here. I'm cracking up, but
I'm just looking for trends on X that we could talk about. Dementia, Don. Trump is not well. I guess it all has to do with that.
Nice. Can't wait for that one to trend out.
The kicker for the Packers must have missed at the end to tie it up.
He missed a field goal.
Well, I thought it was intercepted. Never mind.
It wasn't to tie it up. It was to take a 7-point lead from a 4-point lead.
Did the Ravens win today?
The Ravens won, and
okay,
and San Francisco won.
Okay. I stopped watching football.
Who's going to be in the Super Bowl?
That's not decided yet. They're still.
Well, I know, but I mean, who's it looking like?
Ravens.
Well, I was saying the Ravens and the
49ers.
So it's looking that could still be those teams both made it out today.
That's bad air, is what that is.
That was one of the worst clay persons ever made for Total Recall.
That's brilliant.
What's that from Little?
That's
Total Recall.
Total Recall.
Arnie, yeah. I remember how nice that third titty was.
Oh man.
You still think about that, Aphid? I can hear in your
voice. That was right about the right time for me.
Right.
I was experimenting in every household gadget that looked like it wouldn't chafe.
Right. It wasn't Jamie Lee Curtis, but it was the 3 boobs from Total Recall that did it for you. Okay.
That's right.
Total Recall? Never saw it.
Oh my goodness. Remedy.
Pretty good movie. Not great.
Is it an 80s movie, I'm guessing?
Yeah.
Okay.
Arnold Schwarzenegger goes to Mars.
What?
I thought Terminator was way better. And T2,
of course.
Commando, way better.
Did you follow Terminator? Did you follow Terminator movies all the way down the timeline? Have you watched all of them?
Yes.
Did you like the Endgame type stuff they've been putting out?
No, I guess I don't really know.
Because like the one where spoiler alert, but the one where it's like it's the future and the good guy is actually now the bad guy and he's like a robot that's all like can turn into little nanoparticles and go wherever he wants type shit. I'm just like, I am so lost right now. Is this multiverse shit happening? What's happening?
No, I remember Terminator 3. That wasn't bad. With the younger kids, and it went to the nuclear war, basically. Do you remember that one, T3?
I don't remember. I remember T2 definitely. because of the liquid guy. He was like state of the art.
That
But
was
then
cool.
it's all blurry from there. Like I paid attention, but it was like Sharknado to me at that point. I didn't
I got you.
clock it in.
The third one, or the second one, had a good meme. When Edward Furlong's friend gets the sense from the cop that something shady's going down when he asks for his buddy. And he's like, no, man, I don't know. It's like one punk saved the entire world by lying to a cop in that one moment, basically, by letting his
One hell
buddy
of a butterfly effect.
get away. Yeah, totally, exactly. Good movie, though. Cool how he killed the kid's parents. Remember, he, like, shot it through the cart of not ginger ale, it was orange juice, and then into her throat or whatever, and then he like simulated his mom's voice over the phone. That was fucking cool.
That wasn't you mean his sword arm? That was the second one.
That's the second one. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That's
I
what
thought it
I'm
was
talking
milk.
about. I thought it was orange juice. A carton, like a square carton.
Yeah, it went through the cart and through his neck.
Could have been milk. Milk. They did come in cartons. They still do, I guess, right?
Yeah.
Do they come in those big, giant cardboard cartons still? Milk?
Yeah, we buy it. And that's what my parents buy for their organic milks. It's just got the screw cap on the side.
Right, so they did away with the giant thing where you have to fold it.
Yeah,
Place
that was
the cardboard.
That was now they've replaced that with resealable bags. You know, like the cheese bags you get where you peel the top off and then it's got the Ziploc still, but every time you tear it, it fucks it up. So like the Ziploc doesn't work anyway. That's the modern milk carton technology.
No kidding.
You guys have never experienced that?
No.
Wow.
I'm old enough to remember when the milkman arrived to deliver milk.
Did you look like him?
I don't remember that, but he seemed to like his job more than other workers.
Hell yeah! It's like I love my benefits.
We have them back now. They're here in Massachusetts again, except it's way more expensive than going to the store and buying it yourself. And the rich people do it, you know. They have a little tin container on their deck or a cooler that has the logo on it. He pulls up in his old school milk truck and drops off glass bottles of milk.
I totally drive that vehicle now.
I don't have any idea what the price, how the milkmen delivered milk compared in price to other milk in 1967.
Well,
probably comparable, but here now it's outrageously expensive. But
speaking of change, so in Lethal Weapon 2, the one with the South Africans, they were in Los Angeles, and he goes in a grocery store, and it shows the prices for like oranges. It's like 56 cents a pound, and I looked at my wife. I was like, "It's like 56 cents an orange now, right?" Like
that would be cheap.
Yeah,
Okay.
oranges are expensive.
Don't look at any of the prices back in those movies.
Gas prices are cheap again, Topple. I thought you knew that.
Well, that's about to
they're not
change
that
with the
cheaper.
dude with the Houthis bombing these ships.
They're cheaper than last year. Thank you.
With the Houthi terrorists fucking shooting at all the ships with their missiles, the shit's about to go way up.
But that's not Biden's problem, though. That's not his fault, though.
because they can, or because the ships just won't be getting through anymore.
Well, right now, ship insurance is through the roof through that area. Like, ridiculous, dude. What used to cost, $20,000 is now $500,000. It's crazy.
Oh, yeah.
What did you think of Trump's quote, or not Trump, Biden's quote on the Houthis when he was being interviewed, and they're like, what do you think about the bombing in is the bombing working in the Houthi region? He's like, damn it, I'm gonna look it up. I'll present it to the group that way because I can't remember enough.
Oh, okay. I thought you were going to say Biden said, damn it, I'll look it up. I would be like, wow, he's going to look something up for once. All right. But no, you yourself.
He whipped out his smartphone. He's like, give me a second.
Yeah, he's got a flip phone. He's probably got a jitterbug with the big numbers. Last Dance, can we see your jitterbug?
No. Can't.
Oh, we can't. Thanks. Okay.
No.
You have an iPhone 15 Pro titanium.
Actually, I have an iPhone 7.
7.
It's
Wow.
on its last legs.
I've got a 10 Samsung.
So it looks like this. Last chance.
Like this.
Yeah. No, it doesn't have a notch. It's not that good. Looks like that. Yeah.
Yeah, I think this is a 7.
Wait, Topple, that's your actual phone is a 7?
Work and personal phone is an SE 2019.
Oh man, that is light years ahead of the 7.
Oh, is it? I don't know.
Well, it's
Killed
still
for
got,
an SE.
that's still got a big old chin and forehead on it, though.
Yeah, the notch.
Yeah, it's the button and all.
Yeah, it's basically this, but it's the larger version of it.
You don't want to pay over $1,000 for a flagship phone?
I don't pay for my phone.
Oh
I'm
yeah,
just
look
saying,
at
like
that.
I can't. It's too much of an investment, man.
He's only got one camera on the back of that thing.
Yeah, I'm in the same boat as you, Topple, so I'll take a cheap phone for no cost, right?
Mine's a work phone, and the phone number's out of Chicago. Actually, it starts with 312. So
Wow, cool.
any
That's
spam comes in, I know it's spam.
That's an area code I have never seen.
I'm so sick of spam.
666, I think.
666.
So just real quick, sorry. Welcome back, Walshy. The question to Joe Biden was, are the airstrikes in Yemen working? And his response was, well, when you say working, are they stopping the Houthis? No. Are they going to continue? Yes.
That's reasonable.
So it's not doing anything to help us, but we're still going to bomb the shit out of them anyway.
Well, when you say working, are they
Well,
stopping
I mean-
Houthis? No, but are they making are they extracting a cost? Yes.
Right, yeah, exactly. If the third question had been, are you fucking with them seriously? And he'd be like, yeah, that's exactly what we're doing. We're harming them, making it harder, but it's not going to stop them.
Serious fucking right now.
Yeah, because they don't want to. I don't think they don't want to go and start a war, but they could decimate the entire friggin' military there if they wanted to, but they're not going to do that.
See,
I
if you
think
really want to stop the Houthis, you've got to bomb the Iranians. We don't want to bomb the Iranians because that just makes things much worse.
It's a shit show. I think he could do more.
No, I think that everybody. It's a big game of chess, and that's what we're terrible at, and what Iran is good at.
Really?
Yeah, because they don't have a real democracy that has to account for public opinion.
We're working on that.
Yeah.
Well, I
Sadly.
mean, how many do you think we have any nuclear subs over there?
I would be surprised if we didn't.
A couple?
I mean, how many do you need?
At least one.
Yeah, one is a big number.
Full of nuclear warheads? I mean,
They don't just have nuclear warheads. They have some very advanced conventional warheads too. You know,
Isn't the
Or
aircraft fleet
torpedoes.
over there? Didn't we have 2 aircraft fleets over
There's
there?
2 aircrafts over there, so there's 2 fleets there.
yeah, there's
That goes destroyers and all.
And all those have nuclear launch capabilities.
Yes.
yeah. But
So
we're
I don't
not-
know,
we're
man.
not-
It's just a stalemate until something pops.
And you don't think there's any Air Force high up in the sky just doing rotations around there?
Sure, of course.
Yeah, I'm sure they have all sorts of surveillance assets.
Well, also armed.
Planes.
Yeah, we have refueling planes that can take off from wherever.
Back in the
Fucking-
day, B-52s would be up in the air for 72 hours.
Right?
Well,
I think it was.
4x7. There's
That
always-
giant
Well,
refueler
no, they were
that
always
we
up,
have.
but one plane could be
But one plane,
up in
yes.
the air for them.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's correct.
Were they nuclear powered or
Oh,
because
yeah.
of the refuelers?
Refueling.
They
Yeah,
were
right.
refueling all the time. Yeah, I forget
But
how much
they
it
had
cost
nukes.
them hour. I think $10,000 an hour.
Sure.
Yeah, when
The
it's when
new
we start to
refueling
throw numbers
plant.
around for costs, it's mind-boggling.
Yeah,
all the
for
all the
sure.
money that's happening around us right now that we're not even paying attention to is mind-boggling. But what's hard for me is like my only experience with the government growing up is biotechnology, and when you see places like NIH and stuff, and when you see how much they could charge to build something out when a private corporation would spend, let's say, $5 on something, the government price tag for that same type of thing when installed was much, much, much higher
Yes.
for no reason.
Well,
so it was just if they do that across the board in all fields, that's like, it's too bad.
It doesn't. It's all defense. It's all contracted out. Anything from the government, the contracts are going to be crazy amount of money. So it don't fucking matter.
Australia is the answer, wife.
If you leave the U.S., what country would you move to? If you had, why would I have to leave the U.S.? I think we're the most. I believe we're the most protective country in the world, other than the people inside of it.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't move. I wouldn't go. I'd stay.
I'd go to America Light, which is Canada.
What?
It's so cold and shitty up
cold.
there, dude.
Fuck that.
America's hat.
I'd rather go to Brazil.
I mean, if it's any country, I'd go to like, I don't know, like, I hear there's some cool spots in Montenegro, real secluded, little beautiful areas.
Monty who?
Montenegro.
Black Mountain.
Or Jamaica.
Yeah, I'm on.
Good weed.
That's
Is
all.
it though?
Just don't go to Frenchtown or Kingston or Montego Bay.
Or most
You'll
of
be
the other
okay.
parts of the island.
Yeah, most.
Did we ever get to the bottom of Ja last week?
I presented my results of it, but it was seen as bias.
Ja?
Yes, the god Ja.
The weed god.
Yes,
Oh.
the weed god.
Yeah, I don't know.
Jehovah. I thought it was Jehovah. I thought that was what it. Jehovah.
It in reference, yes, but based on doctrines, no.
Okay.
If you had to, I would go to. I don't know. I really don't know.
I think Australia is awesome.
I'll go to Iceland. I'll go to Iceland.
Iceland.
There you go. Or Greenland. Iceland. Yeah, they're the ones that have all the free energy because it's all earthed. Yeah,
Yep,
they always sound unique.
Iceland is insanely.
No one's bothering
expensive,
them. No one's
but
bothering them.
You can make a good bit of money there. You get the Aurora Borealis too.
That'd be cool.
Or
It's
Sweden.
been pushing down towards North Carolina a couple times though, but I never have the right conditions to see it when it happens. But I don't ever remember in my lifetime being pushed down to where it is now.
No, I mean we used to see it in Vermont, which is north of me by 200 miles. So, yeah, for you to see it all the way down there, that's fucking incredible.
Yeah, it makes me wonder what's happening.
At our level, and what you would see, it's a shimmer of a wave, sort of on the horizon, maybe over a mountain. It's not like when you see it in north of the circle, the Arctic, where it's these ribbons of color that are layering in the sky. It's absolutely intense. But that being said, even when I saw it in Vermont, I was like, holy fuck, look at that thing. It's fucking like this green, fluttering, ribbon, kind of tiny little thing, but it was up there, and it was going on for hours and hours. You'd go back outside, and you'd be hypnotized by it. It's also extremely cold. I think the cold helps, and I think there's ice crystals in the air that also interact with it to create this prism sort of thing.
Really, I thought it was all electromagnetic. I didn't realize that environment.
Now you might be right. I'm not sure. I mean,
but at the same time, if there was any type of prismatic effect because of ice crystals in the sky, that would definitely add to it.
I think it only comes in the winter.
Yeah, so see, even English Bottle Cap there, he's saying that there's now more activity than recorded in the past where he is in southern England. There's something happening that's pushing that electromagnetic effect more south.
What's your answer? Well, let's get his answer on where he would move. The land of vegetables. I mean, where would you go?
China.
I mean,
They do have good veggies.
I don't know. Honestly, I've never given it a thought.
You don't have a bug
Japan? I could see you in Japan. Or China.
If you're running away from war, though, if that's the way you got to look at it.
Yeah, I mean, so Smoke Wife, what do you think the context would be if we had to get out? Is it just political, like we're done with the politics of this country, or they get rid of Taco Bell and we get angry and
Taco Bell. Rebel.
I hate Taco Bell.
What?
Y'all don't know how to
authentic Mexican food.
Yeah, I mean,
dude, you ate an ice cold.
He doesn't get a vote considering his Chinese buffet.
Oh, fucking ice cold Chinese buffet. It almost like I'm imagining. Is there a way you could bring like a kit from an MRE to like heat up your Chinese food? Like get some warming, like a warming bag. I don't know. Like, jeez.
It was like where we sat was like in the 50s for sure.
Was there an outlet in the wall? You could bring your own microwave. That would be funny. Film that shit. Make a YouTube video. It'd be fucking hilarious. Dude. BYON to the Chinese restaurant. Bring your own microwave.
Just don't go to the Chinese restaurant.
I would, if they would let me, I would move to England.
England?
Yeah.
Oh, you're not allowed anymore because prior missions.
Yeah.
No, I mean that. You know,
he had to ditch a Austin Martin.
It's hard. It's hard to move to England unless you're coming on a boat illegally.
Oh, that's funny. Yeah,
it is.
Context, just wondering where. Oh, if I'm gonna move to another country, not because I'm worried about war and all that, it would be an island then. Jamaica, most likely.
Yeah, I mean, Hawaii is awesome. The big island of Hawaii, but that's
America.
US.
I understand that, but you know,
Peru.
Fiji and stuff like that is similar to Hawaii.
Well, I'll allow Guam.
I mean, Guam is allowed. I'm not sure if I'd go to Guam, even if it's allowed. I don't think so.
A little too close, yeah.
I mean, if you could say any of the Banana Republic areas, any country that you could just get lost and have a few rums and swim in the ocean all day and maybe get some barbecued porks at night or whatever, and you're good enough. Those ones all sound fine to me, you know?
That sounds good.
I mean,
Hell yeah,
Mexico is right down there.
Yeah,
Canada's right up there. I like going to
Is their
Mexico.
border open for me if I just run that direction?
Probably not as easy.
Do I get a free burrito or anything when I get there?
Oh, but they're cheap as hell.
Yeah.
Well, I don't want to pay for it.
They're
I
good.
think I could work for a cartel. I think I do work for a cartel.
I think
Oh my
Mexico.
God. You're the duct tape
people
and
are
bad guy.
people are afraid of the violence in Mexico, but
I've seen a lot of live leak in my life. I know how to.
I think it's pretty. It's like any place else. There are violent areas and areas that are quite safe, and just don't go to the violent areas. Even in Mexico City, that's true.
Do they have those maps at the local gas stations that like color the certain sections of?
Nah, maybe not. You probably should do some research ahead of time.
Okay.
It's like when you're buying a house, you look at the crime rate, the school districts, and all that.
Yeah,
How many deadlocks are on the door?
We had our honeymoon in Playa del Carmen.
Who? Where?
It was good.
Why?
Bless you.
Me and wife, yeah.
Playa, is that on the?
Yucatan Peninsula,
Okay,
just south of the place where all the college kids go.
Cancun.
Cancun, yeah.
Okay, so it's on the Gulf.
Gulf side. It was awesome. I mean, it was beautiful. We had all inclusive crap, and I scored weed a few times. That was no problem, and it was pretty good. It was pretty good grass, and I scored. Well, what was that?
My smoke wife suggested Costa Rica. I was thinking about that, but that's a little farther away.
Yeah.
When you were in Mexico, did anybody try and sell you yogurt?
No. Yayo? Yes. Yogurt? No.
Slightly different.
Yeah. But cool place. Good drinks. No, the thing you go down with all these people telling you don't drink the water and this and that and the other thing, and I don't know if that is a thing, but
You heard it here, boys. Drink the water.
Wear a condom in the water too, just in case.
I mean, everybody in Mexico drinks the water, and they're not all dead.
Dude. Yeah, I won't. There's a spoil. It doesn't matter. Alone. If you guys haven't watched Alone, the survival series,
No.
the last
read the-
season, the last
I've
season
seen it.
winner was very unique.
is that based on the book Adrift by Stephen Callahan? What is Alone? I don't know that one.
Alone is, you know how like Les Stroud videotapes himself when he's surviving.
Of course, I'm a huge Les Stroud
these
guy.
people, they take 10 people and drop them high up in Canada, and they all have to film themselves in the same way that Les Stroud does. And then the person that's last on the survival wins $100,000 or $500,000, or I think it's 100,000. And it just shows these people surviving by themselves, filming themselves.
Yeah, it's true.
So it's a legit survival show instead of, a bunch of drama and like Naked and Afraid. That's just like a bunch of people yelling at each other, and it's just dramatic.
Naked and Afraid's good. I like that show.
But you know what I mean by it's drama based.
Sure.
It's not
And
based
they're
on
naked.
film
Through and through.
Last Dance.
Obviously.
Well, I don't get it.
We got a visitor.
There's a
Ray Johnny.
Crankle appearance.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
We did meet.
Let him on.
We did meet a couple on our honeymoon, and their last name was English. And they were from London. They were awesome. Oh, it was England, not English.
England.
And they
Their
were
last
fucking
name was
cool.
England, and they were from London.
Yeah, England.
Let's check
His
that.
first name was Steven. He was fucking hilarious. He
Sounds
tried
like
to.
a spy. Sounds like you met spies.
He tried to hang with me one night, dude, and he was like puking in the fucking bushes. It was hilarious.
America.
I was, I'm like, Steve, try a double. I said it's all. The dude had been there. They had a 2-week stay. We met them on their 7th day. He was drinking the most rot gut beer. He's like, yeah, we got the all inclusive, and the beer sucks. And I said, what have you been ordering? And he said, I just tell them a beer. I said, dude, they have Tecate and they had Dos Equis, which are both pretty good Mexican beers.
Dos Equis is above Tecate. Tecate,
Yeah. I think they're both pretty good, but
Really?
he was drinking one I had never even heard of. It was like the Schwag, because he didn't know. And he tried
It's a
these.
Pilsner, right? The Schwag is a Pilsner.
Schwag was terrible, dude. It was
Drinking a bottle of Old Jose.
It was yellow water, but it had a sour taste. It was
With
disgusting.
bubbles, hopefully.
Yeah.
It's just frothy on top. Got to watch out what you're drinking.
And then he thought like you could only have the house beer or the drink of the day. And I was like, again, you're way off. I told him, like, let's have a couple of double Jack Daniels with a splash of Coke. And then that's when he got into the things went awry that night. Yeah. So then for the rest of the trip, the guy was flying high once I gave him those tips. He didn't know about there was a special bar that would roll your own cigar. They had premium tequilas, all included.
Wasn't that a Seinfeld episode?
Yeah.
The crepes.
Right, because he brought in Cubans, but they were Dominicans. But it turns out, like, they were talking about people, not cigars. So it was a really abstract and hilarious episode. Wonderful episode. Good reference. Looks like we've got a big yawn over here by Topple. Avid Lips watching a TV over behind him.
Yeah, I am actually.
Welshman, I don't know. He came back recently. I'm sus if that's even him. Is that you, Welsh?
I'm a little suspicious myself.
I'm sus because of the profile picture.
Well, he left and came right back though.
No, the profile picture would be the same though. That's not base.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's weird.
He hasn't talked for the whole time anyway.
Just don't bother unless he makes a move.
So you typed that, right?
Yeah.
All right. Don't freak me out.
Sorry.
What?
Now, see, Last Dance cannot add comments, and that one, England Dan and John Ford Colley, is actually Last Dance typing as me.
It's how he comes out as him.
Wow. That's like above mod powers. That's
Yeah, I gave him
man.
I became
admin
Smokesteve
powers.
for a moment. It was pretty cool.
Yeah, he's got the admin powers. He's the only one. I can only have one on the StreamYard.
That's 12:15.
Because occasionally I'll have him run this thing. But the last time, it went well. It went very well. But I don't know. That could happen again. What do you think, Last Dance? You want to run one of these? Or?
Not particularly.
Not particularly. Okay.
I
appreciate the honesty.
You're talking about the clips you have on the back burner?
No, the whole pub. He could run it.
I can start it. I can end it. If I was a bastard, I could just end it right now.
So he's basically trying to give you a promotion without more pay.
Yeah, well, 0 times 0 is 0, so I'll give him a whatever percentage he wants because it's still times 0.
I
Anyways,
gotta admit, it's 12:15, and Smokesteve, you're usually nodding. So
Yeah,
Still
he's
up.
hanging strong tonight.
unlike the new kids on the block, hanging tough, hanging tough.
You're building that
Yeah.
tolerance up every weekend, aren't we?
Well, yeah, I'm not getting tanked, yo.
Oh,
It's the cider, man.
Turn you on.
It woke you up. I think the tuned up is because it has caffeine in it.
Shit, I opened another tab. Now I have one on top of the other. How do I fix that? Fuck.
Stream's about to end, folks.
What's up?
So, I gotta go, so I will.
Yeah, I'm
hopefully-
getting ready to cruise too. If you're gonna cruise,
I was trying to say goodbye here.
Right.
Well, just before you guys peace out, what were the ideas behind the other clips that you didn't show, even if you don't show them? Or are those already history?
No, they're back there. I'm gonna go find them right now. They're
There's
right
like 100
here.
tabs open right now.
Probably 12.
If you guys
Alright.
ever let your wives use your computer, do they leave it with about 50 tabs open?
Smoke
No,
Wife
only
has her
one
own
does,
computer.
Yes, my wife has her own computer.
Okay.
We don't have.
There's,
don't
I just
share.
find that my wife and closing tabs is not a thing.
All right, here's what I have built up for clips that have not been seen. Vanilla Ice performs Ninja Rap at Donald Trump's New Year's Eve party.
Yeah.
Wow.
Man-
You should have
man-
led with that one.
Man grabs coyote's tail to save beloved Chihuahua, and that one was really good. Scott Strickland, UFC champ, goes on racist tirade. Did you see that? I think
it's
his
not
name
racist. It wasn't racist.
racist.
It was more
I don't think it's
homophobic.
Scott Strickland either.
It's
Something
homophobic.
Strickland. It's homophobic and racist.
Yeah, homophobic. I didn't hear the racist one though.
Yeah, you're right. I'm just talking crap. Donald Trump appears to confuse Haley. We watched that one.
Nailed it.
Here's Mike Johnson. The win needs to be for American people. GOP tension grows over ... Can't tell you. Never watched it. Texas military department arresting migrants and blocking access to border
Good.
from border agents. I have a picture of that weird guy, Stephen Miller. Biden says he's ready for massive changes at the border. Smoke Wife sent that to me, I believe. She said that was a good one.
Oh, 3.5 years later.
3.5 years, right.
I got a great
time.
clip. I got a great clip from Mr. Wonderful, Kevin O'Leary from Shark Tank. Absolutely brilliant businessman. And he says every real estate developer everywhere in New York did exactly what Donald Trump did and never got brought to justice or prosecuted for it. Overvaluing on one end, undervaluing on the other, completely commonplace. And he's getting prosecuted. This is an interview with somebody else. I don't want to ad-lib what he said, so that's all I'll say.
I remember seeing that one.
Yeah, I saw
And
it.
the last one is DA Fannie Willis, prosecuting district attorney in Georgia, accused of having inappropriate relationship with the lead prosecutor that she hired to prosecute Trump. And mind you, their fornications and sexual activities didn't have anything to do with what laws he broke. But this does create quite a bit of ammunition for people who might be looking for it.
Real quick, I was trying to find more on that one because I remember Jonah was talking about it, and I was trying to see what he was talking about.
Yes,
And
yes.
It seemed it was the issue was that they were meeting up somehow, and it wasn't about the sex. It was about somehow them meeting up gave them an advantage of some sort.
Possibly. Could
So
have.
that's as far as I got on it.
I thought it was more that government money was used for vacation, but I could be wrong too.
Okay, so also the civilian coin for their fling.
This
Right.
is
I
not-
mean, I can see how that. I can see that.
That's
I
not
mean,
factual. That's hearsay. So
Well,
might
it depends
be-
on what if it was what they were legally paid to do a job and then they spent it on each other after, like in a paycheck, that's not illegal.
no,
Well, it might be just her hiring of him is a conflict of interest or an undisclosed conflict of interest.
That's the part.
I mean, it doesn't necessarily make the charges against Trump less credible or less serious,
that
but
doesn't change that.
it might put her in some hot water.
Do we know the order of operations for this? Was it hiring first, sex after, or sex first, hiring after?
I think it was sex first.
Maybe it
hiring
was
after.
like a combination of multiple of those.
Well, no, because if there's a sexual relationship and then you hire somebody for a fairly high-paying, prestigious job after, then that is much worse than developing a relationship with the person you're working for already well after a thing has started. Clearly, the difference is
Maybe
massive.
maybe they role played.
English Bottle Cap is saying that there's precedent because Clinton hired his wife and he was having sex with his wife. But I think that's very, very unlikely, actually.
Does he have proof of that he had sex with his wife?
Well, there.
No, I think.
you
Are
can
you
look at
saying it was
Chelsea.
unlikely that they were having sex?
Not at the time he hired his wife. I'm sure he had moved on to other people to have sex with.
Right.
Well, what I read today about this whole thing was that the guy was actually married to another woman. He was having an affair, and she has receipts on something on business travels or something. I don't know. I didn't jump into it because, like what Last Dance says, this doesn't determine the case at all.
Yeah, the jury does. Oh wait, never mind. I'm kidding.
Well, there's no.
Let me ask you, what does English Bottle Cap mean here? I don't get it. Did I fart? I didn't fart. Was up there?
What
What are you talking about?
Where?
There's like 10 things he wrote. Which one are you talking about?
The one that says, last time I remember a bomb was when
Oh,
Smokes.
he means a porn bomb. Oh, Crank. Remember, I put him on,
Answer
not realizing it was
All right,
him.
you wanna
and-
go out?
Did that happen again this week?
No, it didn't happen this week.
You sure?
I'm sure. I didn't put anybody on.
Jesus. Can't
All right.
leave.
I gotta go. It was good seeing you guys.
All
Been
right,
a long
take it
time.
easy, Topple.
Hope to see you guys more often, but you guys have a wonderful week, though.
I'm gonna head
All
out.
right, buddy. We'll see you.
All right, later.
All right, then goodbye, Crankle there, pretending to be Base Welshman. Have a good night. Take it easy, Smokesteve.
Oh, did I actually put him on?
No, well, whoever this person next to me is.
All right. We'll see you guys later.
Thanks for hosting, bro.
All right. Later. Interesting.
I think you're supposed to give your outro now.